City Commission for Thursday, April 16th. We have lots of interesting business to do today, so Madam Clerk, let's get started.
Mr. Mayor, we have our invocation by Father Roy Tuff, Rector, Holy Trinity Episcopal Church.
Welcome, Father Tuff. Good to see you.
Gracious God, you have given us a vision of that holy city to which the nations of the world bring their glory. Behold and visit, we pray, the cities of the earth, and especially the city of Gainesville, Florida. Renew the ties of mutual regard which form our civic life. Enable us to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness and justice with order, and that people from different cultures and with differing talents may find with one another the fulfillment of their humanity. Direct in our time, we pray, those who speak where many listen, and write what many read, that they may do their part in making the heart of this people wise, its mind sound, and its will righteous. We pray your presence and purpose be known among us now as we remember the goodness and love you have granted us through the people who have gone before, to the honor and glory of your most holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father Tuff. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are on to the adoption of the agenda. I do believe there's some updates, yeah?
I move adoption with the recommended updates.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt the consent and regular agendas as updated. Commissioner Engel.
Thanks. I would like to pull 2026-212, the request for the solar canopy. I just have a couple of comments on it.
Okay, we'll put that at the end of the agenda. If that's
That'll
works for everybody. Okay. All right. Any public comment, Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, yes, we do have one commenter.
On
I
the
have it in
consent
here.
item?
Mr. Khalid Blount, he's speaking to 2026-236 and 238. I'm sorry, I haven't had a time to look up those numbers.
Okay,
That's the transportation. 236 is the transportation department update, and 238.
hold on. Is this on the agenda?
Oh, no, that's for early public. I'm sorry.
This is on agenda vote.
So, no, this is for adoption of the
Okay,
consent.
Yes, that's what I'm up for, the
So,
agenda.
do you have a comment
Agenda vote.
on the consent, something on the consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay, all right,
The-
very good. Go ahead. Yeah,
Okay.
we're good. That's,
All right.
Okay. I want to comment about the bus shelters and amenities. I think I've said this to y'all before. Plenty of cities get revenue for their bus system with ads in the bus shelters. And everybody says, oh, that doesn't look good. Is a bus shelter a pretty thing? I mean, you're not messing up a thing of beauty by putting ads in it, but you get money for the system. And I note that on your, I thought I was going to get to congratulate y'all for having a short consent agenda, but I see it grew since I looked at your agenda on the weekend. But I note that you always have city events on the consent agenda. Now, if you care about people knowing about the events, why meeting after meeting do you pass up the chance to publicize those further by saying them out loud in this meeting instead of just swoop right by on consent? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor.
Actually, hold on before you do
Yeah,
that.
no worries.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I was just going to suggest, since we are looking at new revenue sources, to refer the recommendation from Mr. Blount to the manager about the bus shelters and using those for advertising.
Mr. Manager, if you would kind of.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What I would suggest would be, because this is a complicated issue that deals with sign code and a number of other decisions, if the commission is interested in that, I would suggest deferring it to GPC. We can have a more full conversation about it.
Very well, very well. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you would keep that in mind, let's get that on GPC in the near future, please.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor.
All right, any further public comment on the consent agenda?
That was the last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I see no for the lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That passes unanimously with Commissioner Deckenwalker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're now on to early public comment, and we do have Mr. Blount speaking to those two items, 2026-236, which was the transportation update, and 238, which is the approval of the local housing assistance plan.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Well, further about the bus system, I wish that, they keep getting grants and we never hear the grants going to improving the frequency of service. If we could get the buses running more often, maybe running a little later on the weekend so it's not a curfew on poor people, and maybe get the buses to wait together downtown so people can actually transfer. I don't know if any of y'all use the bus. Imagine the frustration. You're coming in on the number whatever to transfer at Rosa Parks going out in the opposite direction, and that bus is rolling off before yours gets to the curb. They did improve that for a little while, and then it slumped right back. And so it appears that people don't understand what transfer station means, or we're supposed to learn how to transfer between moving buses. On the LHAP, my issue on housing is the same as it has been over and over. And Mr. Mayor, I know you encouraged me to be happy that at least you did something on inclusionary zoning. Even though it has no ownership component, even though the parameters are set to a level that makes very little difference. I want to remind you that if we continue one-party rule in this state, and that party continues to bring out its most extreme agenda items, the what do you call them, the preemptions are going to keep on rolling. And you've told me that at some point you will reevaluate that tool and the parameters you set to see if they need resetting, but you haven't promised a particular time to do that. But the state legislature is going to take that tool from you before you get a chance to reevaluate it and improve it. So you need to make the most of it while you have it.
Thank you, Mr. Blount. Be rest assured that we talk about it pretty regularly. So,
Mr. Mayor, that was our last speaker. And where did we pulled 2026-212, where on the agenda?
at the end of the
At the full end.
end of the evening.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're on to our business discussion items for the morning. 2026-230 Business Improvement Grant Tier 3 Review and Approval. With a recommendation, the City Commission approves business improvement grant funding for the following Tier 3 applicants. The Gainesville Historic Properties for $52,512, bringing their total grant award for the Siegel Building to $147,512, and the Matheson History Museum for $41,611, bringing their total grant award for the Matheson House to $81,988.
Welcome, Dr. Blumberg.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Excuse me. My name is Daniel Blumberg. I'm with the GCRI. I'm happy to go over this Business Improvement Grant Program review with you today. To start with, we have the funding review and map of the applications. I'll show you the map in just a moment, and the funding review. We'll then review the applications themselves that were received, being the Tier 3 applications, and then we'll go over the recommendation. So this fiscal year, the program was allocated $338,000. That was split between the two cycles. The first cycle ended February 1st, and the second cycle, the deadline is going to be August 3rd, because August 1st is on a weekend. Per program guidelines, the funding availability per tier is shown on the screen. So you can see for Tier 1, $16,900 was available for this cycle. Tier 2, $67,600 was available, and Tier 3, $84,500 was available for that tier. Now, I do have a map, and just to help you see, we have the three applications that we received. Number one is the Siegel Building on the map. The left side of the map is actually a blown up section from the right side of the map. The right side of the map shows our downtown boundary for this grant program. The pink section is actually the downtown core. If the business is located in the downtown core, they do score some extra points on the evaluation. Number one which is right there, is the Siegel Building. Number 2 on the map is the Matheson House, and number 3 is Turner O'Connor Klosowski. I have them on there. That was a Tier 2 application, so that's not for the program guidelines. That was approved through the Downtown Advisory Board. The Tier 3s, because there's additional funds over $100,000, come to the City Commission for the approval process. So the first application to go over is the Gainesville Historic Properties. Their request for this cycle is $52,512, bringing the combined grants for the property to $147,512, which, if fully funded, would lead to improvements of over $295,000 being performed, if approved by the commission. The existing agreement would be increased from that $95,000 to the maximum funding of $147,512. For those commissioners that were here last time I was here and presented, you'll remember that the Siegel Building, and I'm going to use the term Siegel Building, Gainesville Historic Properties synonymously. Gainesville Historic Properties is the entity that applied. Siegel Building is the actual building. But last time we came here, the City Commission graciously accepted John Fleming's offer for a reduction in the amount of what they were entitled to through the program itself, so that the other groups, Florida Theater and Matheson House, would actually have additional funding. This application brings him back to what would have been the full amount that was requested initially, and the work that would be performed under this includes, in the first phase, the outside air handler that was going to improve the quality of the air inside the building and prevent radon gas buildup, bringing the building up to code, additional exterior lighting on the 10th floor, which would unify the exterior lighting in the building and work on the east entryway for the building itself. This phase 2, which is what these grant funds would be for, would be funding to contribute toward the new glass canopy at the main entrance, as well as new metal doors at the main entrance to the building. There are some other smaller pieces that are being worked on as well. These are the major components that would be performed under this grant. Now, the second application for this cycle for the Tier 3 is the Matheson House, and that came from the Matheson History Museum. They had originally requested for this cycle just over $102,000. That would bring the combined grant request for this property to $142,479 if it was fully funded. That would lead to improvements of over $284,000. Due to budget constraints and due to how the rankings played out, the Downtown Advisory Board recommended $41,611 after their evaluation. To be clear, if there had been additional funding available under the program, they would have been recommended for their full request. And I'll show you shortly how that recommendation came about. If the approved amount, the recommended amount by the Downtown Advisory Board is approved, it would bring their existing agreement to a maximum funding of $81,988. And for the work to be performed there, the Matheson House has been closed to the public until repairs and renovations are done. Data provided by the Matheson House shows that this property would contribute to 13 local jobs and provide about just shy of $500,000 in household income for residents once it's reactivated. The investments, the combined investment, will allow for the house to reopen to public programming, walking tours, educational tours, and cultural exhibits. The work also improves ADA access, so ADA would be able to be from the main entry to be able to get access to the complete house instead of through a back entrance that then provided only limited access to the house itself. Now, per program guidelines, each of the tiers are capped at a certain dollar threshold. The Tier 1 is capped at $10,000 per parcel. So if you're applying for Tier 1, that parcel can only ever receive up to $10,000. So if, and I'm just going to throw out, if Acme Widgets applied for a parcel and got a grant for $10,000, the following year, or 5 years down the road, a sister company, we'll just say Bob's Barricades, I know they're an existing company, but if they applied for a grant for Tier 1, they would not be able to receive funds on that because it already maxed out the Tier 1 parcel funds. The same process works for the Tier 2 and Tier 3 higher caps. Tier 2 is $50,000, Tier 3 is $150,000. So under the current program and application, Matheson House had applied for both Tier 2 and 3. They had not hit their cap under the $50,000 for Tier 2 previously, because they were awarded $40,377. So to reach the cap of what that could be under the Tier 2 would be $50,000. There was another $9,623 to hit that cap under the Tier 2 funds. So any additional funds under the grant would come from the Tier 3 remaining funds that are available. Now and I'm going to walk you through how the scoring worked on this, and we'll talk about the dollar amounts on here in just a moment. So the GCRA has a 3-member evaluation committee that scores the objective scoring. So you'll see the objective scores for all of the applications that came in. Matheson House scored 21 points, and Turner O'Connor Klosowski, was one of the other Tier 2 applications, scored 14 points. Added to that score are the points awarded by the Downtown Advisory Board. Again, for just talking about Tier 2 at the moment, Matheson House scored 10 points, Turner O'Connor Klosowski scored 5 points. So that leads to the combined score, which is what's used for ranking purposes to determine the sequence of which applications receive funding until the funding is exhausted. Matheson House scored 31 points, Turner O'Connor Klosowski scored 19. Under that Tier 2, Matheson House can only receive that $9,623 of funding to hit the cap of what they could get under the Tier 2 funds. So that would reach them to the $50,000. So we're jumping down to the Tier 3. The Siegel Building combined score scored 35 points. So out of the $84,500 available for the Tier 3, the Siegel Building would draw the $52,512 per their request, which leaves $31,988. Now, as I mentioned, the recommendation for Matheson House is actually the $41,611, and that's the combined Tier 2 allowable amount, maximum allowable amount that Matheson House could still receive, plus the remaining funds in the Tier 3 is how that we reached that $41,611. And I know that's a lot of numbers to go through to reach that, but if you have any questions, please ask, and I'll be happy to go over that a little bit further. So based on that, the recommendation currently is for the Gainesville Historic Properties Siegel Building to receive the $52,512, bringing their total grant to $147,512, and the Matheson Museum, Matheson House, for $41,611, bringing their total grant to $81,988.
And the Turner O'Connor Kozlowski building is already in.
That's the Turner O'Connor Klosowski, because the Tier 2 doesn't have to come. It's under $50,000. It doesn't come to City Commission.
Gotcha.
That agreement has already been done, and the purchase order has already been cut for the funds for that one. They've been given the go-ahead to begin work.
Very good. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any questions? Any thoughts? Okay. How about public comment?
Mr. Mayor, we have 2 speakers. First is Kim Popejoy.
Welcome, Mr. Popejoy. Good to see you.
Good morning, Commission, and thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Kim Popejoy. I am a citizen. The Matheson History Museum preserves and interprets the history of the city of Gainesville, as well as Alachua County and surrounding areas. It serves as a free public cultural resource for residents and visitors. As a feature of downtown Gainesville, the museum campus includes multiple historic structures, exhibit spaces, and archives that document the region's social, cultural, and civic history. Through exhibitions, programs, and archival access, the museum works to connect residents across generations with the stories and the historical resources that actually helped shape this community. The museum is currently undertaking several improvements that together present an opportunity to strengthen the campus as a community gathering place centered on local history and civic engagement. These efforts include the ongoing rehabilitation of the Matheson House, landscape improvements designed in collaboration with the University of Florida's Landscape Architecture Program, and expanded public access to the museum's archival collections. Together, these initiatives create the potential to transform the museum campus into a more active and welcoming civic space where residents can connect with local history and participate in programs that foster dialogue, learning, community, belonging. In coordination with the City of Gainesville and other partners, we see a significant opportunity to position this area as a downtown cultural and historical hub, kind of a civics common, if you will, where recreation, environment, restoration, and public history intersect. The funds we're asking you for to improve and restore the Matheson House are a critical part of this picture, and that's why we're asking you to support this project at the maximum possible level. Thank you very much.
Very good, thank you.
We're on to John Barrow.
Welcome, Commissioner. Good to see you.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. John Barrow, President of the Matheson.
Where has the day flown? I'm sorry.
What?
Sorry.
John Barrow, Matheson Museum, President of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. And not to get too much into all the numbers and everything, or where we've been and where we're going. But I did want to point out, as Dr. Blumberg pointed out, that our request was for $102,000, and I completely appreciate these guys working with our staff, with Sal, our director, who wanted to be here but had a conflict, and we're totally appreciative of the recommendation for $41,000, which brings us to the $82,000 roughly, but that leaves, based on my quick calculation, about $68,000 that would bring us to that requested amount, which would bring the total amount we received up to the $150,000 cap based on the program. Again, sorry, the numbers get a little confusing. I guess what I'm suggesting, that I don't want to talk you out of not approving the recommendation, but I'm wondering if there's any possibility of going back to the discussion, Mr. Mayor, you started about trying to fund us the full amount in the previous round discussions, and I think Commissioner Willits was also supporting that and talking about that. But I don't want to muck up the works, so I appreciate anything else you can do, or here to answer any questions on the behalf of the Matheson. So thank you.
Very good, thank you. Commissioner Buck.
Thank you, Mr. I just had a question for the Matheson. If funded with the $82,000, what's your long-term strategic plan, your timeline for the work on the house?
So we're really close to a signed contract with the contractor. We went through, talked with several contractors, gotten some bids, several subcontractors. We've got to do a little tweaking on the contract. It looks like we're about to sign, because it left out some foundation repair work that was originally intended to be covered with this, what we're calling phase one. Once we have that contract signed, regardless of what happens here today, based on the funding we've already received, the fundraising we've already done, we're in the position to start that work and get going on that work. Of course, even after we complete all the phase one work, there's still going to be more work to do. The phase one really is to address the structural issues, the shell, the roof, some of the exterior siding that's rotting and falling off, windows that need to be repaired, that kind of thing. Basically, a sound waterproof shell, so that we can then go on into phase two and start addressing some of the interior issues, plaster falling off the ceiling, plumbing, HVAC work, etc. So hopefully we're going to hit the ground running real soon on phase one.
Thank you. I just want to say thanks to the GCRA staff and our evaluators, and I know they made some tweaks in the process to make sure this was as objective a process as possible, and I really appreciate that work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Chestnut.
So did you ask the board, John, to consider just the total funding, the other 62,000?
Yeah, our request for this round was for 102,000, which would have brought us to the total 150. The GCRA staff, we asked that. Was anybody there for the Downtown Advisory Board meeting? Yeah. So I don't know if there was any discussion there. I wasn't there, so I don't know if there was discussion with the advisory board on that point or not.
Thank you.
Before I sit down again, any other questions for me?
I don't think so.
Getting my
at this point.
exercise this morning.
Can we move back to the slide that had the rankings and the dollar figures and that? No, that one, yes. Okay. Yeah, that has the requested funds. Okay, any other comments from the commission? Commissioner Engel.
Sorry, if you could remind me, what's the kind of schedule of these rounds? Is it
Every 6 months.
every 6 months?
So the next one will be, as I mentioned, August 3rd should be the deadline at 5 p.m. for the next cycle.
All right. I can certainly see the benefit of trying to get extra money on the front end for keeping a building from falling apart further, and you'll get more money out of it than us. But I mean, if we're talking a few months out before we can get another round, then I said I don't want to try and adjust a program on the fly to accomplish that. That's kind of where I am on that.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is, if we remember, this is a program that we already did some big changes to enable some of these larger business improvement grants, as opposed to, 10,000 here for paint on a facade, So we've already made this commitment. We've been going down this road. That's why I don't want to necessarily change. We did some working around the last time when there's different people, and that was stretch the boundaries of what we'd put on paper previously. I don't know that I want to move too much more. I mean, I like the idea of fully funding the math because it's so important to just like the physical fabric of what we got with our Sweetwater Park, the future, and the bed and breakfast district, whatever it's going to be in the future. But it is important to the whole area, and I think it does draw people, particularly bed and breakfast people, to stay downtown and to maybe walk downtown when they need to go, because it's a nice area to go through. You can walk through the park, museum, historic houses, different places, cobblestone streets, whatnot. So it is really important, and so I think I think we need to stick with this. But while I have my soapbox, I do just want to put it out there. So what history is taught at the Matthew Museum still matters. It is all kinds of history. It is all kinds of Gainesville, Alachua County. But it still matters whether we're telling the full and complete history of, not just, most importantly, of Gainesville and Alachua County and Florida and the South and the United States, but also the actual Matheson family themselves. So I just want to put it out there as an appeal to the board of the Matheson Museum to always be cognizant that what we don't say tells us more about our history, perhaps, than what we do say. But people hear what we don't say just as strongly as they hear what we do say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Chestnut.
Okay, the issue I have is funding it incrementally. The building is just getting worse each month. So yes, we'll come back in 6 months, but it's going to be in worse shape in 6 months than it is today. It just seems to me we just need to try to fund it now so that they can go in, make their necessary changes or improvements. I'm just concerned about what it's going to look like in 6 months. What's improved today will not stand 6 months from now.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. So how much will there be to award in August? or when it gets to us in September, or whenever that would be.
So the numbers here, again, Daniel Blumberg, GCRA, numbers here where it shows the total available by tier, that will be replicated in August because it's divided, the 338,000 is divided in half for each of the 2 cycles. That is where we get the $169,000 for this cycle from. And then the way the formula works is the 10%, the 40%, the 50% of the funding is the breakout. Now that said, we have not used all of the tier 1 or tier 2 for this cycle. So those funds, under the program guidelines as they exist, would roll into next cycle for August. So there's the tier 1, we did not have any tier 1 awards. There was $16,900 that would roll into tier 1 again for next cycle. And then for the tier 2, $19,796 was not used. That would roll into tier 2 next cycle for August. Combined, that's $36,696 that was unused this current cycle that would, per the program guidelines, roll into the next cycle.
Okay, so to be abundantly clear, I want us to fund Gainesville Historic Properties Siegel Building grant for what has been recommended. I would like us to, and I always say that I hate to mess with the process, and then here I go trying to mess with process every time. But if we were going to award, if it ended up being $62,000 or so that we ended up awarding in August or September or whenever it comes to us, that money is worth, that $62,000 is probably actually worth in construction dollars more like $60,000 by the time we get to that part of the year. The reality is that construction dollars are not getting less expensive. We are in real money going to, if we were to fund them with that a few months from now, we would really be giving them less resource to work with than if we fund it now. And that is a concern for me. I mean, they are not in a position where there are multiple millions of other dollars already in the works and being done. They're adding up the total to get to how they can make a contract work and get the repairs begun. And they're going to have less of that even if we fund what is on paper the same amount if we wait some months down the road. It is the same fiscal year. So I would prefer to just go ahead and fund what we're going to do in 6 months anyway, because it is worth more today than it is 6 months from now. That's my thought on it. Commissioner Chestnut.
Well, I agree with your thinking there, because I'm just concerned about the state of the facility in 6 months. It's going to continually deteriorate. So if we could allocate the funds, get it moving now, hopefully we could bring it to completion. So I'll be happy to put a motion on the floor, see if anybody else is going to talk.
You can go ahead and put the motion out there and then we'll.
Okay.
If I may, could I show you
Please.
some chicken scratch that I wrote
Yes,
on
please.
earlier on the overhead? and try to walk you through what I was writing down on here earlier. Sorry that when I heard that there was potentially going to be an ask, I tried working through what this could potentially look like.
You know how we think. So good.
So as I mentioned, tier 1, there was $16,900 that was not utilized. Tier 2, $19,796. So all told, $36,696 was not used this cycle. The Downtown Advisory Board recommendation for this cycle was $41,611. If we add in the $36,696, that brings that to $78,307. Adding that to the previous award, the $40,377, brings it to $118,684. Now, as I mentioned, there is a cap of $150,000. Their total request is $142,479 when looking at the previous award plus this request. So what that would leave short, if all of this was on the table and a recommendation was done to follow these lines, it would leave short $23,795 of additional funds necessary to meet the complete request. If I were to toss an idea out there, if the tier one were negated for next cycle and there was no tier one, that's another $16,900. That gets you almost all of the way there. It would leave the tier two and tier three funds intact for next cycle. And you can still apply for tier one work under tier two. It's a difference of 1 point necessary on the scoring to switch from a tier one to a tier two application. So it is not extremely difficult to qualify under tier two. But that is just running through this math exercise as a possibility.
Okay. So do you want to make a motion now, or do you want to come back around?
I'll come back around.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay. Commissioner Williams.
So as I remember, one of the reasons why I like the idea of multiple rounds and multiple tiers is because the people in tier three kind of perhaps are able to get their plans together, know about it. That's what the businesses in tier one might miss out on an opportunity and be prepared 6 months later, but a year later, their business may, it's a little harder for smaller businesses to have longer term planning and more of a cushion. So that we like the idea of rounds, not just once a year, of rounds. And I know that we're talking about competing, but that's why we moved to this thing anyways. We knew we had like the kind of big stuff. Same way with our downtown events. We had like big events and small events, and we knew we put this all together and kind of tiered some stuff out. I don't like the idea of dipping into tier one and tier two funds for sure, even the kind of the rollover. And a question about maybe tier one or tier two, or just the general. Can you remind us what type of things this can be spent on? It's this is kind of very physical, right? And it is. How long do those improvements have to last?
The tier one, 5 years. Tier two, 10 years. Tier three, 15 years. So there's an easement placed on the property for work that's done that's under $25,000. There's a mortgage that's placed on the property that's over $25,000. They don't pay anything on it unless they don't follow the guidelines of the program. And then they're required on a prorated amount to pay back the funds. Concerning the cycles, the tier one is the only one that operates without a cycle. So the applications under tier one, someone could come to us tomorrow and we would process that internally with staff, and then that can then proceed. It doesn't have to go to the advisory board. It's if you will, it's the most flexible because it's the smallest dollar amounts for the tier one.
And can any of this be used on signage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So something popped in my head I hadn't thought about previously was that, we're about to have several businesses on the streetery who are going to, be challenged during construction. Some of what they need to improve their business, to keep it going, to get them over the construction may not be 5-year improvements. I can imagine literally signage about like telling people, we're open, this is how you get to us. You can still access by the street, the sidewalk around the corner and whatever. Anyway, so it popped in my head that, there may be some uses for this T1 or, tier one and tier two that we haven't typically funded, that hasn't been the typical need, but that, when things happen like the street reconstruction, maybe we'll have some opportunity to help people, but we'll see how that goes. I don't know exactly what they need. I like the idea of preserving that tier one and tier two. So if the conversation is about moving stuff forward, which I think we did last year as well, did we move? Does that sound right?
Last year, we had unassigned funds from tier two and that cycle that were then shifted to be able to be used into the tier three funding. So we were able to net out additional funds that way. Okay. And that was the last cycle for that year as well. So any of the remainder funds would have rolled into the following year, but the decision was made to use those funds that were available at that point then for the tier three.
Okay. I definitely don't want to touch tier one. I want that available. That's want it available, as opposed to everything going to, the biggest projects. In my mind says we keep tier 2 there as well. So that if we're talking about this, that we are pulling from tier 3 forward. That's, that's where I'm leaning towards, or I hope. Because I just worry that when everything from tier 1 and tier 2 gets lumped in, then, and particularly since tier 1 is already rolling, we are envisioning that it can pop up at any time. And so it could pop up next month. Someone has that need, and suddenly the money's not there. So, like, bare minimum, I think we definitely need to protect tier 1 because it is designed to be there for when a need pops up, when an opportunity. And so I think we should definitely keep tier 1 there. Thank you.
If I may, for just 1 second.
Thank you, Mr. Willis.
I am aware that there's at least one group that will likely be putting in a request for tier 3 for next cycle. So just so that you're aware, there's at least one entity that's planning on applying for tier 3 funds next cycle.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Commissioner Engel.
Excuse me. I just wanted a little clarification on how the tier funds or tier 1 funds work. So they don't have a cycle. You can apply for those anytime. It's a much quicker process. It's a smaller amount of money. That's everything. So if we've got 16,900 there now, and we roll that into this project, will there be no tier 1 funds available until August? Or because there's not a cycle, those would already be available, or how would that work?
Broadcast, can you go back to the presentation? Thank you. So as of today, right now, there is another $16,900 available in tier 1, in addition to the $16,900 that was not used.
Gotcha.
So the first cycle had $16,900 available. While we did have a couple of applications, they did not score high enough to receive any funding under the program. So that money was unused for the first cycle. We are currently in the lead into the second cycle, which means the second tranche of those funds, that second 16,900 is available right now as well.
Okay. And similar with tier 2?
Tier 2,
I mean,
tier 2, tier 3 is the same. The catch is until the August 3rd date. There's no,
Gotcha.
Because that's a ranked application process, there's no decision on how any of those funds are being done. And I was asked to mention that we are looking at some streetery specific business improvement grants, programmatic components that we can do to assist businesses with signage. That would be likely FY27. So in October-ish is when we would be bringing something forward to be able to assist with that.
All right. If we could swap back over to the incredible calculations page.
Yep, thanks.
So I think I'm kind of on the same page as Commissioner Willits, and I'm okay rolling the unused funds from this cycle into that tier 3. I would be hesitant to pull tier 1 funds from the upcoming cycle to make up that $23,000 difference. But if we wanted to pull that out of like an upcoming tier 3, and then if we decided, if we don't get rid of any of that money between now and when that rolls around, that this next time we have this discussion, we've got the opportunity to roll that into something again. I think I'd be comfortable with that, and that I think kind of addresses most of the concerns we've heard. I'm good.
Okay,
Thank you.
very good, thank you. Commissioner Chestnut.
Well, I would like to recommend that staff consolidate funds at this point to see how we can, I like your, the figures up there now, how we can consolidate the funds to get the $102,000 that is totally necessary to, is it 102?
The ask for this cycle was $102,102. The only way to get that is to tap into the new cycle's funding. That's the only way to get that. If you use, so number 2, if you're using cycle 1 remainder, which is the 36,696, and you're adding that to what was recommended, you get the 78,307 plus the previous award, brings us to $118,684. That does not fully get you to what they're asking for, because they would be short $23,795. The only way to get that additional set of funding would be to tap into the additional funds from the new cycle. And that would be dropping some of those funds down that have been advertised as such, that those fundings, because that's why the programmatic funding is set for the year at the beginning of the year. So if we tap those funds, we're dropping that down for future applications.
Well, I think we could make a commitment to find funds for the streetery when we begin to look at signage, if additional funds are needed. But I really, really would like to complete the Matheson Center at this point. And so, does anybody else see where I can help me find some more money?
Okay, so we're talking about.
Maybe 23,000.
Let me call on the manager real quick before.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to
Still
speak
on the floor.
Thank you.
very briefly to let you all know that our communications department and CRA, they're actually already working on designing signage for the streetery during construction. So that is being taken care of as far as that. I think Mr. Bloomberg's talking about sort of, further business support. One question that might be valuable to pose to the Matheson is if they're actually ready to move forward with construction. That's I think to the commission's discussion about wanting to leverage the money quickly and take advantage of construction pricing now versus then. That's probably a question to pose to them for some feedback.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, yes, may I ask Matheson to address that?
Yes, thank you. As I mentioned, we are very close on a contract. I can't enter it into the record because it's not quite there. It's not signed. And as I mentioned, there's a pretty important piece, i.e. the foundation, that's not worked out yet. So we're very close.
But could you, how quickly could you spend the money? Because you're not going to write the whole amount up front for the contract. When you sign the contract, you're not going to write them the entire amount.
No, there's, as typical, we'll have to do a initial payment of
Right.
some amount, quarter, third, something, and then there'll be draws as the project progresses.
What do you think is the reasonable case for completion and final payment, I guess?
Could be 6 months from now.
Yeah. Okay, so, and Mr. Blumberg, we could get to only a difference of about $24,000 without tapping the next award today.
That's correct.
And I'll bet you that you'll have more than 24 still due at the end or when we get to the next award phase. So that may let us off the hook right there.
Okay. So, you want to comment before I make a motion?
Yeah, we got a whole lot left here, but
Okay.
Commissioner Eastman, go ahead. We'll save the motion for you.
Yeah, sure. I think it's a good question. And the Matheson is in such a unique position because it is both basically an extension of a park while also being a museum. I believe you actually own, like, some of the area that we think of as Sweetwater Park, my understanding, is actually owned by the Matheson, right? And so it's, we really are supporting a lot of our public spaces and making sure that we're, funding this and improving it. I talk to a lot of small businesses and folks that are in the CRA that are very excited for the Tier 1 funds and the Tier 2 funds, that love having that rolling basis there. These are, small businesses, folks that are just trying to get their facades up. I sit up here, I like following all of the processes and making sure that we're going forward with everything in that way. I think we are already changing the process, I would say, by taking money that would be rolled over funds and giving it back to the Matheson, which would now get them up to $118,000, very, very close to where you guys are, where you guys need to be in order to begin constructions and move forward, and I think would really create a real benefit to the community. But I think to Commissioner Wiltz's point, cutting down on the tier 1 and tier 2 after we've already put out we've already advertised that that's what's going to be happening. I'm a little more concerned. That seems to me like a different we're already changing the process around a bit to make sure that we're supporting the Matheson, but that's going a little step more than where I would be comfortable. But I will say that, I mean, I think it is a great success to find a way to get $118,000, and that the previous award of $40,000, so I guess it's an additional $78,000 that we'd be doing today, right? Into the pocket as they're going forward with construction, and really supporting them in that next one, because there was a request of $150,000, because that was the maximum, right? I'm not sure where construction costs are. You guys also have private donors, correct, that are supporting in all of this, and so we'd be really, I think, putting a lot into the process, and I'd be very comfortable with that while still keeping the rest of our process, strong and supporting some of our other businesses as we're going forward with that. And so I'm comfortable with what's there on the screen, and I'd be happy to support that motion if that comes forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Let's hear from these other two before we get to the motion. That's all right. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Dr. Bloomberg, just so I know, if we do, so step 4 there, if we do roll over, can that be specified that that is only from the tier 2, tier 3, as opposed to, if we not roll over, but if we go grab from the future, can that be specified that that doesn't touch the tier 1 $16,900 available in cycle 2, that it only comes from tier 2 and 3?
That is a programmatic change. The city commission is the entity that sets the program. It would be a one-time change to the program. Perhaps our city attorney would like to comment on making at the dais modification to the program to that extent.
Okay, so are you saying all of step 4 requires a change versus specifying step 4, that $23,795 doesn't come from the whole pool, it comes from a portion of the pool?
It would change how the program functions, because the program currently functions, you've got the split at the start of the year, and then that split determines what each of those tiers are. What you're attempting to do is you're attempting to carve out part of the split from a future cycle to draw funds off of that to forward them to now.
Okay, but does step 2 require that same kind of change, or because those are rollover funds?
They're rollover funds that effectively they're not promised funds, if that makes sense. So the 2 cycles, you have a starting dollar amount, and so in theory the program has promised that each of those cycles and each of those tiers will have a set amount minimum for each of those. There's no guarantee that after cycle 1 there's any remaining funds that will roll into the cycle 2 appropriate tiers from the rollover, right? So there's no promise that any of that money would go into that second cycle. So I think that's a smaller degree of change than trying to draw down the funding off of a cycle specific piece to help fund the here and now.
Okay, so to Commissioner Eastman's point, step that 2 is, we can do that like right here, right now. It's a little more clear. That would get the Matheson, well along their way to achieving their goal. Okay, and then but pulling from the future round, the future is slightly different. Okay, I think I understand that. Thank you so much, Dr. Woodward.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts, Commissioner Book, and then we'll get to Commissioner Chestnut's motion, yes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yeah, it's a very complex process, and it's one that we asked the GCRA to redefine and completely redo based on the tiered funding last year. So they did that, and they brought back a process to us. I think this is pretty obvious to me, is that if we follow that, we're still providing significant funding to the Matheson, and it's significant. And we provided funding before. And the likelihood of them being an applicant for future processes is very, very high. Why? They meet all the criteria, they meet the threshold, they're right where we need them to be, and we all recognize the work that they do. So I think probably, as I was, kind of in a different nonprofit organization, if we attempt to redefine process right here and do the chicken scratch on the dollars and change 81,000 to 118 or 81,000 to 142,000, then we make the same exceptions for this process than we do for almost everything else. And we currently, I'm trying to think in the broader scope, we have the nonprofit solicitation open right now. So all these organizations are going to come to us in the budget process in May, and almost every one of them will be asking for more money than we're probably able to provide. We'll probably provide a lot across many organizations, but it won't be what those organizations ask for. As I said last week or the week before, one of the organizations is already asking for double in their process. And somebody gets impacted. There's some other opportunity impact if we fund an organization. So I feel like we should stick with the work that was provided by the staff and the evaluators and not attempt to change it on the fly. It's very difficult. It's like when we change zoning on the fly or go from 8 stories to 10 stories and 11 stories, and we're doing that here. I like to rely on the expertise here, and they did significantly change the process. I certainly don't want to borrow money against future processes, so I've heard a few of you all say that, because that limits opportunity for other businesses and historic properties that may be right now in the wings thinking, boy, we'd like to compete for those dollars, and they will not be able to, because we took them and provided them out of process to an existing organization. So while I support the Matheson, I want to stick with the process that we have. I think it's fair. We tiered process, we gave them quite a bit of money, and where I would land is land exactly what staff told us they thought was the best option in this case. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Well, the reason we have the carryover funds is because we didn't have people qualify in Tier 1, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah, so I like staff's configuration on the board now, so I would move, I support the historic property, Gainesville Historic Properties funding at the level that's brought forward to us. I support the Gainesville Historic Properties building at $52,512, bringing their total grant to $147,512. I would move also to authorize staff to amend funding streams to bring the Matheson funding cycle to $118,000 in this funding cycle. And to consider, well, we're going to consider future funding in the fall, anyway, in August.
Commissioner, if I may, for your recommendation, I did try drawing the little arrows over to the recommendation here that lines up with what you're stating. So when I'm hearing your recommendation, Matheson History Museum, Matheson House, for $78,307, bringing their total grants to $118,684.
Okay, Madam Clerk, that's the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Move the funds in
Give
that
me one
manner.
moment, I can get it up on the screen.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
That's amendment.
Is there a second for that? All right,
Thank
we have a
you.
motion and a second.
All right.
All right, and we'll have it up on the screen in a moment. And that does then not dip into future funding.
Correct.
Can you tell me about what the total, while we're waiting for that, what the average rather grant in T1 is about?
Previous to this modification, they were running around $5,000. The grant applications that we received, they were asking for about $10,000, just because of generally they're doing, I don't want to say lesser work, they're doing less complicated work.
Okay.
So they might be asking for signage. One of them was asking for some assistance with building some outdoor railings and some seating spaces. One of them previously wanted assistance with buying a new oven. So it's generally smaller scope components for the Tier 1. It could be, we've had previous replacing of doors and entryways. So this way they could, we wanted to change the door out. We wanted to change the door, do a new paint scheme, and do a new sign. So that's generally the smaller dollar amounts for smaller component requests.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Commissioner Eastman?
And Mr. Bloomberg, and do those tend to be smaller businesses more generally, like renovating used spaces, things like that?
Generally, they are smaller businesses that are making those requests. Generally, the larger businesses will go for the additional funding. So they may want to do 20 or 30 or 40,000 worth of work, which would give them 50% of that funding back.
Right.
So that's going to be a good example. Last cycle was Tectonic Architecture, or this cycle, Turner Klosowski, they're the law firm. They're doing much more complicated work on the building envelope itself. And so having that additional funding assists them to be able to accomplish that.
Yeah. I mean, I do think, how long have we had the $5,000 in the tier one? How long has that been?
The previous was $5,000. They can go up to $10,000 in tier one currently. So that's been, I'm looking at my program revisions. I believe that was November 21st, 2024 is when we switched it over to the tiers, the tier sequence, the tier one, the tier two, the tier three for the program.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I do think that tier one is where you get a lot of support for, renovating old buildings. I'd imagine that you see more of that in sort of areas that we want to get support for. I'd have to go back and see where each one of these, but some of those east side rebuildings that have gone through that were along Waldo Road, I imagine those are probably in that tier one section as well, as opposed to certainly the tier three.
Historically, the dollar amounts for the tier one, there have been a number of applications. I don't have them all lined up, obviously, in front of me right now. But a number of them were on the east side of town.
Yeah. I mean, just seeing how we can simplify that process and make sure that we're getting more folks in here, so we're not, having whatever seems to be the barrier. Because I know there's a lot of folks who would love to see that. Whenever we're looking at future cycles, I know we already have the advertisement out for that, but it seems like tier one we get a lot of bang for our buck. Exactly what the CRA is trying to do, which is to support these small businesses that are in areas that want to renovate and make their place better. That's just more broad, not necessarily the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mike.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Yeah, I would love if we could get to a point, and of course, this is always ideal, but get to a point where we zero out that tier one every time, and it's always spent. And if we need to do something to tweak those awards requirements a little bit to make sure that gets spent in every time, so we're not tempted to do this every time. Okay, seeing no further lights, all in favor of the motion on the screen? I'll go ahead and read it. Approve as recommended. Yes.
I don't believe the motion on the screen is the updated motion. Oh, or is it? Sorry, my mistake. It is. It's on the bottom. I was reading the top part.
Right. The motion is to approve as recommended with the modification to amend funding streams to award the Matheson History Museum $78,307 for the Matheson House project, bringing their total award for this cycle to $118,684. All right. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Thank you, Dr. Bloomberg.
Thank you.
And, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We are on to 2026-236 Transportation Department update with the recommendation the City Commission hear staff's presentation and be informed of the latest information and project updates from the Transportation Department.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Gomez.
Mayor, Commissioner Jesus Gomez with the Transportation Department. For this presentation, we have 3 staff members going to be doing the presentation. We have Tom, Davey, and Jason. So I'll be here to answer any question you may have.
Very good. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, City Manager, City Attorney, and Clerk. If you can go to the next slide. Okay. Here's the overview of today's presentation. The vision and mission statement of the Transportation Department, city goals and transportation objectives, transportation planning and parking, fleet, and RTS, Regional Transit System accomplishments. The overview of the Transportation Department: we have 284 full-time employees. City fleet has 29.7. Transportation planning and parking has 12.6. RTS has 241, .7. The budget is 37,349,725. City fleet is 8,117,520. Transportation planning and parking is 553 and $577. And RTS is $27,678,628. This is our vision statement to provide innovative and cost-effective transportation service to sustain Gainesville as a model community. Our mission is to enhance the quality of life in our community by providing safe, courteous, equitable, reliable, and energy-efficient transportation services. And we'll get back to that line at the end.
Are we ready to roll out our official announcement of our hot air balloon amenity? Sorry.
That's upcoming. Not yet.
Just a teaser, yes.
Okay. Objectives. These are objectives that the city gives us, and we follow them. Provide interconnected transportation options for users of all ages, ability levels, closing gaps in infrastructure, services, and improving system accessibility. Apply the Vision Zero and safe system approach to all transportation projects. Maintain and promote a Park Once environment in the downtown area to support a vibrant environment. Our resilient local economy objectives, to continue to work on disadvantaged business enterprise, DBE, vendor participation in transportation and project contracts, identify funding sources to advance implementation of transportation systems, priorities in low-income areas, identify options to increase accessibility to transit services. Equity community objectives, identify opportunities for the implementation of mobility hubs at neighborhood levels. We're doing a groundbreaking in East Gainesville this October for a new station. Maintain an updated list of infrastructure needs and priorities. Identify funding sources to advance transportation services and infrastructure. Reduce disparity in the number of severe and fatal crashes affecting vulnerable road users. More sustainable community. Promote the use of alternative modes of transportation, reduce automotive dependency. Reduce energy demand and consumption. Track the number of trips by mode to measure effectiveness of investments. Increase efficiency of transportation and fleet services. Best-in-class neighborhood services. Continue partnership with UF, Santa Fe, and county to improve transit services. Improve public outreach and accessibility of transit service to the public. Develop human capital to increase skills and knowledge. Develop a public participation plan for transportation projects. All right, I'm going to hand it over to Debbie now.
Thank you, Tom. Mayor, Commissioners, Debbie Leistner, manage the Transportation Planning and Parking Division for the department. As you can see, we have about 2 planners and a Vision Zero coordinator on the transportation planning side. They are all here today. We have also on the parking side, 1 administrative services manager, 3 parking enforcement officers, and 1 lead officer and a maintenance technician. That group does the parking enforcement and maintaining of all of the parking facilities that we have. This will go over a little bit of the tasks that we are responsible for. Primarily, we do a lot of planning studies and identify and prioritize transportation needs and identify funding to advance those projects to implementation. We also manage the Vision Zero program. We recently had our third Vision Zero open house. We manage the micromobility program, the parking program. We coordinate extensively with other agencies like FDOT, the county, and the University of Florida. We also participate in the development review process and manage the transportation mobility program funds that relate to mitigation of transportation impacts from developments. We were able to bring in a Vision Zero coordinator a few years ago, so we're able to do a lot of these studies in-house. We receive a lot of different concerns throughout the year, so we're able to evaluate those and coordinate as needed with other agencies on targeted speed enforcement, for example, is one of the, and traffic calming complaints are usually the ones that we receive. Over the years, we've been increasing transparency of our efforts. We have a lot of information available online through different dashboards. Those are on the Transportation Department's webpage. We also, a few years ago, created an ADA transition plan looking at all of the curb ramp deficiencies within the city limits. A few years ago, we updated that plan. We're still about, we have zones identified for priority retrofits. This year, we were able to implement about 58 curb ramp retrofits and transit stops overall. I think we need about $5 million to retrofit the entire system. We're also advancing implementation of sidewalks and crossings and bike facilities. And on here is pictured one of our recent sidewalk projects along Southwest 5th Avenue. Other things that we're working on, we are working on the transportation mobility plan. You have seen this already as a city commission and through the GPC, and we're coming back, I believe, next week, the next GPC, to look at the fee updates and have another discussion of that. We also participate on other countywide efforts, including the countywide bicycle master plan, bicycle and pedestrian master plan, and the countywide Vision Zero action plan. And as I mentioned, we coordinate extensively with other agencies on major projects, and we own grant applications as well. This includes, for example, grant applications in coordination with the university, where we're working on road safety audits for major corridors like West 34th Street and Southwest 35th Place, and also with the county, where they're looking at, for example, Southwest 20th Avenue, where there are some issues. We also had funding from the SS4A for implementation of the University Avenue modifications and planning grant, and we're working with FHWA on the grant agreements. This exemplifies some of the projects that we work on and how we're able to leverage resources to bring in more funding and advance city priorities. The black lines here identify the limits of the PD&E that was recently completed for University Avenue and 13th Street. As you can see, we are continuing to work on that project, trying to bring the concepts that were developed and all the results of those studies over the years to reality. So as you can see, we have several programmed within the short term, maybe within the next 3 years. We're going to see a significant transformation of all of these corridors. We were also able to implement or fund through the FDOT 3 mid-block crossings along the segment of University Avenue on the west side between 34th Street and 22nd. We're advancing the design for the University Avenue, East University Avenue, east of Waldo Road, as part of the PD&E. And then you also see here that there will be additional crossings added. What else we have here? The red lines signify the grant applications. The one is the grant application number 1 along 34th Street that I mentioned, and number 2 and 3 are upcoming studies that we were able to fund through the MTPO. This provides an overview of what we've been doing related to the other programs, micromobility services. We are on the finishing up the 5th year of the program. It's hard to believe that's been that long, but this map on the right here shows the travel paths for during the month of February of this year. So we're continuing this program. We received applications for the next program year, and we are already issued conditional permits for the 3 vendors to continue for the next year.
Let me pause you for a moment. Commissioner Willets.
Can you remind us what micromobility is? This has been a while for some of us, and then talk a little bit about that bid for those contracts. Where do we have leverage on, how those companies operate? There's a lot of frustration of these devices being left just kind of everywhere. Like, what have we learned over 5 years where we might have some opportunity to, make it better?
The program is regulated via an ordinance, so the vendors have to comply with all of the stipulations in the ordinance, including education components. They have to go out in the community and provide some safety education. They have requirements on how what they need to provide in the app. We have locations where we can control the speed that the devices operate. We have also regulations on the hour of operations, so they can operate from, I believe, 6 in the morning to midnight, but not outside of those areas. And we also control the number of units that they can deploy, 200 units per vendor, so we have a maximum right now of 600 units. And they have to deploy at least 75% of that on a daily basis. So we have means to monitor that, and we have a dashboard that maintains all of this data housed in all together in one platform, so we can see where the trips are. We can handle complaints, but we have not received too many direct complaints over time.
Okay. And then how, the 57,000 trips, that sounds great. What is our experience? Have these trip numbers increased or decreased as lots of people just go buy their own little, micro mobility electric scooters?
Yes, we did see some of that. The first year had higher utilization. We did see those trips decreasing, but they seem to be normalizing now over the last year. So it's fairly stable compared to, seems like to have reached a level that year 3 and 4 were about the same, and we're monitoring it yearly, and we have reports, and I have some graphs here if you want to.
Okay, and do people tend to, do we know either from national data or anecdotal here, do people, is this their first introduction to these and then they go buy their own, or the people who use these, people who are used to this and this is just filling in a gap because they didn't bring their little scooter, or they're somewhere where they're not normally at, like, or do people learn about this and then they go out and buy their own scooter?
I don't know exactly that, if they learn by using this or they have their own, I don't know, but I can probably try to research and find out more about that. But we do know that they serve to complement that, the trips. So we're seeing the trip average is about 1 mile, so it does complement that first mile, last mile, close that gap, and is also about 10 minutes on the trip average duration.
Thank you for reminding us of that 1 mile. Though I will say some of that along Archer Road, those people are doing more than 1 mile because they're coming all the way in towards. So I'm sure some of the longest trips are probably right there, because I see them on a regular basis, and they're scooting all the way to UF or Shands, all the way from the Plaza area or other parts of Southwest. So I like the map too to remind us where, in essence, those are all, well, they're not all taken away from car trips, because there's some evidence also nationally that this is just moving people off of buses, right, to electric bikes and you know, the micromobility, little scooters. It's not necessarily all car trips avoided. But it also, on the flip side, it is making people more comfortable living in dense downtown because they can go jump on something for a mile that they might not want a bus ride for a mile, but they'll do this for a mile.
We did see them taking out some of the, instead of bicycling, people are taking some of these because they are easy to carry, they are lighter, they're easy to put in your vehicle. Some you can park at a certain distance and then take it from the back of the car, and we see that at a garage or downtown and other areas.
With these, from these companies, can people put it in the back of the car?
Not these in particular, but in general,
Okay. Yeah,
I mean,
in
terms of
I didn't know how it worked
micromobility
for
units.
these.
Yeah, not these,
Not
but,
these ones,
no,
but
but
they're
personal
personal
use,
ones. Got it,
because
personal.
that's what we've seen a lot too.
Okay, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Well, we see these scooters everywhere, all over town. What is the educational program that we offer to these young people that are using the scooters, or how often is it updated to them? Because I'm concerned about sometimes how they weave in and out of traffic.
On the apps, each vendor has an educational component. I think when you open the app, you have to go through that. They also have an education plan. They participate in different events throughout the year, distributing helmets and education, letting people try the units. So I think it's about when we have the beginning of the year at UF, we participate on that too, and we have some education programs through that. We have been recently working with the housing division to try to disseminate more about opportunities for riding and the discounted pricing that the vendors offer because of the issue of complementing the trips, so more people could take advantage of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Please go ahead.
What else? Oh, as I mentioned, we participate in the land development review, so you can see here how much some of the effort over this past year. We collected so far about almost $800,000 in transportation mitigation fees. We participate in a variety of safety outreach events as part of the Vision Zero program, and we just recently received reaffirmation as a silver level bicycle-friendly community. On the parking side, we monitor the conditions of the parking availability and try to enhance the customer experience. As was seen below, we have this idea of promoting this park once environment to then lead to less trips or less people circulating around to find parking space. We manage about 4,000 parking spaces distributed in lots, garage, and on streets. We also manage the neighborhood parking program. We sell about 1,900 permits per year. Our enforcement area is pretty much depicted as you can almost see a boundary here. On the bottom left is the University of Florida campus, so we're generally around the university, the neighborhoods that surround the university, extending all the way through downtown. And this is, so far in the first 6 months, we issued about almost 9,000 citations and warnings.
So let me pause you for a second. You may not know off the top of your head, but do you have an idea about how that compares to the same time frame the previous year?
I did not bring it here, but yes, I do have that information. I just don't have it with me. I have it for downtown.
Yeah, if we could compare downtown specifically, the two. equal timeframes.
Yeah, downtown, we have been seeing an upward trend. I don't know if I can show this graph here. So this, the top graphic shows the number of transactions per month. This is from August to now because we implemented the downtown program in August of 2024. So you can see the black line is the last year and the blue is this current year.
That's great, okay.
And
So,
then-
so that shows more people are paying to park. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay, all right, okay.
a higher number of transactions.
Right, but this is the paid parking. It's
Yes,
not-
paid
not,
parking. Yes,
not
all paid parking,
citations. It's-
exactly. Mhm, yeah. And then on the top here, you can see how much we're generating during this month. And since the inception of the program, we had almost 1.4 million. That's overall.
Okay, and Commissioner Book, you have a question on that?
Yeah, this was just a specific comment related to our parking. We had received an email, I think probably all of us, related to Hippodrome and parking, and it appears that there might be some misunderstanding by people that use the downtown area that we have kiosks, and I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about how can people pay if they're parking downtown? Because sometimes people think they might have to download this or do this, and it's really specific to the people that may not be as, tech friendly.
We have mobile pay option, and that option can be interacted via either by downloading an app or by going on a website or by scanning a code. You don't have to log in to the system or create an account, or you can call a number and do it via interactive voice system or by text. So 5 different ways to interact with the app. We also have 6 pay stations total that accept coins and credit or debit cards, and those are located throughout downtown in at the parking garage. And then we have some parking meters. And then we also offer through Passport some validations that the businesses can set up and monitor themselves. So we are doing a little bit more engagement to make that option more available so people know that. I think we are seeing more people utilize that, but Hippodrome, we provided some information. We'll reach out to them again to make sure that they are aware of that.
Yeah, I appreciate you explaining that. I think the city, Mr. Mayor, just had some information that's been put out on our our information dissemination channels about parking and what we're doing. Probably the most important takeaway that I get from your director is that nobody really has to download anything or do anything. You could actually use a kiosk station. You might have to walk to that kiosk. You probably have to put in a number of what zone you're in, but beyond that, you don't have to provide any personal or identifying information for that, right? And that could take cash right there, and you just put in your zone, and you're good with your tag and your.
Right, just the vehicle license plate number. Yeah.
Well, thanks for identifying a potential user there, and the fact that we'll make sure that we help ensure that they have all the information about the manner in which they can bring people downtown.
And we did put some flyers in downtown with some maps and an information card of the available parking options and the rates and how to pay. So there are several of those throughout downtown.
Thank you for that information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, we have a couple of more questions on this, and I don't know if you expected to derail at this point into this conversation, but here we are.
I kind of did, yeah.
Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Chestnut.
Oh, thank you. Now, what's the difference in our revenue for parking between last year and this year? I can't.
I don't have the total here for last year and this year.
But I think it's this year, it's $1 million.
This year so far downtown is about 660,000. But what I have here is the total combined, but I can provide that. I know that up to now, this is as of March for downtown, but overall, I think we're over 800,000 right now for the entire parking program.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. A couple of things I wanted to add. I was parking downtown yesterday and paid for my space, and on the Passport app, a new, it wasn't a total new window, but a new line came up that I had not seen before, and I use this 3 or 4 times a week, that encouraged me to ask the business I was visiting if they validated. And I had not seen that before. That's a really good innovation as part of this. Because I know that not everybody is aware of that opportunity, and for them to push that out is helpful. I also want to mention that I am slowly figuring out from some of the comments that we get from people that most folks do not understand the difference between private parking and city lots. And we get complaints from people wondering why they're paying $10 an hour to park in a city space. And that's a very difficult conversation at that point to have. I don't know how to better communicate that, that city spaces are cheap. I mean, very, very inexpensive as compared to other cities that I'm aware of, or to the private parking. But some of the private lots are significantly expensive. I mean, they literally are like $10 an hour in some of these places.
Yeah.
So I would like us to think a little more on how we might get the word out some. And it's really challenging. I have stopped myself from trying a few times on social media to explain it, because I don't want to throw private businesses under the bus, so to speak, but I want people to understand that there is an enormous difference between what the city of Gainesville is charging in our lots and our garages and our spaces as compared to some of the other private options out there, because people really do not understand the difference until the bill shows up. So,
If I may, we did develop some signage for the parking lots, the city parking facilities, so it's very distinctive and follows the both spaces signs that they developed for the trails and the parks, so it's already kind of understood as a city or municipal type facilities. So we have those signs designed. We worked with communications to do that, and they're under review right now. So we should be able to deploy them sometime soon, hopefully.
very good. All right, thank you. Mr. Manager.
Ms. Neisser touched on one of the issues I wanted to raise, which was, I think that was a previous discussion that we had regarding signage on city lots and making sure that visitors downtown knew where it was a public lot versus where it was a private lot. And so thank you, Ms. Neisser, for highlighting that. I also wanted to emphasize that most of the referrals that I've received with questions about downtown parking recently have been from businesses interested in validation, and so we've referred those folks as recently as I think Evans Hale with the Hippodrome, with Wyatt's, with some of the businesses that are interested now that parking is sort of stabilized. I think downtown, they're interested in looking into options for how they can support their patrons that are coming for validation. That having that on the app, I think, is important. And for anyone listening, we are happy to come talk to you all and discuss options for validation using the app. So.
Parking and validation, not validation for your.
We'll give them both. We'll give them both. You're great. Your business is great, and we'll help you validate your parking.
Yeah, just to add, so we added that information on the app to allow the visitors to understand that, and also we've developed with Passport some window stickers that the businesses can display. So it's very distinctive and easy to understand. So we'll be reaching out and going to visit the businesses and distribute those for the locations that are interested. So it's even more apparent that that's available.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Williams.
Talk more about parking. Can you clarify when we say the kind of revenue numbers we've been talking about for parking downtown, that's not just what they pay to the app, does that include tickets?
Yeah, that includes the ticket, the citations, includes permits, includes, what else it includes? Includes something else.
Right, I want to make sure people know, we also have all the permits and all that, it's not just.
Yeah, it's permits at the garage, the meters, the pay station revenue, and the app.
Perfect, thank you. And then, what's the experience with Southwest 12th? Because the parking structure there in that zone has changed on that street because of the one-way.
Because of the one-way pair. Yeah, in the beginning, we were seeing a lot of innovative or
yeah.
parking.
That's a good way to describe what I saw.
Innovative
So,
parking.
yeah.
It's good.
Innovative parking.
Creative, I guess, parking options as people were parking everywhere. We improved the signage. It was new, so it was a little bit challenging for people to get used to it. But now we moved some of the signs, so it's more apparent. We increased enforcement in the area, so I think it is improving. Yeah, so
Okay.
that's the feedback also from the, not only by visiting, but also from the parking enforcement officers that patrol that area.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. And I will say as a corollary to that, I was speaking at a planning class at UF, planning and civil engineering class, graduate class this week, with glowing remarks about the south end of the one-way pairs. People who live there and are interacting with it in and out all day. Really are happy with where that has ended up. Again, that's the south end, on both 10th and 12th. I heard unsolicited good remarks on that. So, all right, thank you. We're ready to go back to the presentation.
This is my last slide. The only thing I wanted to add related to enforcement is that we're seeking to add 2 additional staff members to help us with this additional enforcement. We have a very small staff and covering about 1.5 miles. Doesn't seem like a lot, but with 3 people is not enough. And then also we are testing a device that deals with automated parking enforcement. Right now, we're not issuing any tickets through that. It's just capturing the data. So I have this here. It just shows a little. It looks like a bollard, pretty much. So you can see the 3 locations where they were added recently as a pilot implementation. So what this does, it would augment our ability to enforce, and it would be 24/7 enforcement. So it's automated, so it captures the tag number, someone that's parking where they shouldn't be, and these are very clear situations. Can you park here, yes or no? So one of the problems we're having is consistent parking blocking the bike lanes, and even if there's enough signage, the pavement is different, it's obviously not a parking area, but so that's one of the applications on Southwest 10th Street. One is on a loading zone on the bottom here, Northwest 1st Avenue, and that's one of the bus stops along Southwest 2nd Avenue where we have recurring problems with that. So we'll see the results of that, and it would require an ordinance change to allow for that type of automated enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll pass it on to Jason.
Welcome.
All right. Hey, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, City Commissioners, Jason Garrett, Assistant Director of Transportation. I'll be covering City Fleet Management. Which one is this one? This one?
There we go.
Which one is it? This one? Okay, all right, very good, thank you. Okay, so City Fleet Management consists of 17 fleet technicians. We have 2 fleet interns that was recently set up program with Santa Fe College. And it's been working out very well for us. Now we have 4 fleet support specialists and 7 administrative personnel. The total fleet size for both GG and GRU assets is 1,600 units total. I've got a breakdown here of the vehicle classifications, but there's 878 assets under general government and 722 under GRU. So we have the larger portion of the total fleet size. Oh.
There you
Oh, okay. This thing. All right, so brought some key performance indicators. As a whole, city fleet management has a direct time of 90% reporting. Our goal is 88%. This is direct time is how we actually build the departments. Our unit availability is 93% uptime. Our operational cost per unit is $4,111. That's a reduction of 13.3% from last year. Our fuel usage reduction, and I wanted to highlight this because we've changed our vehicle specifications over the last several years. We've implemented a lot more of the hybrid interceptor technology for GPD. So this has actually reduced our gasoline consumption and has reduced it by 16.6%. And I have the gallons actually listed on there from 2017 to 2025, so it's over that 8-year period. The diesel usage is also decreased, and this has to do with just newer diesel technology from the OEMs. But that's also been reduced by 2.9% over the same time period.
I'm going to pause you for a moment.
Sure.
Commissioner Willits.
Sorry, super topical nerdy question.
Sure, no problem.
Do we use winter blend fuel? Do we switch back and forth? Because I realized the governor just said people can use winter blend fuel to get past the Iran war spike in price of gas. Do we do any of our do we do any of that back and forth between winter blend versus everything else?
Based on the fuel contract, I can't think of anything that specifically states that. So we're going to follow whatever the state statutory and federal requirements are. So if they require us to switch back and forth, then we would.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. Go ahead.
Okay, very good. Okay. So I wanted to highlight some accomplishments of the fleet management team and something that I actually learned about just this morning. We're going to be recognized by NAFA for 100 best fleets. It's actually a really great accomplishment. I'm very proud of the team, and it's a nationally recognized organization. So just want to put that out there. So we've actually had the service level agreement with GRU. We had the draft was put together in July 2024. There was a format revision in September of the same year, and it's still waiting to be approved. So now both parties are following the specifications within that agreement. So what I mean by that is the labor rates and the markups, our KPIs that are in that SLA, as well as any of the information that we listed in there for GRU is posted on the SharePoint, so they have all the information. So we're still following along with it. And there hasn't been any issues in between either party. We've completed the FY26 vehicle utilization plan. It's actually looking much better this year, just a handful of vehicles. We completed a county hazmat inspection as well. And so far we've replaced 23 emergency vehicles, 24 light duty vehicles, 3 heavy duty vehicles, and 8 trailers. We've completely implemented a new citywide fuel system. We had an antiquated system, and it's now all completely automated. So completely brought up to date. Feedback that I've been receiving from users has been very good. We were also awarded a $14.6 million CFI grant. That was for the charging infrastructure, and that's been on hold since because of executive action. That funding would install 47 chargers at 17 proposed sites. That was fleet management headed that, and we worked with partners within the city and the county as well. All right, that's all I got. Any questions? No?
No, thank you.
Very good, thank you. a second. There we go. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Okay, thank you. This is the RTS review. We do 106 square miles of service. Fixed route, we have 100 buses in our fleet. 24 city routes, 2 campus routes, and 2 on our last mile, first mile mobility on demand service. Our ridership for fiscal year 2025 was right at 5 million hours of service, 219,000 hours, 250. And our ADA fixed route service, which we're going to talk about, is 3/4 mile from all those routes. All right. This is the map of our fixed route service. We go all the way out to Jonesville, the airport, North Walmart. Those are our routes.
So we do serve the airport.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, we do. 7 days.
26. I had heard that was not the case, so I want to make that clear that we do. Yeah.
7 days a week, and the Route 26 services the airport.
Thank you.
All right. This is our fiscal budget from last year was $29,143,367. This year will be $27,843,468. Our partners are out there in the bottom, and you can see how we put this together. This is something that I'm really, really proud of, okay? Per capita in the state of Florida, we're number 1. We are number 1. Those are some big cities with a lot of infrastructure. We are number 1 per capita, and I'm very, very proud of that. Next slide. Revenue hours, trips per passenger. That means how many passengers use the system per hour. We're number 2 in the state of Florida. We are the second most efficient service in the state of Florida.
That is impressive.
Only Miami-Dade. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
We flipped with Miami with the per capita of the service with the ridership. So this is something that is to be proud of.
Mm-hmm.
Facts. We went from 51 routes in 2018 to a very lean 26 routes in 2025. The service hours, 317,952 hours to 199,210 hours now. We had 134 buses in our fleet back then. We have 100 now. But there's a silver lining there. We have the youngest fleet of buses in the state of Florida. And this year we're getting 27, correct? 27 new buses, 21 hybrids, 3 electric this year coming in our fleet. So we may have the youngest fleet in the nation, but in the state, we have the youngest fleet. That wasn't the story when I was driving. I can tell you that.
So if I might pause just for a second. So even the buses, the new buses that are not hybrid and not EV.
Yeah, there's 3 of those.
They're still going to be much more efficient than what they're replacing.
They're the high efficient diesel buses.
And they're replacing much older buses, which are likely to be less.
Yes. So there's no bad buses in RTS now. Right. They're all good buses, okay, which is nice. The ADA paratransit service in the city of Gainesville, known as RTS Plus. This is something that we worked really hard on, and I got some good news here. March was our first month we did this service. We did 40% more service in March than the vendor did last March. Okay? They were charging us $65 per trip. We were estimating we could do the service for $55 per trip. We actually did it for $37 a trip.
Wow.
we did 6,500 trips in March. This is our first time at this, okay, our first month. And that for 240,000 was what it cost for those trips versus with the old vendor, it would have been 420,000.
Excellent.
That's a saving of $80,000 in 1 month, our first month doing this, and we're just gonna get better.
Excellent. Very, very good. Pause there for a moment, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to follow up to say that we are preparing a memo with this detail that we're going to be sending to you pretty shortly. So
Very good. That is very impressive. I love to hear that, and hopefully we'll stay on track with that. But got a couple more here, Commissioner Engel.
Yes, sir.
A couple of questions. When we talk about how much of this ADA we're doing, which again is very impressive,
Yeah.
I heard an awful lot about how we were going to be able to do this and how service was going to be degraded and all this, and we're doing almost half again as many trips as they were. Are those numbers included in the numbers we looked at in ridership before, or is this in addition to the very impressive ridership numbers we saw a minute ago?
Their numbers were their numbers. This is from March. This is what we really did.
No, I mean when we look at the RTS ridership numbers that we just saw, are these 6,500 trips
No,
counted in
sir.
that?
No,
So in
sir.
addition to the top numbers
Yeah.
in the state, we've got another 6,500
Yeah.
in ADA trips.
But this is a different class
Sure.
of ridership.
And I'd like to point out, not only are we doing this for less money, and not only are we putting out more trips, but we're doing it with workers that are bargaining unit workers, that are getting a pension, they're getting decent wages. So I think it's been a step. It looks like we are doing everything except making an out-of-town contractor some money. So I'm very, very happy to see this.
Well, we did a lot of homework.
Yeah.
There was a lot of effort to make this happen at the level, and I'm very proud of it.
Me too.
Very good.
Very good job.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Book.
Mr. Manager, I'm looking at some of the slides and some of the information it provides on the transportation system here is number one in passenger trips per capita, number two in passenger trips per revenue hour. We're already talking about our service for those who need accessibility options, which is the RTS Plus. This is huge. I know that the manager had his staff kind of probably make the rounds with all of us to talk about some of these various things as it relates to regional transit. But I'd say one of the top 5 items we discussed last year by far was the replacement of a private vendor with the accessible services, which was this. And it was one of the ones that probably had some of the most nervousness, right? Because we have to do it right. It was one of the ones that affects some of our folks who have, who are the most vulnerable, and we have to do it right. Yeah. And here you tell us basically we're up thousands and thousands of trips in that same service. So this is incredible, I think. So this is a pat on the back for all the folks who are involved. I know you were all a year of implementation and practice and software and purchasing and training and replacing our infrastructure and our buses. But I think probably the manager hears this from all of us in this case. This is worth some real deep dive, and you've said you're preparing a memo to get that information out across everything we can, because this is some real accomplishments, and I know that's what the title of some of your slides is, accomplishments, but this in particular is really, really exemplary work.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
I think I very much appreciate the comments. Actually, Ms. Martin and I were talking about maybe some opportunities to feature both paratransit as well as some of the other transit-related projects, East Side Station, in a future Gainesville on the Move segment. If you all remember at one of the past TPO meetings, me standing up there and telling both that body that I wanted to make sure that we had paratransit under our belt before discussing or taking on anything, that we did it well. It is a testament to both the preparation, the the thoughtfulness and I think the care that RTS staff took to take this on. If you remember, it was not a service that we intended to take on as quickly as we did, but because of budget impacts, we needed to do it quickly, and we needed to do it to a level that was the community's expectation. And I know, to brag on Tom a little bit, I know Tom single-handedly went to about every different organization, group, ridership organization to really do that kind of on-the-ground outreach to make sure people knew how to sign up for the service, knew how to schedule trips. And I think that in part is also why you see our ridership numbers because of Tom's personal efforts. So thank you for the opportunity to brag on staff a little bit.
Mr. Mayor, can I finish? I had an extra comment there. Sorry to reach back in, but hearing the manager, when you talk about the information that relates to what you're putting together, Mr. Manager, this would be one we need to share with our partners, specifically back to the MTPO. I would just urge you to re-disseminate that information to them so they'll see that, because there's going to be some other partners that may be coming to us and as they determine how they're going to go forward. For example, certainly our that UF committee that considers all their options, some of these metrics and stuff, you have a lot of, there's a lot of slides here, Mr. Director, I'll say this for your presentation, but I don't think any of them, for all the accomplishments, are probably bigger than these last 2 or 3 that relate to the manner in which we're doing business. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. So the data is all very impressive, but the most important data point about the RTS Plus service is that I haven't gotten a single complaint email about it, which tells me we must be doing a pretty good job because people were poised over the keyboard ready to complain if we drop the ball, and we haven't had a single one. So that speaks incredibly well of the service so far. Commissioner Engel.
And just to make sure I've got the situation right in my head, we were able to rehire several of the paratransit drivers that had been working for NV Transport before, or this was mostly in-house people that we had?
Most of this was in-house people. We offered
Sure.
to hire those folks, and they have some good folks working for them. And in the future, we would like to hire them, the good ones, absolutely.
And it's mostly the same equipment in that we had.
They were using our equipment.
Right.
Those vans were our vans.
Sure.
So they were our vendor. They were using our equipment. We brought it in. We put our branding on it. But that was our equipment. So, and we're getting some new ones. Jason can speak more on the new ones, but we're getting some newer vehicles to make sure our fleet is up to speed, because we're doing more work than what we thought we were going to do, with a 40% increase in ridership, but we're performing.
Yeah, I know I've already said it, but I'm just really impressed with how well we've run with this. This was a big issue last year and something that it was important to get right. It seems very much like we did.
Jesus got the whole leadership team together, and he was like, let's make this work.
Very good. Thank
Whatever we have to do, let's get it going.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. I will also say I see the RTS Plus buses all over town, and having the logo out there that way is very useful. I love seeing that. All right, we don't have any further lights on this, so you can go ahead and move on.
Okay.
Thanks.
Next thing. Okay. Transportation accomplishments. I think we popped ahead. Is this down? Yeah, okay. We're completing design for the East Side Transfer Station facility. Construction bids are in progress with construction, and the groundbreaking is scheduled for October. So it'll be nice and cool. So I expect a big show. It's right behind E-Heading. Transportation vehicle purchases, 3 electric buses, which we talked about, 3 diesel buses, and 21 hybrid buses are joining our fleet this year. Okay, next slide. Part of the sustainability is we're going to put a canopy in our parking lot, and this is to power our building. And this is a way that we can save an electric bill and be good to our community. That will be phase 2 engineering and design for approximately 250 stops. has been completed. Construction bids are on the way. That's to make our stops ADA compliant throughout the system. Recommendation of the Transit Route Restoration Plan and the Transit Development Plan, major update from 2025 to 2035 were incorporated in this spring 2026 service.
Very good.
All right, and next one is the RTS is coordinating with the University of Florida of a potential location for Tower Road and Southwest 8th Avenue for a west side transfer station. Like we're going to be improving the east side service. We want to improve the west side service with a similar station. We're also going to improve the revenue collection system, upgrade system, fare boxes that need to be replaced. We have some obsolete equipment and support mobile service, mobile payment, debit cards or whatnot. So that's what's on the docket.
Okay. Commissioner Willens.
Lots of questions.
Yeah.
For future West Side transfer station, would we have to work with the county on zoning or anything, or are we talking about hopscotching and annexing in that?
Well, I don't have the answer to
Yeah,
that. I just know that we're looking for a place, and that's the first most likely one. I don't know.
So, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Tower Road location is actually part of the UF master plan, so that's not under county jurisdiction. We would be working directly with UF.
Okay,
Yeah.
Thanks for reminding me that. And we don't, even though it would be our dollars, we would not have to annex it. We're allowed to put that infrastructure.
That's correct. And it would be, because of the nature of the university-owned property, we wouldn't actually be purchasing the property. It would be a long-term license agreement with them.
Long-term license agreement. We still have to do stormwater.
Yes, we would still have to do
I see the
site
pop.
development and all
We
those
still have to follow some rules. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Mr.
All right. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Any other questions?
Nope.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Mr. Gomez.
Mayor, Commissioners, well, this is the presentation, and we're here in case you have more questions.
I feel like we covered a lot of ground. Thank you. Yeah. Madam Clerk, is there any public comment?
There's no public comment.
Okay. Commissioner Willens.
Just as commentary, Mr. Blount always he talks a lot about, and he makes reference. We get these capital grants. We get huge grants, and just so a reminder, like it is hard to funding service, maintenance, all that kind of basic maintenance is harder, and that's where definitely this year we put some of our general fund dollars towards. So I acknowledge with RTS that it is easy to get grants for capital, probably because there's manufacturers spread across the United States, and every single U.S. senator and U.S. congressman, they like to have lots of stuff produced in their districts. Drivers produce revenue here for us, our jobs, but not for everybody else. So that's why those grants are out there for capital and not. But I do want to make a reminder when we talk about impressive ridership numbers. 2013, our ridership was 10.9 million. So we are less than half of what we used to transport on RTS. With all you can see, less routes, less hours, all of that. So just when we pat ourselves on the back, which I'm always going to do to RTS because it is still like the best system in Florida, arguably. Far more people get around by walking, biking, electric scooter, micromobility, or their own personal cars than we used to back in the day. But a lot of that is not just cars, it is those other things. So as a whole situation, maybe this is great, but the RTS numbers are still lower. I would love to get that RTS number up to 6 million in the next couple of years, but it's going to be challenging because those are 2024 numbers. Those weren't even 2025 numbers, which I don't know how much we're losing out of the service hours lost because of UF, but those numbers will be coming.
Also now, since the 2026 service is going to be steady, our ridership has changed, our routes have changed, now we're stable. Folks know this bus is going to be here this week, next week, next month. Where the last couple of years with COVID, with some of the service changes, with all the detours on campus, it was hard to know which bus to ride. Our app helped, but now we have a
It
stable
would be
routes.
it would be even easier to know if the bus routes were printed on the bus signs.
That's in the works. That's in the works.
Even me, I go to my bus stop and I forget. Is it 16 or is it 17 that used to go on new?
Yeah.
You know, it changes, and I go to the bus stop and I go, oh, maybe I don't want to take my normal 13, and I have to pull up an app and go double check and look on a map, and the map's got a bunch of lines on it, and it. Anyways, that's just a little reminder that I do hear stuff, and I see it in the community. But thank you to RTS, all your work, and also thank you to Fleet for getting recognized as top 100 fleet. That's an amazing thing. I'm sure we'll have a press release about it, but that's amazing. So thank y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis, Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to applaud the staff. This is quite a story to tell. You all have done an excellent job. I'm just amazed at the paratransit numbers. But I think Gainesville on the Move is due for a total story on transportation. So thank you. Kudos.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. So we're one of the top 100 fleets out of how many thousand?
Out of the entire country.
Yeah.
I don't know offhand how many.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea offhand how many applicants there are,
Okay.
but it's the entire country.
It has to be well into the thousands.
Yeah, I would
think.
assume so, yes.
Very good. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it is when we talk about the transit numbers, given the situation that we have been dealing with for the past couple of years, it is nothing short of remarkable that we continue to achieve the results that we do. We lost significant funding. We replaced some of that funding with general government support. We'll certainly try to continue to do that as we move forward. There's so much more that we could do with funding from our partners. So much more that we could do. People point nationwide at drops in ridership, and some of that is certainly due to other opportunities that didn't exist 15 years ago. But a big chunk of it is we lost ridership in every transit system in America during the pandemic, and people got used to not riding the bus again. And that takes a while to retrain folks that it really is the smart move to make. We also, in a Gainesville specific thing I want to remind everybody of, is that a whole lot more of our natural bus riders live across the street from where they're trying to go. So that is an impact, and a positive impact. That's what you want to happen, because that means they're not riding the bus, but they're also not driving that 2 or 3 miles to campus on the days they didn't drive the bus. They're walking. They're coming to Gainesville in many cases without a car, and that is a very positive move forward. So we see some trade-offs there, but I'm also confident that given the amazing results we've produced otherwise, that we can continue to ramp up our ridership numbers, even in the face of all this adversity. And I have to believe that there is an end to the adversity and some positive steps coming forward, because there just has to be, right? All right, thank you so much. Very impressed with our entire transportation department. Very pleased with the results we're getting. You all are doing terrific work, and I appreciate you. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, that concludes the morning agenda.
Excellent. We'll see y'all back here at 1. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session of this Thursday, April 16th meeting of the Gainesville City Commission. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we have our Gainesville history moment to be presented by our guest, Terry Bailey.
Welcome, Ms. Bailey.
Thank you. Thank you. Is this okay?
Yes.
Okay. I want to just state my appreciation for Manye asking me to come and fill in for her. As you know, my aunt, Miss Rosa B. Williams, recently passed, and I want to thank the city for the beautiful proclamation that was given for her. On the back of her memorial program was a poem that I wrote called My Aunt Rosa B. I found the original iteration of that as we've been cleaning out her house because I couldn't find the original poem. I made up a new one, but this one is my favorite. And so it really does clearly state some names and some historical facts that I think that everybody will enjoy.
Very good.
My auntie, Miss Rosa B. My auntie, Miss Rosa B., the first person I knew to write a book. Of course, it taught mothers about good foods they could cook. Auntie, while throwing your parties, you influenced policies. Remember when Al Daniels would say, "Come on down," while he cooked and the children played around. Don't worry, Auntie, the secrets I promise to keep, and I will wait until you're at rest and probably only recall them in my sleep. Auntie, I took for granted meeting Mr. Graham and Mr. Childs or playing with the Chestnut kids in your backyard running wild. I had no idea that I was asking Sheriff Lou Hendry to get a soda out the cooler for me, or asking Judge Larry Turner for some rice off your back burner. Who knew that I was swimming at Judge Kathy Wright's, or speaking to Buddy McKay while hanging out at your house and spending the night? My uncles were Charles Stevenson and Ron Burnett, and while they were running DFACs, I was holding their football bets. Gene Chalmers and Aaron Green were both mayors of our small town, and now Captain Jones, the nuns, John Cherry, and Ken Eyre. Yep, they're all hanging around. The list goes on and on. I could drop names till the break of dawn. Each and every attendee, eventually turned out to be Florida royalty. Auntie, how many of us did you aggravate, then motivate? Your words could absolutely annihilate. Sometimes you could be real hard, but in your backyard, communities were saved and careers were made. My auntie, the community mother who birthed programs and raised leaders one after another. Though she birthed none naturally, from her spirit, she birthed a community. Though she didn't suckle one child, my auntie fed us all from her soul. My auntie, a childless mother who raised my mother, me, and my brother, and now you make sure our seed has everything they want and need. My auntie who denounced my dreads, do something with that nappy head. Fussed when I quit school, ignored me when I acted a fool, gave me unsolicited advice, and sometimes just wasn't very nice. So smug, so dumb, and so naive, I couldn't see or believe that I could ever be like that. So out of touch and clearly off track. But when my auntie realized my dreadlock beauty, she made sure she told me. And when I got into BCC, she told me she was so proud of me. And that advice I thought I didn't need took root and grew like weeds. And in time of crisis, I dug up those seeds. Auntie, When I found myself in China walking in the rain with Serbian women I can't even name, and in Egypt arguing with folks for basic health care, debating birth control and choices, then finding us food to share, you were right there, Auntie. Oh, my auntie. At my desk late one night, pushing paper for HIV rights, inside me came on a light that shines so warm and bright. Although I'm just like my mother, I'm also none other than my Aunt Rosa B's child, no longer running wild, but fighting hard, you see, for my community, giving unsolicited advice, not giving much sugar, but adding lots of spice, hanging out with royalty, fierce in my loyalty, and haha, the joke's on me, for I'm just like my auntie, sometimes more her than me, just who she raised me to be. And I'm so proud to say what a blessing to be this way. And I give thanks and pray that I'm like her till my dying day. All feisty and smart and strong, hardworking and living long, influencing the rich and the poor, giving love forever and then some more. Oh, what a blessing to be. So much like my Aunt Rosa B. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple questions for you, if you don't mind. What a great way, first of all, to celebrate National Poetry Month here in Alachua County. But could I ask you, did you remember when you wrote that for her?
In 2000.
2000. So she got plenty of opportunity to enjoy it.
We found it because it was hanging on her wall at
Wonderful. Wonderful.
And so when she retired, she put
Come
all
back
the
to the
stuff.
mic.
Come on up to here. Yeah.
It was hanging on her wall in her office in Taka Charlie. And so when she retired from there, she put all the stuff in the back room. So as we're cleaning out, we're finding so much stuff. Like Commissioner Chestnut, we found the buttons and campaign flyers for Daddy Chestnut. I found some flyers and some other memorabilia for from Aaron Green's run, some from your run. So it's really a treasure trove and a pleasure to be going through and discovering all of that history. So I'm sure if Manye asks me next time, I'll have something else I can come and talk about.
Very good. Thank you for sharing that with us. I appreciate
Thank you. Y'all have a great afternoon.
Thanks, you too.
This way is out?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Madam Clerk.
All right, Mr. Mayor. We have early public comment, but currently no one signed up. We do have several signed up for general public comment, currently 5 folks.
Okay.
Starting with Mr. Khalid Blount, followed by Margaret Delisle, and then Jim Conish.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Blount.
Thank you. I don't usually bring personal complaints, but I am this time. I'm sad that it has become an inhospitable feeling to come to your meetings, and I'm talking about running the gauntlet out here. Considering all the protests and confrontations I've been involved in my life, I had never been frisked until this point. That's a new experience for me. And so I decided to watch out there for a while, and I didn't see anybody have their wallet picked up and searched other than myself. And this is my wallet. And in this little pouch here, on this little side pocket, some items were removed. Supposedly they were dangerous. I don't know if you've ever seen the tiny pocket sewing kits. I had one that had a little tiny tweezers and a little tiny scissors in it. Now these were blunt tipped. They were like 1.5 inches long. And in fact, if you try to cut something thick or stiff with those scissors, the handles would just pop off or the metal would bend. But I guess they thwarted my plot to murder the mayor's hamster by removing that. But the other interesting thing, other than being frisked, having my wallet searched, stuff removed, is that they kept those things at the desk. And when I returned to retrieve them, I was told, oh, they were thrown in the trash. So I'd like to not receive such special personalized treatment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blount.
We have Margaret Delisle, followed by Jim Conish, and then Yolanda McCutcheon.
Welcome, Ms. Delisle.
Hello, I am Margaret, and I'm here to offer my own correction. I sent an email to the commission recently about Southeast 3rd Street, and I meant Southeast 2nd Street, which is also known as Louis Panisi Street. And the particular plot of land I was discussing in the email is next to what used to be the Daily Green, and before that was a diner that I know about only because I've heard stories about it. As a more recent transplant to Gainesville, I came here 5 years ago. I know a lot of the history of this town, both what used to be and what is now. And so I feel the need to stand here and look at each of you and say that this particular property is a part of Gainesville's character, its culture, and to allow a 14-story building to be built there would not actually meaningfully address the housing crisis issues that we are trying to build to. I only have 3 minutes here today. I'm going to continue sending emails and coming to comment publicly to kind of give myself more time to discuss these things. But I would like to see focus on fixing up areas of blight, such as what's going on in the Butler Plaza area, where we have a lot of heat islands that are negatively affecting our ecosystem and creating the drought-like conditions that we are all experiencing now, that you can see visibly if you go to places like Plains Prairie and you can compare the photos of today versus the last couple of years. So I just wanted to offer that correction. I was wrong about the street name, which is a very big difference indeed, which I honestly feel should further my point about how important that particular block of area is to Gainesville. In my last 50 seconds, I wanted to talk about the wildflowers again, which I sent a couple emails last year about them, and I'd like to bring it back up because the wildflowers are looking absolutely stunning this year. Amazing, incredible, beautiful, inspiring hope and fresh air. And then over the last 2 days, in several wildflower corridors that are marked specifically not to be mowed, those wildflowers have in fact been mowed, and you can go look at them right now. It is visible to see. And so I wanted to address this with you all in person because emails, get lost in the sauce and there's a lot going on. And so I know the wildflowers are not the top of your concern, but with $4 a gallon, it is very easy to stop mowing nearly as much for both the ecosystem and our budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have Jim Conish, followed by Yolanda McCutcheon, and then Helen Warren.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Conish.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Jim Conish. By the way, I'd like to thank GPD for keeping us safe. Mr. Mayor, you've been the target of vandalism, threats, and everything else. And we need GPD here because of the state of our society. And I'd have no sympathy for Mr. Blunt. I find his remarks offensive.
Well, let's not. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you for that.
They looked at my wallet, too. I didn't have weapons in my wallet. I'd like to read to you a statement from Senator Bradley. The issue is one that has been going on for many, many years before the legislature acted in 2023 with concerns about mismanagement and the input of ratepayers outside the city of Gainesville not being heard in that debate. And back in 2023, following a particularly damning audit that occurred in the Joint Legislative Auditing Committee with incredible amounts of financial mismanagement, heavy debt, and unsustainability in GRU, the legislature acted for the express purpose of managing, operating, controlling, and otherwise having authority with respect to the utilities owned by the city of Gainesville, and created a special entity that would govern Gainesville regional utilities. Since that time, the tide is turning at GRU. It was a successful, important step that the legislature took. The city of Gainesville, after the legislature acted, unilaterally stepped in, actually purported to step in, and stripped the substance of this special act out of their charter. This has to stop. The ratepayers deserve consistency and long-term stability in Gainesville. Your amendment does that, and it's the right thing to do. Now, Mr. Mayor, you certainly can challenge this if it gets signed. You can have Mr. Nee spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars arguing that this is a local law tacked on to the general law. But I want you to consider one fact. You are picking this epic constitutional battle with the legislature, and not a single credible entity has intervened, just your cronies. Just think about that. Nobody is on board, and you're like in Tiananmen Square, staring down a tank. And I'm warning you that the legislature, when they act against you, it's not delicate. As we saw with 1645, they can do things that will forever change this community. And the governor is very impulsive. You need to let it go sooner rather than later and concede defeat. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conish.
Mr. Mayor, we have Yolanda McCutcheon and then Helen Warren.
Welcome, Ms. McCutcheon.
Hi, good morning. I'm here to say I had a case in Gainesville involving an accident. So I'm just going to read a little bit because I've been trying to get someone to help me with it. I feel like I was injustice, and my license got suspended for serious body injury, but kind of find out there was no restitution, no medical records or anything, and I got charged. I had to pay a $100,000 fine, and then I had to, it just screwed up my life, so I'm just going to read a little bit about it because my license is how I live. I own ice cream van, so I got to get a ride everywhere I go. Can't take my mama nowhere, so I'm just going to read a little bit about that. I need someone to help me try to get my license back. My name is Yolanda McCutcheon. I'm here today because I'm experiencing an ongoing hardship related to my driver's license. Now, serious issue involving my identity and police records. First, my driver's license currently suspended due to serious body injury, which required by the law. And then I found out no restitution, and the lady had no medical records at all. But I got charged with this. And then this case had created a major hardship for me. Not having a valid driver's license had affected my ability to work, handle daily responsibility, and maintain stability in my life. I have been trying to understand and resolve this for over a year now. I had a paid attorney. I had to prepare myself to turn myself in. And I'm a emotional wreck. Like, this is how I live. I mean, every day, my day-to-day life, I'm functional, but I'm depressed. And I've been given a clear path to correct that. Now, recently, I have discovered they don't enter this case in another case that I got nothing to do with. Don't even know these people. Now, somebody's suing me because whoever over the records don't enter this added on to another case. So now I'm dealing with that. Been mixed with individual information through the Gainesville Police Department. There are details connected to that case. For some case, I have nothing to do with. And I include my phone number and other identified information in that do not belong to me. Because of this, I'm now facing a situation where I'm being tied to information that is incorrect. And this is making my legal situation even more complicated. I want to be clear. I'm not here to argue. I'm just here to y'all to look at my case and please help me get my license back. Because if I have no restitution, I don't understand it. This situation costs me so much financial strain. I made like $300 a day, but I gotta find a driver that I gotta pay every day. And if they don't show up, I don't work. My mama 75, and I take care of her. So this has been very hard on me. Very hard. I don't mess out everything I got. I'm living day to day, and I never lived like that because I have to have somebody that help me drive. If they don't show up, I don't work. And I had to downsize. I had 3 vans, and I'm down to 1. You know, so I don't understand it. Like, how do they charge me with no medical records for serious body injury? You go back and look at my case, you will see that she said she was jaywalking the night of question. She walked back in 3 weeks later, told these folks I hit her on the crosswalk, and she had serious body injury. It was conflict from the beginning. I don't even know how the police even arrested me 5 months later, a whole nother year. This happened in 24.
Ms. McCutcheon, I'm gonna have to ask you to wrap up, but
Okay.
I want to make sure that somebody from the manager's office talks to you on the way out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Yes, ma'am, you too.
Major Krenick will get our contact information.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we have Helen Warren.
Welcome, Commissioner.
Good. All this paper, that's a hard story to follow. If the guys in the back can help me out with putting this on the overhead. Thank you, guys. Two of the best guys around. It's good to be back here to speak to you. I'm here on behalf of the Community Weatherization Coalition, otherwise known as the CWC. We're a nonprofit that is involved in helping individuals, whether they own their home or they're renters, identify energy inefficiency and help them to become more energy efficient. We're just finishing a heavy, cold winter season, and the summer heat that's going to be coming up is another opportunity for individuals to get their homes, their living spaces, apartments also are included. So throughout this community, CWC has been working with several other organizations such as Rebuilding Together, GRU, the City of Gainesville, the county, and other nonprofits to help private citizens get that living space where they live to be more energy efficient. We have a staff of 4, sometimes just 3, who actually do the work, but most of our work is maintained through the help of volunteers. And we're currently doing a training now for another season to get out there and audit your homes. If you're interested, you could call 352-40-4965. And again, that's here if anybody can take a picture of what they've got if they're watching from home. But we look forward to being able to help all the citizens throughout Alachua County. And then a reminder that we do have the Amazing Give coming up April 30th, and hope that you'll find a charity out there, and hopefully you'll choose the Community Weatherization Coalition. But there are many good nonprofits that will be looking for your contributions. Thank you very much for the work you do, and keep fighting GRU.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
We have one more speaker, Devin Alvarez.
Okay. Welcome, Mr. Alvarez.
Hey, everybody. I sent an email earlier this week about traffic calming on 22nd Street, and I'll just put it up here. I don't know if you can see the phone or not. So the area I'm talking about here is this road here, 22nd Street. All residential homes surround this area. The speed limit there is 35 miles an hour, which is higher than this part of 22nd Street, which is 25 miles an hour. There's traffic calming on this part of the street here, on the way to the university, but there's none right here. My wife we're on child number 4 right now, and we live this curve that you see in the road here actually blocks the view of the rest of the road, so it makes it pretty dangerous. People speed on this road all the time. We collected a petition, 24 signatures. I'm sure everybody we could get to sign it would sign it if we needed to keep going. To get the request to make some changes on this road done. It's just dangerous. We've had 2 dogs hit on that road. Of course, dogs shouldn't be in the street. You know, you try to get them out, and we keep them fenced up. But it's a dangerous road. You know, just earlier this week, we were crossing the road to get up on the sidewalk where there's a curb. You know, the curb isn't carved out, so you can easily get a stroller up, and a Rainbow Bridge, there's a trail there that connects to the Loblolly trails, and it's kind of a greenway corridor, but it's not really recognized by the city. We were going up to get on the sidewalk, and mountain bikers were coming out of that trail, and it created this really dangerous scenario where we had cars speeding down the road. My family's like, we're trying to get up, the bikers are coming, and it's a dangerous spot. It makes the feel to walk around in the neighborhood feel dangerous. It's stressful. And there's other families that live on this road. It's nothing but residential. And so we would like to see immediately a reduction in the speed limit to 25 miles an hour. I think that's perfectly reasonable when you look at other areas. Even on 8th, within other commercial districts, it's 25 miles an hour. So I would also like to see traffic calming measures. So with that 25 mile per hour speed limit request, I'd like to see new speed limit signs that have flashing lights, kind of indicate that they should slow down, and then traffic calming enforcement by GPU to get everybody on board with the new speed limits. And then long term, I'd like us to see us plan towards a fundamental change for the street, whether it's roundabouts or speed tables, something to make it more walkable and to connect the northern communities with getting to the university. There's a lot of traffic on this road when there's game days and things. People are always out walking. I think it would improve the community's feel. It would play into this Vision Zero, I think, program to, reduce deaths. And so I'd like to get it done. I've been told it's a cut-through street for emergency vehicles, and that's why we can't do anything, but that seems unreasonable. I think we can do something. The emergency vehicles are allowed to speed if they need to anyways. So do you guys have any questions? Are you on board with doing something?
So this really isn't a forum for us to do a back and forth, but we could certainly contact you otherwise.
Okay. How do we go forward with getting something done at this point?
We'll contact you otherwise.
Okay.
But this isn't the back and forth.
Gotcha.
Opportunity. Gotcha.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple of things I wanted to touch on that were talked about. We are following up with the with woman who spoke about her license. I'll also be following up about the issue that Mr. Blount raised. The question about Southeast 2nd Street project, there may still be some confusion. There's not any development for Southeast 2nd Street. There may be the only construction project outside of the Streetery and potentially Lot 10 is the courthouse, which is on Southwest 2nd Street. That may be, but that again is not a 14-story building either. If we can definitely follow up with you, and we do have a for anyone watching at home that are interested in development, we actually have a live interactive map on our website that shows all development projects that are in process, whether it's submitted, and that's a good resource to start with to see what's actually in the city's queue. With respect to Mr. Alvarez, he did email us, and we've already responded and started doing some analysis that's already been underway for Northwest 22nd Street, and we will be following up with you all and Mr. Alvarez very soon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. That was very comprehensive. I would add that I travel 22nd Street regularly. It is also traveled 16th Avenue regularly, and I think 16th Avenue is living proof of the fact that whatever speed limit we post, people don't pay attention to it. I drive 39. People pass me like I'm standing still and flip me the bird on 16th Avenue. So there are many things that we can do engineering wise that are likely to produce different speeds, but I wouldn't put a lot of faith in changing the speed limits on, generally speaking. But that is a much longer conversation. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. Just on that point, I mean, I've heard a lot about 22nd from neighborhoods that are to the north there, from folks that live right around 22nd. I mean, it is a very, very fast road with not great eye lines, as Mr. Alvarez pointed out. So having us take a look at that, I'm really glad that staff is working on that. And also just want to point out on the Gainesville Regional Utilities portion of this about where we stand with this. I'll just say that Our responsibility is to the community, to the ratepayers of GRU, and to the people that we represent. 75% of our ratepayers voted to change the status quo of GRU after seeing all of the issues that they've seen over at GRU. And so I do not feel as though we are sitting on our own, looking down what Tiananmen Square, I think, was the metaphor they used. I feel very comfortable that I'm standing with my community at 75%. That's all. Thank you,
Commissioner Eastman. It's also important to note, as I have done several times in the last few days, that the City of Gainesville, the Gainesville City Commission particularly, has never sued the GRU authority. That is, the obverse is not true. They have sued us. Any active litigation right now is them suing the Gainesville City Commission. So it's important. I think most folks know that, but it's important to repeat it whenever someone says otherwise. So, all right, Madam Clerk, anything else for public comment?
No, nothing
Very
for
good.
public
All
comment.
right.
All right. Mr. Mayor, we're on to our business discussion items for the afternoon. 2026-238, approval of the local housing assistance plan for fiscal year 2026 to 2027, fiscal year 2027 to 28, and fiscal year 2028 to 29. With the recommendation, the City Commission adopt the resolution which approves the State Housing Initiative's Partnership Program Local Housing Assistance Plan for state fiscal years 2026, 2027, 2027 to 2028, and 2028 to 2029. Authorizes the submission of the Local Housing Assistance Plan to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, and authorizes the mayor to execute and submit all necessary documents related to the LHAP, with the city clerk to attest such documents subject to the review by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Very good. Welcome, Mr. Director.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, to the City Commission. Just want to briefly get up before staff person that led this effort get up and present to you. But just as a reminder, the State Housing Initiative Partnership, or SHIP, serves as our state funding source. And today we're going to be talking about strategies that would govern the way that we would invest these resources into our community over the next 3 years. As you guys may recall, two of the requirements from the state is that you must have an active Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, an AHAC committee, as well as be able to submit a local housing assistance plan. And again, this is a 3-year plan. You may also recall that with our federal funding sources, we have to submit what is called a consolidated plan that governs a 5-year plan. But again, today we're focused on a 3-year plan, which is our LHAP. So at this time, I'll call Ms. Fernetta Lewis, who's our Housing and Community Development Manager, and she's going to go through the presentation.
Very good. Welcome, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you, Director Harris. Good afternoon, Mayor Ward, members of the City Commission, Interim City Manager Persons, City Attorney Nee, and the Clerk of the Commission, Bryant. My name is Fernetta Lewis, and I am the Housing and Community Development Manager. I am presenting for your review and consideration the State Housing Initiative Partnership Program and the Local Housing Assistance Plan, which is known as the LHAP. The purpose of this item is to request approval of the City of Gainesville LHAP for the next 3-year cycle. Approval of the LHAP is required for the city to remain eligible to receive SHIP funding, which supports affordable housing programs for Gainesville residents. The SHIP program is a state of Florida affordable housing initiative funded by the documentary stamp taxes on real estate transactions. Funding levels vary with market activity. The state allocations funds to eligible local governments which must adopt a local housing assistance plan, outlining program use, eligibility, and priorities. Gainesville LHAP focuses on home ownership and housing construction. Staff respectfully approval of the resolution to adopt the local housing assistance plan for fiscal year 2026 through 2029. Authorize submission on the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. Authorize execution of all required documents. Approval of this resolution ensures the city remains eligible for SHIP funding and continues to approve critical affordable housing programs for Gainesville residents. The SHIP program is governed by the 1992 William E. Sadarsky Affordable Housing Act. It operates as a partnership between the state and local governments. The state funds and administrates SHIP and distributes funds to local governments. Local governments develop a local housing assistance plan, which is known as the LHAP, which is reviewed and approved by the state. Once approved, local governments administer SHIP programs locally. Residents apply directly through the city for assistance. SHIP funding comes with mandatory regulated statutory requirements, including at least 65% of the funds must be supported by home ownership activities. At least 75% must support construction-related activities. 30% must serve very low income and very low households as well. The remaining funds may serve households up to 140% AMI. Administrating costs are capped at 10%. Now we're going to talk about the application process. Applications opened when funding is available are announced, local print media, the city website, and other outreach efforts. Applicants must provide income documentation, and assistance is awarded based on LHAP and SHIP guidelines. Income eligibility, area minimum income, and available funding. SHIP funds include required set-asides with most of supporting homeownership and housing construction. At least 30% is reserved for very low income households. The program has supported first-time home buyers, low to moderate income, households, seniors, persons with disabilities, and home repair and rehabilitation projects. This slide shows the household's eligibility is based on the most recent available HUD income limits. Receipt of SHIP funds requires compliance with several annual and recurring obligations. Public engagement and community input is very important. Annual SHIP report on expenditures and outcomes, incentives and recommendation report, a 3-year LHAP outlining program and strategies. The LHAP is required to be submitted to the state no later than May 1st, 2026. This slide is reviewing past allocations, helps guide future planning and program effectiveness. Price limits include new construction at $313,000, existing homes at $258,000. As shown on this slide are the proposed increases to support current and proposed housing programs. There are 4 strategies which would propose changes: owner-occupied rehabilitation, roof replacement, home replacement, rental assistance program, which is added up to $5,000 per request. A complete restoration open, which is the concrete masonry unit, which has been added, and this will be a maximum assistance up to $135,000. Down payment assistance remains unchanged, and if you notice on this slide, this continues all the program summary, and it lets you know that for our home owner-occupied rehabilitation, it goes from $80,000 to $90,000. Roof replacement from $25,000 to $30,000. House replacement is $175,000 to $225,000, etc. New rental assistance program, up to $5,000 per household, covers up to 3 months of rent, designed to prevent eviction and reduce homelessness as risk. These updates expand the city's ability to support both homeowners and renters across our housing spectrum. The LHAP process requires ongoing planning, oversight, and public accountability. Key requirements include public meetings held in February 2026 across all 4 commission districts, annual SHIP reporting to the state due by May 1st, 2026, review with the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, receive state conditional approval on March 11, 2026, a required 3-year LHAP outlining funding strategies and programs. These processes ensure public input, transparency, and compliance with the state law. This shows that the public meetings in February 2026 across all 4 commission districts, including the AHAC meeting as well. Staff is requesting approval for the following recommendations. 1, the City Commission adopt the resolution which approves the State Housing Initiative Partnership Program Local Housing Assistance Plan for state fiscal years 2026 through 2027, 2027 through 2028, 2028 through 2029. Authorize submission of the Local Housing Assistance Plan to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. And 3, authorize the mayor to execute and submit all necessary documents related to the LHAP with the city clerk attest such documents subject to review by the city attorney for form and legality. I would be more than pleased to answer any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first of all, thank you guys for all your work on this and getting all this through. I see all of the community engagement meetings, all of the reviews. I mean, I know that it's a lot more work than it appears when you're just coming over and presenting it. So thank you guys for all of that. Can we go back to the program updates? I see the increases in kind of eligibility criteria, which makes sense. I mean, inflation, we have increase in construction. But can we just review? I see there's down payment assistance, rental development, and new rental assistance program. So this rental assistance program, that's the wholesale new program that's going in, right? That's in this update. Am I understanding that correctly? That's a new program. This is the rental assistance program.
That is correct. And what the new, we thought it was, we did some research and we found that our neighbors need to be able to have this particular program, so we added it back to the LHAP to be able to have this a requirement for our department to be able to help our neighbors.
So it was taken out at one point.
That's correct.
Back in. I've always been interested in SHIP and SHIP funding and just our overall funding and being more supportive of renters, just because they're so much less wealthy than statistically than homeowners. So there's of course very low income home ownership as well. And I'm curious, 65% has to go for home ownership, right?
That is correct.
And I see a breakdown of the maximum funding. I guess that's like per. But do we have a breakdown of what percentage is for home ownership versus rental, or I see sort of the eligibility criteria for the program and not the breakdowns for overall funding of each one of these buckets.
Well, I'm glad that you asked that. Just give me one moment. How about that? Staff has prepared some information, and maybe this can answer your question in great detail. Sorry it was not included in backup. I just thought I'll get this together for you.
Yeah.
So maybe this will give you some information on highlights of what.
Try it the other way.
There you go.
This way.
Yep.
Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
So what does this show? This shows a lot about our strategies and how our program works.
Right.
For down payment assistance, if you notice that, and if you look at SHIP 2023, 2024, we went 3 years back to give you the data so you could be able to see what the office is doing compared to SHIP funds.
Right.
So to answer your question, if you look at, let's just take 2023 to 2024. It did not have the rental portion on here as we are getting ready to include into the current LHAP.
Right.
However, if you notice that the down payment assistance, just to be able to help people in that time frame, was 6 people, which is 120,000. Major rehabilitation is a 714,000. It was $639,858, which is which helped assisted 9 persons. Now let's go back down to the mortgage foreclosure, which kind of is the same thing as helping those that is in need within our department. You can see here the mortgage foreclosure is 45,000, which assisted 7 people.
Right.
The rental development rehabilitation, what that is that for those that would like to do rentals, create a rental with affordable use, we then give also money to those doors as well.
Okay. With certain, and then that, with certain stipulations on keeping rent at a
That's
certain
correct.
price.
That keeping rent is affordable. If you go down to as of today, just to let you know, thank you. As of today, if you see Thursday, April the 16th, which is, thank you. See, I got my own personal assistant. And
Okay.
as of today, we have helped 22 people that received DPA, down payment assistance. 11 people have received major rehabilitation, 5 persons for roof replacement, and it just keeps going on and on. Well, I do want to point out something you said earlier concerning the rental. If you go with SHIP year 2024 to 2025, if you notice here, the rental development, new construction, the 200,000, if you notice that it helped, and we're still having those dollars to go toward rental assistance as well.
Okay. And that looks like that's getting close to the 65%. That's about a third.
That's
right?
correct.
And are we spending, and when we're spending that money down, my understanding for
That's
rentals
correct.
is that
We
it's
are
just
spending
harder to get the money out the door, right? It's, but we've been able to successfully spend that, get that program moving.
That's
get
correct.
Everything great.
Yes.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Eastman?
Mr. Mayor, to City Commission, Corey Harris, Director of Housing and Community Development. As a part of your backup, we have the goal chart, which breaks down the rental versus homeownership and the allocation that we're proposing in this plan. So, and that would be Exhibit C. And it tells you the percentage of rental versus homeownership.
Okay.
Very good.
So I just want to reference that.
Great.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other lights right now.
Thank you, Director Harris.
Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this?
Yes, Ms. Helen Warren.
Welcome back, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Let me let you know that there is life after you get away from the dais. I am on one of the citizen volunteers on the city's Affordable Housing Assistance Board or Committee. And the staff that you've got working for you are really great. We've got a great team that I'm working with as other committee members. I would like to basically say, approve this item as recommended, and to point out that the SHIP services cover a lot of initiatives in our community. As a realtor, I see where affordable housing has been helped with SHIP and have helped buyers with that down payment assistance. And it makes a big difference for the quality of the home that they can buy. So with your consideration and to move forward with the staff's recommendations, I still have 2 minutes to talk about life in general, but I'll save that for another day.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I don't see Commissioner Willits. Yes.
I just going to make a motion here. I move we adopt Resolution 2026-238.
Second.
Just not a resolution.
Somewhere it said resolution.
Oh, yeah, it's a discussion item. We don't need to do roll call.
Okay. All right. We have a motion and a second. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
This is wonderful, and I really appreciate the work that gets done in housing and community development. It is really been a change of pace over the last 4 years with the way we've approached this department, and it makes a difference in the life of our community. So,
Thank you so very much, Mayor and Commission.
I don't see any other lights. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're on to 2025-186 amendments to the towing or immobilizing vehicles on private property ordinance, Chapter 14.5, Article 3, Trespass, Towing, and Immobilization. With the recommendation, the City Commission hear a presentation from staff and determine any modifications to towing and immobilization within the City of Gainesville, discuss potential changes to the ordinance, refer ordinance changes to the city attorney for drafting, and provide directions for applicable rates and bring back resolution for commission approval.
Very good. Welcome, Major Carney.
Mr. Mayor, sorry, I wanted to say a couple of opening remarks. I guess, so appreciate the opportunity to be able to be presenting some potential changes to the towing and mobilization ordinance. Importantly, I want to make sure that everyone is understanding where we are. So this is not an ordinance reading. This is a discussion to get direction from Commission on potential ordinance changes or changes to policy related to towing and immobilization. We have had a lot of discussion with both internally with you all, and we had an opportunity recently to meet with some of the towing operators. I want to emphasize that those meetings are expected to continue, and we would, both with the towing operators, who have been very gracious with their time, being able to talk to us, as well as any property owners, student groups. So we will continue to, depending on direction today, we will continue to expect that meeting with them as we move forward, whether it's on policy or refining ordinance language, that will continue. We have a number of options, as Major Koenig will discuss, both from policy as well as the ordinance draft that's in the backup. This is essentially the same ordinance as you all considered last time. The only addition, as you'll hear, is related to some provision related to dealerships and auto repair facilities, but it is the same ordinance draft that you all saw before. But we do want to make sure that you understand in the presentation that there are other policy direction that you can provide. And so we're looking forward to, I think, what will be a robust discussion today, and here to answer any questions you may have. So with that, Major Koenig.
Now, welcome, Major Koenig.
Mayor, Commissioners, thank you so much for this honor to be in front of you today. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Captain Paris Owens and Monica Jordan, who is our previous tow administrator, and Phil Mann. For all of us have been working on this for well over a year and have had many conversations with individuals within the community, our tow truck operators and the businesses, and have put together this presentation. And in the presentation, we'll go over a little bit of the history to start and talk about why some of the issues, have come up. We will also talk about the current ordinance structure and why we're here recommending just some amendments to an existing ordinance, if that is the direction of the commission, but also to, provide a little context in the reasons why. We also have some options, and those are options, as the manager mentioned. Those options are just options for consideration, and we wanted to bring something forward so that we would have some context as we present this information. Towing has predominantly in Gainesville been probably the most prolific thing that has been happening early on in the early years, and we have seen a transition to more immobilization now. And our immobilization ordinance wasn't very robust, so a lot of the changes that we will present today are talking about mirroring the towing ordinance and the immobilization ordinance together. And so we'll get ready and get going. So we were getting concerns and questions from residents, businesses, and everyone else about the issues with some of the ordinances, and dealing basically with towing and immobilization. And so the Gainesville Police Department is a very technology-driven organization. So the first thing we did was the smartest thing you can do, which is listen to your tow administrator who's doing the job, Monica Jordan. And she said, Citizen Serve, which is an electronic portal, we should purchase it to streamline it for the businesses. It's a program that we currently take in our contracts and permitting process. And we've been implementing and making this software very robust and trying to streamline the processes. But with that, the last time we came in front of you, we had some fee discussions. We talked about amending the ordinance, and making several of the changes that we're going to go over, and for both towing and for immobilization. And so since that time, we've done a lot more meetings, had a lot more discussions, met with the legal department, had a very robust conversation, and we'll move forward from there. So we wanted to provide a little bit of towing and immobilization data. And so towing from March 1st to March 27th on the left side of this slide this is year by year. And as you can see, back in 2019, we had 811 tows, and those numbers have gradually gone down to 2026, where you see 126 tows. Now, this is countywide. This is also including calls. This is every call-in towing situation. It could be roam towing. It could be call-in towing. It's our trespass towing numbers for all of those years during this month. And then we pulled up just an immobilization from March 1st to March 19th of just this year. And we saw 667 vehicles get immobilized. And another statistic just to recognize is that our tow administrator has collected 593 tow contracts, which those are contracts from property owners in coordination with the tow operators to provide towing and follow the trespass ordinance as it is today. So that's about how many contracts we've taken in and are managing. So some of our challenges and concerns, the first one in operations is about inefficiency. And how can we do this better? How can we provide a better service to the citizens, to the business owners, including the tow truck companies, to provide better response permit applications, many things that we're doing. And how do we do this in a more timely manner? And so Citizen Serve was one of those things that we implemented in order to do that. And then the next thing is accountability. Our limited mechanisms to effectively address improper or unlawful actions. That's a lot of words, which just means that there's some unaddressed situations within the current ordinance that need to be updated and come up to the times, but also to make it easier for us and everyone that's involved in this process to understand what the ordinance means, how it is enforced, and what the expectations are for everyone involved in this process. And that clarity and transparency is what's going to make this process better. Process and administration, and as we just mentioned, it's unclear. Fees, so on both towing and an immobilization, the fees we discussed at the commission meeting the last time, but there was never any resolution set or any changes made to either the towing fee and the immobilization fee. We actually crossed through Appendix A, and we had intended to move it, and it never got moved. So there is a conversation where we probably need to set a resolution on the fee for immobilization. And policy framework, as I mentioned, our language in that is outdated. And so we're asking for some changes to that. So our current ordinance structure, as you can see, is we've got towing on private property, immobilization on private property, and then our fee schedules. And so right now, we have separate ordinances for each of those, and we're, managing through them. Now, the recommendations that we will make for each of the ordinances is going to enhance the language and the ability for us to be able to regulate this activity within the city limits. So for fees in Appendix A, it's a schedule of fees rate changes. But we need to talk about immobilization fees and what that's going to be set at and what your decision is for that, and then coming up with a resolution if we're going to adjust any fees. And so trespass towing defined. Trespass towing is call-in towing and it's roam towing. So if you call in to have a vehicle towed off your private property, and it's when, or maybe the owner doesn't know that you're going to tow their car, or they don't want you to remove their car. Maybe they parked on your property illegally and you're doing it against their will. So those are the two types of towing that's involved in trespass tow. And so each of these columns has how you do that, right? Call-in tow is where somebody calls in to a tow company and has them come to their property that they have a contract with, and then they are able to tow the car from there. Now, roam towing is where the property is properly signed, has a contract between the property owner and a tow company, and the tow company acts as an authorized agent and can go to that property at any time, and if there is a person who is unauthorized to be parked there, they can be towed. And so we have to make sure that the signage is up to regulation, the contracts are up to regulation, and that we're ready to go. And so when we say the word trespass towing, it means both. It's not just roam, it's not just call-in. And so we're going to move into the towing options. And so we have 3 options here, not exhausting all of the options that are potential. And then we go through the pros and cons of each of those options. And so the first option for towing is the elimination of roam towing. And what that would mean is that anyone that wanted to have a vehicle towed from their property, they could still do that, but the property owner or an authorized agent would have to call in versus giving that authority to a designated tow company to take that car. And so all trespass towing will require direct authorization from the property owner or designee in order to do that. And it promotes greater accountability and oversight in terms of enforcement actions because many jurisdictions have only call-in towing. And some of those benefits are that the property owner has to sign the triplicate document to show that they did authorize that tow. And we'll definitely have a reduction in complaints in terms of roam towing complaints. Now, for larger properties, this can be cumbersome because somebody might have 500 spaces or 27 buildings. And so we will go to an option number 2, which is a limited roam towing multifamily residential model. And so this model is something we looked at that Tallahassee has, which allows roam towing at nighttime from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. when typically the property management and others aren't there. And they do use affixed decals, but after consultation with the tow companies, they said, a lot of the technology has changed and let's get with the times. And we were all about it. Many properties have automated license plate readers, and they do the towing and the roam towing off of the tag of the car instead of having to have a decal on the car. So we definitely would support and recommend anything like that. This enables proactive enforcement, during times when the management isn't there, but it also addresses the large complexes and takes that onus right off of those complexes at nighttime when they don't have a residential or a property manager who could make that call-in towing. It does reduce direct involvement in terms of a con for it by the property owners in individual towing decisions, and it places a greater responsibility for enforcement on the tow companies. So this is option 2. And so our third option is just to keep roam towing as it is, but with that, it would asking for these updates to the tow ordinance. And so we will go through those updates in just a second. The first one, it allows for continued use of roam towing across all property types, provides flexible enforcement options regardless of use. And the cons, roam towing has been associated with a higher volume of complaints compared to other enforcement methods. And so when we were roam towing a lot of cars, those complaints numbers were extremely high because that was the main reason the main method we were using to tow those vehicles.
Let me pause you for a moment.
You can.
Major, Commissioner Engel.
I don't know if this is a you question or an attorney question, but when you talk about call-in towing, I assume like the legal liability for towing a vehicle that shouldn't be towed is then on the property owner instead of the tow company, whereas otherwise it would be on the tow company. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, I don't know. I assume that I don't understand. You're talking about towing another owner's car at the direction of the property owner. What liability does the tow company have to ensure that it is in fact a representative of the property owner or the owner of the car?
But no, so right now if there's roam towing and my car is correctly parked, but the tow company thinks it's not, and they haul it off. I can contest that, and they were liable for doing that thing. Similarly, if I am parked in my apartment building and my landlord doesn't think I should be there because they made a mistake on my license number or whatever, and they ask a tow company to tow my vehicle off, are they then the ones liable for that decision, and it kind of covers the tow company who's not really involved in making the decision of whether or not they're there? So that liability is now on property owners? Is that
You're asking, is the tow company just a tool of the call? I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
They can research that.
Okay.
The easiest answer is it becomes civil, and then it goes to a civil process between the property owner and the tow company and the complainant. And I'm sure in a civil litigation, a judge would determine that, right? Whose responsibility and who's culpable for the negligence or bad.
That was a way more lawyer answer than this.
It is never the intention of any presenter to upend the city legal office nor any charter member, sir. Thank you. I'm teasing it.
Thank you, Mr. Angle. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so very quickly, this is a list of some of the changes that I'm going to present on. We're going to start with trespass towing updates to begin with, and then we will move on to the options for immobilization and then those ordinance changes. So I want you to know that the ordinance recommended changes we're making right now are about towing, and then we will move into the immobilization. So business hour adjustments affects both towing and immobilization. Driver qualifications, same thing. Enforcement and accountability across both ordinances, but you will hear it. The auto repair shop and dealership exemption is, as the manager mentioned, that is one exemption we're asking for it to be added. Fee structure and alignments. And then for immobilization, there's a few more things that aren't together with towing, and that would be contracts and property owner responsibilities and what that has to be for immobilization. Operator permit duration, operational standards, and consumer protections. So, we have a responsibility to be able to provide those protections to citizens. And of course, setting the rate for booting or immobilization. And so for towing recommendations, the first one is adjustment of business hours. So the establishes hours, instead of it being 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Saturday, establishing them 8 to 6 Monday through Saturday. We did meet with the tow companies, and they were asking for alignment with Florida state statute requirements, which was Monday to Friday, excluding Saturday, 8 to 6 p.m. So either direction, we're just asking for some adjustments to those hours, and it aligns city ordinance with the Florida state statute, which is 71507. And so we'll move from that. The next one is operator permit duration. And so in both towing and immobilization, we're asking for the operator permit, and this is for a tow truck driver who applies for a permit, for their permit to be good for 2 full years. Right now, if you applied for a permit today, it expires on September 30th, and you might get 1.5 years. You don't quite get the full length of a permit. So this would benefit the tow truck drivers. It also will benefit the city because all of the permits currently expire at the end of September. And as we know, very busy time in tow season in terms of pedicabs and all of the things that happen around our UF football games. This creates an enormous burden for city staff when all the permits end on one day versus kind of, if I apply in June, mine will end June 2 years from now. And so we definitely are looking at that. Second one is driver qualifications, and this is revising the language to include all felony sex offenses as a reason that you cannot get a driver permit. And it would fall in line with what FHP does. It also falls in line with what we have in terms of our rotation tow that GPD's contract is. So we're asking for that. In terms of enforcement and accountability, right now we have to ask for information when we get a complaint about towing. And so that information comes from tow companies and they provide it back to us. And We can either go and review it at their office. We also have many companies that send us the information along with the tow log. We also can receive it via email. But we like to put it with a required time frame because I have a complainant who is looking for a pretty quick response. And today's day in technology, citizens are looking, and all of us are looking. If you get a text message and your friend or relative doesn't respond within a short amount of time, well, I wonder why they're not looking at their phone. It is the same when it comes to a complaint, right? The citizens are looking for us to respond quickly, and letting a complaint stay open for a month is not good customer service on our part. Establishing this time frame will hold us and both the companies to a time frame to respond back to the citizens and provide a timely response to any complaints. Sometime justifying the tow, sometime recognizing that we don't have enough information to justify the tow, or there's some wiggle room there, and trying to work to make the whole process better. We're going to remove a limitation on permit revocation. And so this permit revocation is about the company not being responsible for the driver's actions when it comes to tow citations and citations that are received. And so this is only about permit revocation. So if you had a company that had multiple drivers who were practicing illegal practices, the way the current ordinance is written is I can't hold the company liable for the actions of the driver. Now listen, this isn't about citing the company or citing the driver. It's about a continued pattern of bad behavior if that was to occur, and give us the ability to be able to hold the company responsible for the driver's actions. And so we've even done a little, conversation and research as we, were talking about this and when we talked about it with the tow companies. And this has only happened once. The company is no longer in existence. It's not something that happens all the time, but the way the ordinance is written is actually written to indicate that we, as the Gainesville Police Department or our representative, would have to determine that a company actually held an employee responsible and disciplined them, and then we would have to know whether the tow truck company, the owner and the operator manager, gave directions to an employee saying you should go out and do illegal practices. And for the Gainesville Police Department and the city, this is no place for us to be in operations of a commercial business, whether they discipline their employees and who is telling what to do what. That is not where the regulation comes in, and it's beyond the expectations that we can meet. Really, we need this to make this a little bit easier. It also reinforces the authority of the tow administrator. So the tow administrator's got a responsibility to the tow companies, it's got a responsibility to the citizens, it's got a responsibility to us. And so it makes it easier for us to be able to be very clear in our expectations and manage our current program as it is. So the exemption for the auto repair dealer and dealership and repair facilities, there is a bullet before that, but we're going to skip over that. It basically clarifies a practice that the city has already been practicing for many years, which is we do not regulate when a car dealership or repair shop tows a car in the scope of their business. Someone went in with a auto repair, the tow company, the dealership, you enter into an agreement with them, and they tow your car in the scope. They're an authorized agent to do that. The city and GPD has never regulated that. And there has been several questions asked to us by the tow companies. Where does the contract need to happen, and do dealerships need to have this? Well, in a business that tows lots of vehicles as part of the scope of their current process, they wouldn't need that. But they do need to follow all trespass towing and Florida state regulations, if a trespass tow was to occur. The other part of the ordinance update that's on this same slide is about photo documentation standards, and it's basically to give a little bit more information and some specificity about a tow truck company when they see a violation is take a picture of maybe the spot next to it and give us a little more information and be very specific about the photos. Because what we have found is some individuals take excellent photos and provide excellent proof of a good tow and or a bad tow. It doesn't matter in either direction, and others do not. Those photos help us determine if a violation has occurred or if it was a legal tow. And so making some clarification on this is going to help us and help everybody in the process. It'll speed things up. It's just putting some specifications to say we want the spot next to it, and on the other side, maybe the signage, just some recommendations.
We pause here for a moment. Maybe,
Sure.
Commissioner Engel.
You can go back.
Sure. Just on the exemption for dealerships and repair facilities.
Sure.
So that is only for tows in relation to their business.
Correct.
So if I go to a repair shop and decide not to pay my bill because the junker I was driving is not worth it, they can tow my car without having to go through the same regulations as them. But if I park in their parking lot and then go across the street to the restaurant and have my dinner over there and they've got call-in towing, they would have to follow the same rules as anyone else.
Correct.
Even though they are a dealer or a repair facility, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Go ahead.
Commissioner, you explained that better than I did. So. All right. So fee structure alignment, payment, and privacy stuff. So this aligns our vehicle classification rule, and the easiest way to say it is the state has a classification for class A, B, C, D vehicles in terms of weight, and we'd like to adopt that trespass towing Florida Administrative Code to make it consistent. FHP, many agencies follow this. Ours is just by weight and not by class, and so it's just a designation. Clarifies the acceptance of payment as U.S. currency in any denomination, and being able to provide change in the denomination when you do come to pick up your vehicle. And it prohibits photographing of driver's license and payment cards. And so after meeting with the tow companies, some of the conversation that we had, and we would need to kind of navigate this with city legal. But for them, they're looking for protection when someone comes to pick up a vehicle and they show a driver's license, and they want to say, if someone came back and said, my sister stole my car and she has the same last name as me, and they want to keep proof of that. And so many companies over the years have been photocopying driver's licenses when people come to pick up cars, and doing some different things. And also that kind of practice is for them, I would say, a liability protection. So this one we would probably have to navigate a little different. The concern has been people taking photographs with a personal cell phone of someone's driver's license and their credit card on site when they go to release a vehicle that has been booted. And so part of this conversation would kind of have to come out a little bit more on what would be amenable to both the companies and us. But taking a photograph of someone's driver's license and keeping it on your phone, there are many, many security, personal contact information concerns that we have as the police department. And so I hear the businesses, but we're going to have to navigate that. Yes. I saw.
Mr. Chestnut.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you looked at other cities and how they address this issue?
I have not. We have
anyone?
not. We have not at this point. And that's an excellent point for us to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut and Commissioner Book.
I was just going to wait, when you're ready to finish up on the towing recommendations, that would be the appropriate place to have 3 or 4 questions there. I don't know if this is coming to the end of that section or not, so I'll wait till she finishes and then.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you to heat your light again, just so we're.
Yes, sir.
Because there's another one right here. Commissioner Engel.
So we're going to have to work on, getting some clarity for what we do with driver's licenses. What about the payment cards? Because I would also be very concerned if someone was taking pictures of my credit card and holding those on file. So
our initial recommendation was no photos of driver's license or credit cards. There's too much fraud, right?
Sure.
We take reports on fraud every day, but we would probably stick with that same recommendation there for sure, Commissioner.
Very good, thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Engel. Go ahead.
So we're gonna move on to
Okay.
immobilization.
No, okay. So, all right, go ahead, Commissioner Buck.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Major. Just because we talk about towing, I think it's really important that we're updating the ordinance and the fees, whatever that final product looks like. When's the last time we updated the ordinance and the fee structure?
It's been a very long time, sir. I don't know the exact time.
This is, we're not talking about the last year. So we're talking
no,
about
sir. 15 is the number I'm hearing from my plus.
15 seconds?
15 years ago,
15,
sir.
okay.
A
All right, so
long
that's-
time ago.
That's really
Yes.
important. Technology, different practices, best trends, statutory changes, all those things that we do need to modernize. And we do need to be effectively in line with both state statute, best trends and practices, and things that allow us to do it safely. So I'm very supportive of us updating whatever that final product is. On the towing options, can we just start with the slide that deals with options?
Yes, sir. One?
Towing recommendations, I'm sorry, towing recommendations. I just had a couple of questions. So these general towing recommendations, these are separate and distinct from the conversation about specific to trespass tow, right? This is in general ordinance, these recommendations.
Yes, this involves all trespass tow.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And it would not be specific to the subsection of trespass towing of roam towing. These are general recommendations in the ordinance regardless of that, or tell me a little bit about that.
This encompasses trespass towing, so it encompasses call-in or roam. There is, I guess maybe
So maybe a better way to phrase the question
Thank you,
is,
sir.
Regardless of these recommendations, whether we had trespass or roam towing or not,
Yes.
these recommendations would apply to other aspects of towing regardless. In other words, they're at the top of the level, and whatever we do with roam, we do with roam.
Yes.
That's what it is.
So if you were to eliminate roam, Commissioner, and you decided to just go with call-in, we would still recommend all the same ordinance changes, whether it was roam, whether it's roam or call-in, and any part of trespass tow.
All right, that's actually what I wanted to make sure that I had that
Yes, sir.
understanding. And then as it relates to so we have statistics that indicate that towing is down, but immobilizations are up. Right? Is there a direct correlation there? There's just more immobilization by the companies, and that's the option that's going on? I'm just trying to get a little rationale for how that's occurring for us.
Let me introduce my expert, Monica Jordan.
Okay, expert.
Thank you to all of you. I want to clarify a couple of things. With the option of removing roam towing, there would be some additional changes that would have to take place. I'll give an example with the photos. As it states right now currently, you do not have to take photos if you have a call-in tow. So there's no need for proof of verification as to why the vehicle may be in violation, because the owner has the right to have any vehicle removed from the property at any time for any reason. So there's no need for photos. So if you choose option one, some of the things that we have recommended in the ordinance may not apply. In addition to that, there may be some additional things that would need to be added. For an example, in Tallahassee, because they are more so of a call-in style of enforcement, they have signature pads and or signature slips to verify that each vehicle that is being towed is signed off on by the owner as well as the vehicle. So it would be a little bit more maneuvering of making sure that if that's the option to go to, we would have to research more to make sure that the things that we have recommended in option 3, the ones that don't apply, we would take out, but potentially add some other caveats to make sure that that's covered.
Yeah, I understand. The final product, depending on whatever that is, I wasn't advocating one way or the other. I just wanted to ensure, if I was just trying to talk about the fact that these general towing recommendations are more broad ordinance-based, and then depending upon whatever, subsections that we do, you may have to tweak some things related to that. So 2 more questions on the towing recommendations. I understand the adjustment of normal business hours aligns much more closely with state statute, and that's, in my indication, that benefits the company. So that's a financial benefit to them to do that, but is also in line with what, what we have, the technology allows us to deal with. As it relates to fluid recommendations and duration, that's great for staff. That's just a better way to do business, so that makes sense to me also. I like the fact that we have accountability that says if over time you have multiple violations that are an issue with the way that you do business, that's on the business owner. And I completely understand that and think that any vendor needs to take accountability for the fact that they have multiple violations over time. Not one person that might do something, fire them, terminate them, deal whatever, train them. But I think that's a very good potential recommendation. And I like anything that reduces fraud and increases safety. So current technologies does not require our need, I don't think, for us to be photographing stuff that we're capturing in multiple other ways, on documents and stuff. And so I think that's very good. So that's just some comments. Oh, one last question. You've added some offender language to not allowing a driver. I probably support it. I'd just like to hear the rationale for the addition of, for example, sexual offenders or sex crime offenders, to not allowing them potentially to be in that one-on-one nighttime contact or something else like that.
Yes. What it would be doing is adding those that are on the registry. As it reads currently, it does state already in the ordinance sexual battery. It does not give a time frame on it. So extending that would do exactly what you're referencing to for is the city, and more so from a public safety standpoint, authorizing and permitting drivers under that particular area to be in those particular areas. And that would be for immobilization as well as towing.
All right, thank you. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Book. I'm going to recognize you in a second, Commissioner Eastman. Let me just, so that we kind of stay on track, because it'll be very easy for us to get off track here. It is important to recognize we're talking about multiple things here under one big umbrella. One is, what kind of roam towing or no roam towing do we want for our community? The next is, what kind of detail do we want inside the ordinance? Another is, do we want immobilizations or not in the community, and under what circumstances? And kind of as a sidelight to all of it that is important to talk about, how do tow companies get compensated? Those are all things that we need to discuss, but let's be careful that we don't mix too much of that up until we've had the whole presentation. I do want to, after we've had the presentation and some specific questions to what's being presented and comments, I do want to give the tow companies an opportunity to speak. And of course, the general public will have an opportunity to speak. And there will be, I'm sure, a lot of back and forth up here once we get to that point. But I would like to keep us kind of in that path, because otherwise we're going to be all over the place and it'll be easy to get wrapped around the axle. And I want to be careful about that. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. That's a good reminder. And I will not, because to my mind, all of this stuff sort of, if you don't do this over here, then perhaps it's a little bit more over there, and there's some kind of level of enforcement and certain levers that could get pulled in various ways that would get, the businesses what they need to protect their parking lots. And so it makes sense to go through the whole presentation. I didn't want to jump off of the driver qualifications that you mentioned from before, and then we can go to details later. But currently what I'm reading is that your qualifications, I guess we determine who is allowed to be a tow truck driver or immobilization in general within the city, correct? And then right now that's forever. If you have any of these, you cannot do immobilizations or tow truck driving. Any capital offense, any first degree felony, sexual battery, or any violent felony involving the use of a firearm, as defined in this, which results in bodily harm. And then there's a 10-year period for any violent felony. Correct? Those are the two categories. Am I?
If you're reading from the
Yeah. So, and you guys are asking to include for the indefinite suspension of people doing any of this stuff, any felony sexual offense or anyone that any sexual offense that has put someone on the sexual registry list. Correct? Do we know how many laws are kind of encompassed under that sexual registry list, or what exactly are we barring people from doing this work indefinitely for?
It takes quite a bit in order to be labeled a sexual offender or sexual predator, and it's usually something that either multiple crimes or a crime of significant violence involving a sex crime. I could get you the list because there are several offenses and I don't know them off the top of my head. So it's not something, it depends on the case and the judge, and there are extenuating circumstances in each.
So is there a specific instance that there was someone on this had done something that, or like a lot of these are very specific consumer protections we sat and talked for a while about. There's these series of instances. We're putting this in there to do this consumer protection, which I think is like exactly what we should be doing. Was there something similar with this that happened locally or anything?
So with our manager rotation list for the Gainesville Police Department, as well as I work with FHP in regards to their traffic rotation list. And these are the rules that we currently already have in place because we are providing a service to the public. There weren't necessarily specific incidences that we've had at the Gainesville Police Department, but in surrounding areas where incidences have happened in regards to things happening of a sexual nature based off the opportunity that's been presented with tow truck drivers and people, those who are receiving those services. So to kind of reduce that level of exposure, we found it necessary to kind of see if we can align with the Gainesville Police Department's policy as well as FHP's policy.
Well, for rotating, not necessarily for regulating external companies, right? Okay, so from your knowledge, there was not like any specific crime that would have been prevented through this regulation, just the general feeling of reduction. Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Eastman. All right, let's go ahead and go through the rest of the presentation and then we'll
Yes.
move on.
Absolutely. We're moving on. Immobilization. So we bring up two options for immobilization. Again, these are not all exhausting. We'll go over the two options, and one is elimination and then one is keeping the immobilization ordinance as it is. But let me talk about immobilization and kind of how our ordinance is. Unlike towing, it is not regulated under Florida state statute. So there aren't any guidelines or aren't any statutes that have it. And under the current ordinance, there's no designation in immobilization between call-in immobilization, like call-in towing, and roam. So immobilization kind of encompasses both of those without having stipulations to it. And so as we look at these options, the first one is an elimination of immobilization. And the pros are, unlike towing, as I mentioned, it's not governed. This approach may not fully resolve any parking issues. So when you immobilize a vehicle in whatever form and fashion that you do that, it doesn't free up a parking spot or solve a parking issue. The car is there until the owner gets it, and after 24 hours, if the owner doesn't come and get it, the boot has to be removed, and then the car can be towed at that time. It could be towed anytime after it's immobilized also. But it's not solving a parking space issue. We're removing a car or something to that nature. The cons are alternative to towing. No damage occurs to the vehicles. The tow companies tell us that it's an easier way to put something on a vehicle, and there is no damage. And the vehicle is on site when the owner returns, right? If you return, unlike a tow, your car's gone. You got to look at the sign. You got to find out where to go, make a phone call. Mobilization doesn't do that. And option number 2 is updating the ordinance for the current immobilization and of course addressing all of these issues. And so one of the suggestions that we got, if towing and immobilization do continue, and however the commission decides, is maybe considering making both of the ordinances one, where towing and immobilization were together, because many of the recommendations that we just went over for towing, I'm going to recommend for immobilization. So I will go quicker through those slides, I promise, maybe not to keep as long, but we will move on from here. So if we were to choose option 2 and update the ordinance, the immobilization recommendations, first one is the business hours, just like we talked about for the the towing part. So adjusting the business hours, Monday to Saturday, 8 to 6, or Monday to Friday, 8 to 6, whatever the commission decides in terms of mirroring state statute. The second one talks about immobilization agreements and property owner responsibilities. So some of the things in here are we're going to mirror some of the towing ordinance, and some of them are some new recommendations that are specific just to immobilization. And so it standardizes our contracts. That's the first. Clear responsibility for property owners. If you immobilize on your property, there is language within the ordinance that says you have to have a certain signage that is there. It requires a tow administrator to approve agreement form. That's just standard operating procedure. Clarifies fee requirements and agreement submission processes. Requires new agreements under specified terms. This is all mirroring trespass tow in most of these occurrences. And clarifies immobilization log and record-keeping requirements. And one of those is, right now, we get a tow log once a week. And if we had a tow complaint come in on a Friday and the log only comes in on Thursdays, we would have to wait a full week before getting in touch with the complainant as to why their vehicle was immobilized. And our recommendation is to do it every day. Now, the difference is in trespass tow, when you tow a vehicle without the owner's knowledge off a property, the tow companies have 30 minutes to notify our communication center that they've towed a car, so that if the person calls in to report that vehicle stolen, the communication center can say, oh no, your car was towed from lot ABC. It's a tow lot. This is the company that has it, and can give them that information. And that is required by state statute. For immobilization, there is no such requirement. And our communication center, with the number of immobilizations, has told us they do not have the capacity for us to have the same type of service for immobilization. So how we've been working it with the tow companies has they've been providing the log once a week, but it has created a timeliness response issue for us to the complainants on things, knowing why and the reasons that their vehicles were booted, and it would benefit us. And so in conversations that we even had with the tow companies, we were recommending 9 a.m., but I will tell you the tow companies told us, could we do 6 p.m.? We're willing to be amenable and adjustable to make it easier for everybody, but this would allow us to be more responsive to citizens when their vehicles were booted. And so those are the first set. Operation permit duration, the 2 years from the day you apply for the permit, same as trespass tow. Fluid date, benefits the drivers, benefits us. The revision for the driver qualifications to the felony sex offenses, just as Commissioner Eastman had mentioned. Same thing. So our operational standards and consumer protection recommendations clarifies warning notices. So we would like to add a couple things on the warning notices, like the reason for the boot. Why did the vehicle get booted? The date and time that it was booted. Adding some of this little bit more of clear transparency that when someone comes to their vehicle and says, is mad because they got booted, they know the reason. We're giving them that and providing that. And currently, if we boot a vehicle at the city, at the bottom of the city form, there is a reason. There is the date and time. And this is very similar to what we do as a city if we were to boot a vehicle for traffic, multiple parking violations. It clarifies the entire release process must be completed within an hour of the request. And in those conversations with the tow companies, the hour, sometimes they said during certain times and asked for certain exemptions, they actually recommended a 90-minute response time instead of 1 hour. Those are some of the feedbacks we got as we started in this process, and being willing and amenable and adjustable to understand we don't do their job and understand they have to make it through traffic, right? It's a football game. You might have someone who's contesting that their vehicle's booted and doesn't want to pay the fee. It might take them a little longer. So understanding and listening to both the citizens, the property owners, and the business owners who are actually doing this practice is extremely important and transparent for us. Establishing photo documentation standards clearly to demonstrate violations, same as trespass towing, and requires payment to be handled at the vehicle location, including the ability to provide change. If someone hands you a $100 bill and the fee is $80.50, they have to be able to provide you the $19.50 in return for change. And we have seen or had complaints of that not occurring. And so these are just some standard recommendations for the mobilization policy. And our fee structure and alignment, again, the class A, B, C, D that I spoke of in terms of vehicle weight, we'd like to align with that for immobilization. Again, the currency acceptance that we spoke about in trespass towing, and again, prohibiting the photographing of people's driver's licenses and their credit cards in this same. So as you can tell, as I talk through some of these it's the same as it was in trespass towing. And so we do see a lot of the ordinances, and I'll be honest with you, these are so closely aligned. It makes it easier and more clear if we have a set standard for both, if that's the choice of the commission. Okay. Enforcement and accountability, the ordinance update and compliance requirements, this is the same as was in trespass tow. It's the failure to comply within a certain time frame when we ask you for information about a required tow, required documentation, the receipt, some photographs. We haven't received those. We're going to set a time frame and a reasonable one to do that. The permit revocation, again, same as trespass tow, and it's all the same things as trespass tow. So that concludes our recommendations for the ordinance changes for immobilization. The next slide is about the immobilization rates and what some other jurisdictions charge for that. Our rate was set at $80.50. Also, our tow rate is set at $100. And so we are in different directions. It's very close to the same charge as what immobilization is. But when we struck it through at the last meeting, the $80.50, no rate has been set, and it would be our recommendation to the commission for you guys to set a rate and what you think that is appropriate. Miami-Dade, Broward County is $65. If the city was, to make a recommendation towards that direction, it would be significantly less than a tow charge. But also recommendation is for the commission to take a look at the tow rates as they are set for the city. And so you have the cities that don't have a clearly defined immobilization fee on the bottom, and then the defined rates are at the top of this slide here. And this is my favorite because it's the last slide. And thank you for your patience. This is a lot of information, a lot of options, a lot of things coming at you. So I understand the questions and asking for that. So we're seeking for your guidance on how the city wants to move forward with immobilization and towing. And we need your, guidance on, and everything after that will help us determine the ordinance updates along with the city attorney who we've worked with the current recommendations on, and then we can move forward. So the first one is the current ordinance structure. There could be so much more clarity in it. It could be very consistent. As you can tell, the immobilization ordinance is missing huge chunks of contract information. It's missing huge chunks of information that's provided in the trespass tow contract. And our goal as the individuals that regulate this industry within the city is to provide clarity along all people that are involved in this. The business owners would have clarity. The tow truck owners and tow truck drivers would have clarity. The citizens would have clarity. And we would try to do and make this a more efficient, more accountable, and more streamlined process so that everybody involved has less frustration. As all of us have been managing this program at the Gainesville Police Department for many years, we've recognized these needs. And so at this time, I just want to give all the compliments to Monica Jordan. Monica took this 4 years ago and said, you know what, we can do better. And we can do better for the businesses, the business owners, property owners. We can do better for the tow companies. We can do better for the citizens. And every single one of these key drafts, even the dealership exemption, came from her 4 years of experience and her working on this. This is all hers. So please don't let me, as I stand in front of you and present all the work, this is not mine. And these recommendations are extremely important for us as the regulating entity to make this process just better. We took stakeholders' feedback, citizens, businesses, everyone, in order to come to you guys with these recommendations. And then recent updates to Florida state statute further support the need, right, for the review and alignment. But technology also has. And so we have a tow company that uses QR codes when they immobilize vehicles. And the person can scan the QR code, pay, tell the tow company where to respond to and that they're ready to have their boot released. And they're using much more technology that even, maybe we hadn't thought of. And so the next steps are the city commission to provide us direction on the towing ordinance and the immobilization ordinance. And whatever that direction is, legal, please refer it to the legal department and we will work with them in order to enact the changes that you recommend and bring the ordinances back for first and second reading. And then the last is to set the fee for immobilization, which a resolution would have to be created, and also take a look at the fees for towing, as it has been 15 years since those have been updated. This concludes the presentation that I have.
Very good. Thank you so much. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two things I wanted to add. In your backup there, the GPD staff has provided a breakdown by vehicle class of other jurisdictions and their trespass tow rates. So if you're looking for sort of guidance about what other jurisdictions do, that's in the backup. The other point I wanted to make, it follows up from my initial comments. If there are aspects of any of the details that the commission would like us to work with either tow companies or property owners, you can also provide that direction to us and we can do some more work on hammering out some of I think as the major indicated, hours or some technology pieces. I think we had a very productive discussion with tow companies this week. And so if you don't necessarily need to work out every single detail. If you want to just refer some of those things, and we'll continue to work on that as we're working on any ordinance changes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Willetts, is this specific to this or?
I wanted to ask, are you wanting to now go to
I would like to
towers
hear
and
from,
then we will go through lots of perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so if there's no objection, I would like to give the tow company representatives 5 minutes each, if that's all right. I want to make sure they get plenty of opportunity. So let me invite tow company representatives up one at a time, and we'll give you 5 minutes instead of the normal 3. I know we've already, I think you probably have spoken individually with most, if not all of us. So.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are y'all doing today? There are several changes being presented to y'all that are not fair. They're not unreasonable.
If you would put your name on record for us, please.
I'm sorry. Kevin Whiteside, Superior Towing.
Thank you. Thank you.
These changes that they are proposing, unreasonable, arbitrary, unequal. We can go piece by piece. I think most of you have already gotten work from me talking about what is right, what is wrong, what we can do and what we can't. I'll try to go over to these as I can and in the matter of importance. On page 23, section C, 1, and this is in the immobilization part and in the towing part. Service has 1 hour. 1 hour total to get to a vehicle, to release it, talk to the people on the phone, get through traffic. 1 hour is very short in lifespan in a football game. The normal response time for a city booted vehicle is 1 to 3 hours. That's how long it takes the city to get to it. A response from a non-emergency police department call is over 2 hours. So you're holding us to a stricter burden than you're holding yourselves to. It's just not right. There's so many things that could go wrong within that hour to keep us from getting to them. It could be them, it could be us. Number two, not being able to put anybody on hold, which is section D2. Can't have anybody wait. So if somebody calls you to get a boot off, they cannot be put on hold for 1 second under this ordinance. Average wait time when you call 911 for a non-emergency is 6 minutes. We can't have anybody on hold for 1 second. Impossible, unreasonable, cannot be done. Next would be holding the companies responsible for their employees 100%. As Mr. Book said, it seems like, yes, 3 citations should be plenty in advance. Should, take you a long time to get 3 in a year. I would agree. But it could take you 30 minutes. If you had a driver that was angry with your company, working for another company, ready to leave your company, has an argument with an owner, they can make 3 violations in 30 minutes. Without the owner's knowledge, without the company's knowledge, without the company being able to do anything to save itself from getting 3 citations and being expelled off of being able to do this for a year. So pretty much shut down. This was written in there to protect from that happening. Next, page 6, section 2. Oh, I'm sorry, that's the same one. That's just under the immobilization part because they mirror each other. Page 10, dealerships. I do not understand why the city or the Gainesville Police Department is going around circumventing what the city ordinance says about what has to happen for a car to be towed. When asked during our meeting how they would specify or investigate the difference between a car that was brought into a dealership to be towed or somebody who pulled onto the dealership and left their car overnight and got towed, I do not believe there was a response from GPD on how they could investigate that, and I don't think they would. One rule, all properties. Have a contract, have the signs, pay your fee to the city, follow the ordinance. That's all we're asking for. No special treatment for no special circumstances. Page 12.1, they want to eliminate the word cash and what we have to receive. You're eliminating this word, cash, means we would have to take coins. I do not feel like, and I do not think it's right, that we should have to accept something that the city itself refuses to accept. You cannot pay for anything with the city with coins. You definitely cannot pay with for a towing contract to the city with anything but a credit card. Online. Once again, unreasonable and unequal comparing yourselves to us.
Might as well try to wrap up.
I'm at the end of it here. I got a couple more that I would like to suggest to y'all to add to this. Citizen serve, I'm sure you all are aware, is how we pay for, or how our properties pay for the contracts. It needs to be written in the ordinance as how it needs to be accepted from now on instead of in person. It is not. Accountability for city staff. As you have stated, you want the companies to be accountable 100% for everything. I would like city staff to be accountable for their mistakes when they do not follow the ordinance that you have written. Why are we the only ones that get in trouble when the ordinance is not followed? Example, 10-day grace period for a city permit is not followed. Period. Hasn't been in a while now. I would like it put in there that they have a set amount of time for a contract to be done on citizen serve instead of 2 or 3 months, in which I know there's a couple commissioners and mayors who got emails from citizens about that.
I'm asking you to wrap up now. You're at 6.5 minutes.
Wrapped up? Okay.
No, I mean, I need you to
I'm
stop.
done.
Okay.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem.
All right. Anyone else from a tow company? Going once, going twice? Okay. Anyone from the public for regular public comment?
I have Billy Rohan.
Mr. Rohan?
Hello, Mayor. It's good to see you, Mayor Harvey Ward. I'd like to say hello to Commissioner Brooks, Willis, Eastman, Persons, Nee, Engel. I really appreciate your time and your attention. Okay, as somebody that grew up here in Gainesville, Florida, and a victim of Rome towing myself, for many, many years, we've wished to have Rome towing ended in the city of Gainesville. And here today as an advocate to completely end Rome towing. Okay, I'd like you to imagine for 1 minute that you come into Gainesville from out of town with all our great events that the How Bazaar puts on in the city of Gainesville. You get your car towed. You're from out of town. You get offered $100 to pay and the guy will put it down. Or you can pay $300 or maybe never see your car again. You will never come back to the city of Gainesville. And this is a reality. This has happened to me. During an event I was emceeing, my car got towed. A tow truck driver said, "Give me the cash, I'll put your car down. If you don't give me the cash, I will not put your car down." And it took the event coordinator to let the tow truck driver know, hey, this is not the way you do things. The other thing is with the parking that we have here in town, the passport code parking is very not realistic to be used by people. Imagine you are getting a tattoo, and I had a citizen, a friend of mine say, I was getting a tattoo. It took me longer than 2 hours to get the tattoo, and so now I got a ticket on my car because you're not allowed to stay longer than 2 hours in that one space. You can't keep renewing it. Myself, in a scooter, I've gotten 2 tickets in the last 4 days. Because why? I put in the wrong code, okay? I didn't understand it. If you didn't have you're a low-income person, and you didn't have a phone or an app or a way to use it, there's no way to come and be part of downtown commerce. You cannot come downtown and enjoy what the downtown has to offer if you have a car and you're a low-income person. So my main thing is essentially to end Rome towing 100%. It offers absolutely nothing to the city of Gainesville. It's never benefited anything in the city of Gainesville. Even when I was a teenager and Smoke Skate Shop was open, people would have to park their car, run, get their stuff in, so that a sneaky tow truck driver didn't get their car because they were out of town. They didn't understand. They couldn't see the sign. Because a lot of times these in-room towing signs are hidden by palm frond bushes, specifically so that people don't see where they're at, get a car towed, and now they have to pay money. Gainesville's more valuable. We don't need people's money so bad that they don't have a good time here in the city of Gainesville. We need people to come from Ocala, Lake City, all over the state to enjoy what Gainesville has to offer without having to worry about their car being towed. And I mean, when you think about the city of Gainesville's police department, there's an acronym that comes to mind. People offering liberty in cities everywhere. That's the example that they give. You know, you can't spell compassion without cop, and that's something to remember. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rohan.
That was our last speaker, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Oh, I apologize. No, we did have a last person to add on. Dr. Bobby Murmur. Sorry about that.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. Bobby Murmur, Coordinator of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. Just wanted to share my organization's position on this. We had 3 meetings on this issue last year, 2 in person, 1 virtual. The first in person was the second best attended meeting we had for this issue. Our second best attended meeting we had all year last year. People get really fired up about this, and our position is that Rome towing in the city of Gainesville should be banned, and immobilization should be either banned or a reasonable maximum rate be set. However, over the past few days, hearing from more affected peoples in the town who have been immobilized or booted lately, it appears that booting is getting out of control, so I would urge you to straight out ban mobilization as well. So that would be accepting option 1 for Rome towing and option 1 for immobilization. Towing in Gainesville seems to be more aggressive than the other 2 places where I've lived long-term, the Tampa area and the Orlando area. Also, seeing how quickly these tow trucks will nab cars in pretty empty parking lots, honeypots, you might say, lot 10, for example. It just seems overly predatory, and people are just really fed up with it. You know, you can have a bad experience at a restaurant, you can have a bad experience at a car dealership, and for a couple days after, you're upset about it, and you're complaining to your friends about it. But a few years later, you never talk about it. With towing in this town, you can have an instance 5 years ago, and somebody will still show up to one of our meetings, raging mad. When grudges are being held this long, you know that something is wrong. And that's because we are allowing these companies to essentially hunt for other people's personal property. And we need to stop that hunt. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barber.
That was our last speaker.
Okay, we'll go through, as always, one at a time, and I'll go, and then we'll go back around. Commissioner Book.
Commissioner Willis, did you want to go? I thought you might have.
I don't know.
You have a lot.
Let's just go in light order to make it a lot easier.
We probably all do. I'll just cut to the chase. So we have several different components here. We have a general towing recommendations. We have immobilization. We have a fee structure, and we have this thing called Rome, which my opinion is we'd best deal with the stuff that we have the most unanimity to, and is probably the lowest hanging fruit that we probably know we need to move. So we know we need to update the ordinance. There's no doubt about that. And so my intent, Mr. Mayor, would be at the appropriate time to make a motion that deals just with the recommendations on towing. It's my thought about the things that we likely agree on the most. And those would be essentially slides 11 to 15, but I'll wait to hear about everybody else's because we have so many different components. And leave it at that. And just start with the things that I think probably get us moving.
All right, thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Mayor, before y'all get underway, I think Major Koenig wants to put a couple of clarifying points on the record related to some of the comments.
That's okay. Absolutely. So in reference to the city removing boots, we had heard the information, from Mr. Whiteside and immediately reached out to the city department that's responsible for it. And it's a 30-minute response time for removal of a boot that the city puts on. It is not 1 to 3 hours. The other part is they don't boot many vehicles. It's not a high capacity thing. It's only when someone has so many violations that is the result. And I just wanted to clarify about the citations that we've issued in the last several years. So far this year, we've issued 0. 2025 was 0. So that's tow drivers, tow companies. 2024 was 1, and 2023 was 1. And I will tell you, we saw many violations, but Monica made it her business to work with the tow companies in order to resolve it for the citizens. And the companies, in bringing them together in order to do that, so we didn't have to issue citations. And so it is not our business to be very hard or stringent, but to be fair. And so I know that doesn't seem, it may give you a little context about how we handle it at the department. Our job is to work with everyone and to make sure that we can, come to resolution. And sometimes there's gray areas, and the gray areas are the areas in the ordinance that we explain to you where we need some finality in order to either hold the companies more accountable, tell the citizens that the tow was absolutely viable. And so we definitely have that. And I just wanted to clarify those several things and at least put that on the record, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I have a very indignant finance director who's telling me that we definitely still accept all forms of cash payment at the city.
Okay.
Yes.
We're good? Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Yes. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a lot of questions to make sure I'm understanding this all. So we do not currently set a rate for immobilization, but somewhere they said it used to be $80.50.
That is correct, and I can put the fee schedule up if the... Okay. Where you can see the immobilization, and at the commission meeting that we had, this number was struck through with the intent of moving this number over into the ordinance and setting it somewhere else.
That's what we did last fall?
It was March of last year. March 25th.
Okay. And so for a year, it has been the wild, wild west. Is there any legal upper limit that we can enforce in the city?
It
Or
is
that
not,
state has?
it's not regulated by state statute, so the answer is,
So is
we've
it-
heard of jurisdictions where mobilization has been upwards of over $1,000.
My question is it, because we don't put it there, do the companies have to have a set, do they have to have their own rate structure? So that, okay, so I'm describing that perhaps in the past year, there has been the opportunity that on the spot, someone who has parked their car, in a lot they're not supposed to be, could be told by a towing company, give me $500 or I'm not gonna remove it. That it's a verbal, or does that have to be announced on the notification? Is it just that?
So that is a part of the notice. So on the stickers that they put on the windows for the mobilization devices, they have to have the name of the company, the amount that the immobilization fee is.
Does that have to be printed or can that be handwritten on? I'm just very concerned about
There's
the lack of
no,
regulation.
there's no distinguishment, but I will say that although the fee was removed last year, actually it would have been effective for the fiscal year October 1st, it's not been until the last couple of months that the immobilization companies have increased their rate.
And I can understand if you are pre-printed stickers or whatever, the old rate, that makes sense. Okay. And before I get too much further, thank you, Chief Moya, for letting us borrow Ms. Jordan from her current duties, whatever she's supposed to be doing with GPD, to bring all the expertise in. Okay, so I remember that we removed that because we thought we were going to move a little faster, that perhaps we were going to move before our October 1st budget went into effect. And so then it has been the Wild Wild West. So I have heard some people through email just say, oh, $120 is what I paid. While I don't think $120 is, the worst dollar amount in the world. And I also think that probably straight up trespass towing $100 is probably not, that's not a lot of money. I'm not going to disagree with that. But obviously the past couple of years, the transition has been towards just immobilization as opposed to the trespass towing. So we need to set a price, I think, absolutely, because it's too much of a gray area. For other things we do, for a red light camera, it's set by state law. We have to stick to it. Almost all of our other moving violations have, set dollar amounts. There's some discretion on giving a warning, or whatnot, but it is, so much of that is set, as these other places are set. Storage daily fee, I think we should set it. We should set all those fees so it's clear, it's upfront. But I'll say that, okay, so now more question. Well, the photo documentation thing. GFL takes excellent photos of my recycle carts if they're contaminated at all. And they tell our association we owe them $50 every time we have a contaminated recycle cart. And they take great photos, and we see it, and we can almost read whose trash, got accidentally put in the recycle. And our city parking officers take excellent photos. Colleagues, you probably saw some recently, that told a very clear story. So that was a thought. It's 30-minute notification for towing to GPD to tell us, hey, that car hasn't been stolen. If someone calls you, tell them where to come find it. Okay, that was my experience when I was towed in this town, probably 2016 or 17. I thought my car had been stolen because it was from a literally empty parking lot of an apartment where I was visiting a friend for the evening. And then at the end of the night, I literally thought the car had been stolen, but GPD kindly told me, no, you need to go pay your $100. So the notification that goes on for immobilization, can we mandate that notification is also in Spanish, not just in English? I don't know if that's a question for the city attorney.
So these are all issues that are part of this process that you put before us a year ago to be meeting with and discussing, and certainly more than pleased to participate in it and research them as they come and respond appropriately.
Anyways, it's just a thought that if it's clear that they have to have that kind of a notification, maybe it should be in Spanish as well. So the $100 that's current, that's for all trespass. That's call in or roam, right? Okay, got
Correct.
it. And then the liability, the idea of having liability for the employers for if their employees are violating, the ordinances. Is it the idea that it's three violations over time versus? I'm particularly keen to hear about, like, I can imagine an employee on their way out, the same way an employee might, I don't know, turn over the apple cart as they're leaving. If that's, I suspect we don't have an example of that, but I understand that. So is the idea that it's over a period of time, or is it just in one go, one day, one week?
So that hasn't been stipulated, and we could stipulate that in terms of a duration of time if that was the direction. But truly, it's to consider a pattern of behavior by a specific organization. And if the permit was revoked, right, this has nothing to do with the company being issued a citation and the driver being issued a citation. But if we had 3 drivers or 1 driver that had 3 citations, and we called one of the companies and said, there is a driver that has 3 citations and they're, all the complaints are all in one day, we'd work with that company to figure out if it's just 1 driver or not. And issuing 0, 0, 1 and 1 over the last 4 years in terms of citations, we're not seeing that behavior. But truly, the goal is the way the language is written right now, Commissioner, it says that we are to determine to make sure the employee is internally disciplined at a private, company. That isn't something the city can put our hat on, right? The only thing we can do is we can have a revocation or not. And if a company received a revocation and that company felt as though they were slighted, maybe by us or by the process, just like in any judicial court process, there's an appeal process directly to the city manager's office. And that permit revocation can be overturned. It can be, changed. And that is the discretion of the manager as to how that is handled. But this isn't to punish. As we all know, we all have maybe individuals within any career profession that may go a little awry. And if that's the case, it's really not about that. And if the company addresses it, then really we know it's not a systemic pattern for that company.
Okay. So I was looking back over some news history. 9 years ago, we were in the exact same position talking about roam towing on this commission, not me, but others. And the things that were said were that it was predatory, that they had posted lookouts. And I will say that I have experienced a tow truck posted up waiting for someone to pull into lot 10 and step away from their car. A lot that I have had a lot of complaints about, that it is confusing. People think that it's public. At the time, it was a piece of formerly owned, city-owned property. It was just this confusing situation. And so I just calling in is still there. At this point, the frustration I've heard from the community for years, I'm at the point that I'm ready to have no roam towing and no roam immobilization, just none of it. That you get to call in. I understand there might be some benefits to some of it, but the immobilization doesn't make sense if what we want is the spot to be open for the next person to come in. You're not supposed to be there. Limited parking for, even most apartment complexes have limited parking. They charge their people. The Cascades charges $300 for parking. If I pay $300 a month, I would want my spot available. I would have a commission fit if my spot wasn't available. In my own apartments, if we have enough spots typically, but if it was not available and I was, an owner, I'd be mad. But the immobilization doesn't help that. It just perhaps makes it, perhaps it's a quicker process because your car, you're not scared because your car didn't leave. It perhaps is a quicker process, probably. But it's not a cheaper process. It is now a more expensive process. And I can't be down for that at all. No matter what we do, I don't think we should. In no world should immobilization cost more than the towing. In no world. So wherever this ends, I'm ready to end roam towing and end roam immobilization. But if companies can make the books balance at $65 for immobilization in Miami-Dade, in the most expensive place to live in the state of Florida, then surely $65 can work here as well. But I'm ready to get rid of all of it and go for a year or two and see how it goes with the call-in. And I say that knowing that there are some small landlords that they don't have on-site staff, small apartment complexes. I would love to know where a real map of every single one of these tows to know, is it coming from the larger complexes, multifamily, where there is staff on site, there is someone who can call in at least 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. But if this commission doesn't want to get rid of all roam towing and all roam immobilization, then one of those modified versions like Tallahassee for the multifamily. And thank you for bringing in, thank you, Ms. Jordan, for so much research and telling us there are some options. There are different ways of doing this. Through the whole process, I have felt like you weren't necessarily, and GPD wasn't necessarily telling us what we should or have to do. There's a lot of options. That's why it's probably confusing for some of us, because y'all have said there's a lot of ways of doing this. And Commissioner Eastman's point, there are these different levers. So if it's much more difficult over here, then they need some more options there. But I'm ready to be done with roam towing and roam immobilization. See how it goes. See how we survive it. Other communities magically survive without it. I suspect we can survive as well. And I do have some feelings about the who's allowed to be a tow truck driver. To Commissioner Eastman's questioning, we want people to have a lot of second chances. Is this so restrictive that people who just need a job doing something? But I also understand that contact with the public, all kinds of the public, and I understand the anxiety about it, but at the same time, where are people going to have jobs, so I think that's all I have. That's a lot.
Right. That was a lot.
Not so much questions, but a lot of thoughts. Thank you all.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Willits. I think many of us have lots of thoughts as well. I know I will when it comes around to me. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. It's to your point, Mr. Mayor. I think it's easy to have a lot of thoughts about it because we are kind of talking about various different things, both kind of the big picture, what policies do we want going forward versus specific ordinances, and whether that's drafting or we agree with it philosophically, and then whether we want tow or mobilization. But just for clarity, because I agree with you, Commissioner Book, more generally that, all right, so we have, if we have agreement on a specific ordinance, then we should move forward with that. But to the point, I think that you were saying from before, Monica, is that if we want to get rid of roam towing today, that could be a very different ordinance that we're looking at right now, right? I mean, the way that we regulate call-in towing wouldn't necessarily look like 5 pictures of a car that you would be then getting. It would be a private contract, correct? And it would be, we'd be looking at a very different structure.
Yes, so if we get rid of the roam towing, that whole second piece about making sure lease language includes roam towing, making sure that there are photos, making sure that there is additional signage for roam towing, all of that would be removed. What would need to be added, depending upon the rules that you guys would want to put in, would be, I would personally like to do more research and recommend that we go towards Tallahassee model, where the owners are then responsible for having some form of proof that is signed by them as well as a tow company verifying that they are the ones who authorized that particular tow. So that once we do get that call as a complaint, we reach out to the property. Hey, would you like to provide us with a copy of that particular tow slip saying that you guys authorized it? Once that's provided, it becomes a civil matter. The owner has utilized their rights to have that vehicle towed.
Right.
And in addition to that, to answer Commissioner Ingall's question about the liability, per state statute, it is not the liability of the property owner. And that's, I think, under the, and I would, if the city attorney could verify me later, I think it's under the second section where once they exercise their right to have a vehicle removed, vehicle damage that may occur as a part of that removal or storage is not on the responsibility of the property owner.
I think that's important because I don't want to say direct you to make these changes to the ordinance when the ordinance will need to get. I think we kind of have to narrow this into some kind of conversation we can have at the beginning. Is do we want to do these bigger picture type questions about roam towing and roam immobilization, which of course you pointed out would be a call-in at that point, or do we not want to do that? I think we are at a unique point where I'd say about 10 years ago when we you mentioned 9 years ago, Commissioner Willits. Roam towing was the main enforcement mechanism that business owners who are not, I will point out, in the room here today, the business owners who are trying to maintain their lots, we're trying to keep them clean. That's no longer the case any longer. And if we were trying to, if we were having a very, if we were talking about sweeping policy reforms on roam towing, that was going to have a big impact on a very large amount of people. That's not the case today, right? And roam towing is objectively the thing that people hate more than anything, coming outside of where they thought they should be able to park, or they thought they could run in real quick. And then their car is just gone. They're not sure where it went. They have to find a sign. They have to call things in. I think we are at a point where we could eliminate roam towing and just have it be call-in towing. And we are both where the market is. There's other enforcement mechanisms, other ways to do that. And we have other cities like Tallahassee, like many cities. I think I found a list that just a lot of cities do not have this, roam towing. I'm open to the idea of eliminating roam immobilization as well, but it's I am also cognizant of the fact that we don't have in the room here the actual people that all of this is for, which is the people that own the parking lots and want to keep their parking lots free from people parking in them. I hear a lot from the consumers whenever this comes up. I hear from them every single day. They are very frustrated by how they get treated. Every single one of the consumer protections that you put in there, there's multiple stories that you could go into that talk about why these are important protections to have in there. People waiting for too long, people feeling like their privacy has been invaded, people feeling that and we are in a unique position here in the city of Gainesville where the roam towing is not a free market where the best, if I provide the best customer service, my company rises to the top. You are in a situation where you have to pay that amount of money. So the only ones that can actually set what the relationship is between someone who has been towed in our community and the tow truck company is our regulation. This is it. This is how you set, whether or not someone has a good experience or not. So we owe it to hear the complaints, update these consistently, and do that sort of work. But I guess that's where on the bigger picture, to go back to the original point, is I think that we can eliminate roam towing. I think that would be I think that would be an improvement for consumers across our community, for people across our community. And I would also like for us to probably have, I know you guys have done outreach, you guys spoke with other roam towers, but I still don't feel very comfortable with where we are in terms of the actual business owners that have contracted with all these different companies to do it and make sure that, that we're thinking through what is it that they want to get out of this, and how can we, write reasonable regulations around all of that. So that's where I am at the moment, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would want to get rid of the booting or the immobilization. I think we just need to take that off the table and concentrate on the towing. And in concentrating on the towing, to look at other cities, but to also look at the end of the day, increasing that fee. We haven't raised the fee for roam towing in 15 to 17 years. And $100 today. You all always like to talk about what that means in today's dollars. Well, maybe it's $25 now. But I think that needs to be addressed. And I would like to be excused for about 20 minutes. I've got to take care of a little bit.
Yes. Right. I'm sure that the rest of us will talk long enough to.
I think I'll be back.
Mr. Mayor.
I got a solid 15 myself. So.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, so for us at the Gainesville Police Department, we would always recommend, as long as it is within the confines of the commission's approval, is to mirror what Alachua County does. Citizens don't know the difference between the city of Gainesville and Alachua County. And so their fee is $160, which they did set. But we would also recommend setting an admin fee and mirroring all the fees, because under the current Florida state statutes, because we don't have an admin fee set, a person on top of the $100 could be charged up to an additional $250 for that admin fee, because we don't have it set. So if we mirror the county, when we get complaints, because we do get complaints, people are like, oh, I was towed from Gainesville, Florida. I was towed from Celebration Point and it has a Gainesville address. And we have to say, well, that's a county property. You're supposed to pay $160, not $100. There is a lot of non-clarity with citizens, and it would make it easier just across the board.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Engel?
We just hit one of the points I wanted to bring up, in that, do we have any idea of what the admin fee and storage fees have done over the same 15 years? On an average, or are they just whatever happens to be that day? Do we not have data on that, or?
So in reference to when the city set the fee, which has been 15 to 17 years ago, we've not had a set fee. So just from a level of once the county set their rate, even though we're the city of Gainesville, we're still within the county. So the max rate of what a tow company can charge is the county rate. So in absence of a city rate, the county rate is what supersedes. And with that, though, there comes with a certain level of enforcement, because we as a city cannot enforce county rates and fees from our perspective for as our department. So without, it would be my recommendation that the fee actually be set.
So follow up on that, is that all the fees they can charge? So, I mean, if we cap admin fees and storage fees, can they do like a convenience fee or a whatever else fee? Or is that the entirety of what can be charged for a tow?
No. So with the way that the language reads now with the resolution, I'll give you an example. There is a new lien release fee that tow companies can charge from the moment they've towed the vehicle. That particular fee is what Major Chronic was referencing to, which is $250. So as our resolution reads now, a tow company can charge the $100 that we set, and then they can charge an additional lien release fee up to $250 because of the language that our resolution reads. So it's all in the language of the resolution and how we set our fees. For our trespass towing, not trespass towing, rotation, I do have language in there that addresses additional fees and charging beyond what we've addressed. So we would have to get with legal to figure out how we would make sure that the fees that the city sets are the only fees that can be charged.
Okay, so currently it's a maximum of $100, but the maximum of that $100 is actually $100 plus $250 plus $75 plus $30.
Correct. And
Plus
plus
another
storage.
fee if they came up with a different fee.
Plus whatever the county has. So if, like, for instance, we don't set storage, but the county sets
Right.
storage.
Well, that's
Right.
where I got the 75
Yes,
and the 30.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I've heard that there was also some companies were charging an extra $150 fee if you contested the tow.
That would be the language that's on the receipts.
Okay.
So on the receipts that the customers sign, there is language at the bottom that states that if you choose to contest the tow, that you can and will be charged an additional $150.
And do we have the ability to regulate that as well?
I would have to defer to legal. I think it's in regards to the language that's on the receipt. I'm not sure if we can restrict what language. I know that there's language that we can mandate that can be listed on the receipt, as we already do. We do have to list information as it relates to the Gainesville Police Department. How do they go about filing a complaint? That information is required per ordinance to be on the receipt.
Okay.
But I would have to refer to legal for is how it would go about including that type of protection to make sure that it's clear that filing a complaint, whether it be, I think the intent is in regards to the credit card, but it's not clear. So it does imply that if they file a complaint with the police department as it relates to their contesting of the immobilization device or the tow, that they would be charged an additional $150.
All right, so I would like to make sure that as we move forward this conversation, as a fee schedule comes back, that we are looking not just at that $100, but looking at the entirety of what it's going to cost someone to get their vehicle back if it's been towed. And to make sure there's not extra things that could be tacked on there outside of whatever it is we come up with through this fee structure. And that entire picture is taken into account. Because, I mean, I think when we say that $100, that's a very small portion of what your entire bill on that could potentially be. So moving on to another issue with immobilization. You don't have to be a licensed tow company to do immobilization, is that correct?
Correct. Immobilization companies are separate from tow companies. It's just that in this city, the two immobilization companies we have are also tow companies.
Okay, because I mean, so if you're a tow company, you've got to have some infrastructure, right? Like you have to have trucks, you have to have people with CDLs, you're going to have a yard that you're taking stuff to. Like, I mean, I've got a pickup truck. I could be an immobilization company if all it takes is being able to drive around and put boots on things. So I can see where you could get the potential for a lot more fly-by-night type outfits with immobilization than you would potentially with tow companies. It's also my understanding that with roam towing, by state law, if I understand it correctly, the tow companies can't give the property owners like bounties, right? Like I can't give you $20 every time I tow a car out of your lot. Is that correct?
Correct. And if I'm not mistaken, the exact verbiage is something of value.
Okay.
So that your understanding is correct.
All right. Being that you don't have to have a tow company thing to do immobilization, is there any reason that a property owner could not do immobilization on their own property? Like if I wanted to boot people and I own this apartment complex, I feel like I could probably keep a boot in my shed and boot a thing if I needed to. So I mean, is there anything that would keep a property owner from doing that? And does that run afoul of them profiting off booting people if they decided to?
So with immobilization companies, there's an application process.
Okay.
So you have to have a legitimate business, you have to have tax ID,
Sure.
You have to have a physical location with proper signage. So it's similar to some of the requirements for the trespass tow companies. It's just that it's not a tow truck. So with our immobilization vehicles, they have to have amber lights, they have to have permanent signage. So there are some similarities towards the requirements for having a tow company as well as an immobilization company. So that, as long as, if the apartment complex qualifies based off of those standards, then in essence, they could.
Okay. Or they could do it in-house, and like if you have like one property owner that owns several properties, potentially they could do that themselves, because you don't have to have like a lot and a driveway. All right. Talking about the boot removal in a 60-minute time frame or a 90-minute time frame, whatever's reasonable on that. I can see either. What are the ramifications for going over that time frame?
A citation.
Okay. Because I've heard stories, like I said, I don't have any first-hand experience with it, of people not being able to get a hold of the tow company, having to wait for hours, like those, especially on game days and things like that, where, well, I mean, I think when we looked at the numbers in March from like the 1st to the 19th, there were like 600 tows or 600 and something immobilizations. So I mean, I can see where that's a lot of things to try and get to in a business day.
So in that particular section, that was a heavier, meatier section that we were trying to work with legal to figure out how we can really meet the customers where they need.
Okay.
So the hour is from when they request and pay. So when you start breaking up call time, hold time, response time, and then on scene to take payment, in essence, when the operator gets there to take payment, there's an hour time frame. But if they're on site, they're making payment on site and they're releasing the boot at that moment, the boot log shows us that they're within the hour.
Sure.
It doesn't encapsulate the hour or the time frame that it takes, that they may or may not be on hold, the time frame that they may or may not be discussing their frustration with why they have the boot on from the first place with the tow company, or the travel time. It does not include all of that. With the way that the ordinance reads now, it kind of couples them all together. So if you go in and kind of break them up, that's where you get the extensive time frame for its releasing of the boot.
Gotcha. And I can certainly understand that like you couldn't have zero hold time if somebody's calling in, but at the same time, if it's game day and I've put out 100 boots, I should be expecting 100 calls. And I mean, there's got to be, like, it seems to me there's got to be like some amount of time on that where you can't just hold indefinitely either. So I mean, I think something for that would make a lot of sense. That's most of what I think I want to hit on this round. I will say that I'm also of the opinion that we could probably do without roam towing. I see lots of people do it. Ultimately, I think a lot of it comes down to me is like the motivation of how you're going to enforce that. If I want somebody to move, then it makes a lot of sense for me to be able to walk over to somebody and be like, hey, you have to move or we're going to tow you. If I'm roam towing and how I make my living is towing that car, there's no motivation to walk over and be like, hey, buddy, you need to move this car before I just tow it. And I think that the idea of call-in towing, except at the point where we are now, looking at how much actual towing is required, I'm very comfortable looking at getting away from roam towing. I've got binders of horror stories about roam towing, like here and other places. It's just, somebody mentioned it was like hunting for vehicles, and I think that's a pretty apt analogy. All right, it's good for me for now. I tried to take up 20 minutes, but I didn't quite get there.
I got you covered, it's all right. Thank you, Commissioner Engel. There are a lot of places that seem like obvious ways to start what I want to talk about here, but the most important one, I think, is that somebody mentioned earlier, essentially this concept over the decades has given Gainesville a really bad reputation. People who are familiar with Florida, when Gainesville comes up, one of the things they will tell you is, be careful how you park. You're going to get towed. Which, on one hand, maybe that makes people more careful about how they park, but apparently not, because we're still towing and or mobilizing a lot of cars. This is not a violent crime we're trying to deal with here. What we're trying to do optimally is clear up a parking space. That's the idea behind this. There's somebody parked where they're not supposed to be parked. Let's get the car moved. That's the idea. There are essentially 4 different kinds of affected people that we're trying to work with here. There's the tow companies, which have a very, very real, I want them to thrive. I don't want a company in our community to not thrive. I'm not trying to shut a company down here. That's not what we're trying to do. They have a right to exist as a company. There are the people who own the spaces in question, the parking spaces, and that is a legitimate expectation that if I own this parking space, I'm supposed to be able to control who parks there. There are the legitimate users of those parking spaces, and they have a right to expect that if they're legitimately using a space, that space ought to be available for them. And then there are the people who are unlawfully using the spaces. And yes, they are breaking the rules. But I am not in the business here, as we discuss this, of trying to produce corrective behavior, of penalizing people for that. What I'm trying to do is figure out how do we best get the space empty? Because that's really what we're trying to solve, is how do we maximize the number of empty spaces where they're supposed to be empty or available spaces for legitimate users of those spaces. As part of that conversation, I see here on this slide, I did a little math, 667 immobilizations happened in 19 days in March. And that 19 days in March included most of spring break for UF Santa Fe and Alachua County Public Schools. So probably the week of the year when the fewest number of people were in this city. That week does not include any football games. So it is not a high usage of immobilization practices, one would think. If you divide that out day by day, and what I'm saying is, it's important to say again, None of those 667 immobilizations cleared a spot. It probably, we don't know, but it very likely made people likely to be in that spot longer than they would have been otherwise. That breaks down to, when you spread that math over the course of a year, 12,813 immobilizations. Nearly 13,000 immobilizations. If it's $120 a pop, which is a number that I've heard, that's $1.5 million worth of immobilizations. And not one of them cleared the spot. They didn't clear the parking space. There is no way that I can support the practice of immobilization moving forward. I don't want to promote the practice of immobilization for the city of Gainesville either, as an entity. I don't think we should be immobilizing vehicles in the city of Gainesville. Further, I don't want to drag this out for months while we try to get all the details of an ordinance correct. I want to end immobilizations as soon as we possibly can. And if that means we have to read the ordinance twice, I'm okay with that. I mean, I have to go through the process twice, I'm okay with that. Obviously, we would have to read any ordinance twice. 2 meetings from now, 2 regular commission meetings from now is May 21st. We could end immobilizations by May 21st. I don't know how immobilizations benefit the community. I understand that they penalize people, and maybe what could happen there is people would learn a lesson. And I would bet you, though, that there are people who have been immobilized more than once.
Maybe.
So I don't understand how it is a benefit to the Gainesville community, to this city, for mobilizations to happen. So I want to end that practice as quickly as we possibly can. That feels like it's probably May 21st. Regarding roam towing itself, I could be convinced to get rid of it altogether and let's see how it works, because it certainly works in other places without it. I could also be convinced that to go with option 2, which I guess is the Tallahassee model, where through some period of time at night, in a very well-marked apartment complex, you could have that happen, because I wouldn't want to be the guy who has to sit there all night long on call to say, yes, tow this person. I could be convinced either to get rid of roam towing entirely or to go with the Tallahassee option for roam. So I'm convincible either way on that, but I can also count votes, and it sounds like there are at least 3 votes to get rid of roam entirely. I do think that business owners who, particularly apartment owners, probably would think differently about that, and I'm willing to be swayed a little on the roam towing idea. But roam towing, as we currently know it, no, it cannot persist this way. I do believe that for whatever, if you would go back to the payment chart on the camera there, yeah. Such that we have trespass towing, I think we should, ours should mirror Alachua County's, because as you said, people don't know whether they're in the city limits or not. Although I would submit that most of the trespass towing is happening inside the city limits. Like, the enormous majority of it is happening inside the city limits. Most of it's happening in 2 or 3 areas of Gainesville. But I would like to mirror Alachua County. To Commissioner Ingles' point, I would like to say that, to be specific, that no other fees can be attached, that this is the schedule and these are the fees that can be charged. This is about consumer protection. 100% consumer protection. It is about people not fearing coming to Gainesville, because What if I park in the wrong spot? As one of our public commenters mentioned, very often roam towing signs are not obvious. Yes, the people who put the towing signs up in the first place almost always believe that they have put them up in a very obvious way, but palm fronds grow over them, you know, trees grow over them. They fade over time. At 10 o'clock at night, they're probably not the most obvious signs in Gainesville. So, as other folks have said, we have all heard our fill of people who have had enough of roam towing and of the processes. There's got to be a better way to do this. I've been hoping for years on this dais for somebody to bring some ideas that are better, that work, but we don't seem to be able to do that. So I mean, as a community, we don't seem to be able to come up to that point. So we can't keep doing this. It harms our community. It harms the people who live in our community. I do want to take our time and be very intentional about other changes to the ordinance. But I want us to, as quickly as possible, be done with the practice of immobilization. And again, I could be swayed to the Tallahassee model of roam towing, but I kind of lean toward just let's get rid of it entirely and see how that works out. I'm open to that a little bit. I definitely think we should match Alachua County on the fee schedule and make that all that is included on somebody's tow. Again, the point here, what we're trying to achieve is for people who own spaces to be in control of those spaces. And for if somebody's parked unlawfully, to create a lawful use of the space, the opportunity for a lawful use of the space. Immobilization does not achieve that. So those are my thoughts. We have more lights. We'll go back around here.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I'm sorry.
May I add one thing? Phil Mann, Special Projects Administrator. I wanted to differentiate between the private sector immobilization and the city's immobilization program, just so everybody understands the difference. When the city immobilizes a vehicle, that vehicle has at least 3 citations that have not been paid for a minimum period of time. On the 5th citation, we tow them. And so, unlike the private sector, where the vehicle is immobilized immediately for being illegal parked, the city does not immobilize until you have at least 3 citations that are unpaid.
So I'm going to ask you this. Can we, is it, and it's a little bit off topic, but not entirely, if they're on that 5th citation, could we tow the vehicle?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Mayor. On the 5th citation, we do tow the vehicle.
Mr. Mayor, in 2025, for context, we immobilized about 151. We put on 151 boots and about 103 tows. So, yeah. So the answer is yes.
Okay. All right. I don't want us to immobilize. I just don't. I don't think it fixes the problem. It does get the back tickets paid. I realize that, but it still doesn't free up the space. Which is, again, even as a city, that's what we're trying to accomplish. We want people to either pay for space or not be in the space. And I understand that may not be satisfying to a small number of people in the room, but trying to open the space, that is the idea here. And if that isn't what we're trying to do, then I may be entirely missing the boat. And that's possible. Sometimes I do. Commissioner Willits.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So right now there's not nearly as much towing going on as opposed to mobilization. And so in one way, Commissioner Engel, I hear you say like, well, towing's not that, maybe get rid of roam towing. But I know that other people really don't like the mobilization. Because if you got rid of roam towing, there'd be probably even more mobilization. Or the flip side, if you got rid of mobilization, you'd go back to towing, the preponderance. The thing I don't like about roam, though it makes sense, you go, it's kind of this efficiency idea, someone doesn't have to go out there and call properties that don't have people on staff. But I also know that large apartment complexes, because they don't have to have someone on staff, they choose to not have. I mean, apartment complex, it is not. Complexes should have more staff. There should be a minimum level. There's this many residents, boom, you have to have staff. I'm not proposing that. The apartment owners will, skin me alive. They will not be happy with me. But really the moral hazard, it's just like a speed trap. It is setting up a situation where we know people are going to fail because it is confusing, and then someone can just sit there and tow, immobilize. And I noticed that it was, a lot of times it's immobilization from lot 10 because the owners need those spots because they are selling it out to the Hyatt or their all operation, and Hyatt needs their potentially their employees to park there, so they desperately need the spots. But where you don't need the spots, it can be immobilization. Right now, immobilization is more than towing. In no world does that make sense. I'm getting to a question. Thank you. Can we change, because the immobilization was previously in the fee schedule, right? Schedule A, is that right? But the rest of the numbers were in the ordinance, correct? What can we change the fastest when? Can we change the roam towing? Could we change that before the fee schedule? Can we change that just in an ordinance, in a couple of weeks? And then the portion, if we don't change the ordinance enough to include immobilization, do we have to wait until we do the fee schedule in October 1st?
Okay, so I want to make sure I'm understanding your question. Fees for towing are set by special resolution. Fees for mobilization were in Appendix A, but the language of the ordinance said they should have also been set by resolution. So, as it states right now, there is no mobilization fee, but the prior fee was in Appendix A. As it relates to removing roam towing altogether, that would be, of course, revising the ordinance as a whole.
A much more in-depth ordinance.
Correct.
And at the same time, changing the fee on the call-in, and if there's any other things that need to change, update, notification, call time, all that. I understand there's some, they would like to not be open on Saturdays. Hey, listen, if you can't roam tow, I'll give them something on that.
Correct.
Okay.
So the fee can be changed. Like I said, the fee is resolution. It's not tied to the ordinance.
Okay.
In the ordinance, it says it will be set by special
We don't have to
resolution.
wait until October to change some of these fees.
Correct.
Okay, that helps me understand. I still lean towards getting rid of both. That's where I'm at. Maybe it's a brave new world and we just try it and see how it goes. But I also appreciate GPD and Ms. Jordan bringing us all the other little tiny things that just need to be cleaned up. I can't remember them all right now, so thank you for working with us, and then you're going to come back and work with us so that we fully understand everything that's going to be changed. Thank you, Ms. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. So to be clear, I'm not going to vote for anything today that doesn't include getting rid of immobilization. Quickly. Commissioner Engel.
Two things, and pretty much just got my question answered, but we can change the fee for immobilization removal today, correct? Like can we just have a resolution on that, or is that the first and second reading, or, all right, so it'd have to come back, but it could come back very quickly. Yeah, right, so we can do a resolution very quickly on that. And two, to me, I think the most important part is getting rid of the roam component. I think that is the most predatory, and I think that is the most concerning to me. I think if you went to call in for everything, I'd bet you 90% of the immobilization just goes away anyway. Because I don't think many property owners are going to call in and say, hey man, boot this car on my property. But I'm also fine with also formally getting rid of immobilization. But I say the thing to me that I think has been most damaging for Gainesville, like most people have had a problem with, that really sets the culture of whether or not you get towed, is having it set up as this roam schedule. If somebody's on your property and you want to own their property, call and get them pulled off your property. But to say, in a lot of tow truck drivers, my father was a tow truck driver. A lot of tow truck drivers get paid on commission. Means if you don't tow a car, you don't buy groceries. So now, if I see a car that's parked illegally, if it's the responsibility of the property owner, they're going to say, hey man, move your car. And if you don't, they're going to tow you. If you're having too big a party at your apartment, somebody's going to knock on your door and say like, hey man, get this stuff taken care of. As opposed to if it's Rome towing, they're looking for any excuse to be able to pull that car legally because that's how they're paying the rent this month. And I think the real predatory practices come from the incentives that we have put in this law, and we set this law up the way it is, so we're the ones that put the incentives there. Not us, but just in generally setting up the rules for Rome towing. If our idea was to punish people that were in the wrong spot, this is the way to do it. If our idea was to get people moved out, to eliminate the need for these type of things, I think going to call-in towing is a much more responsible way. Lots of cities seem to be able to make it work that way. And I think it gets rid of the incentive to find a way to tow somebody instead of find a way to get a car moved. That's where I am.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Eastman.
Yeah, thank you. So we are talking about, well, on immobilization, two different, Mr. Mayor, you saying that you would like to get rid of immobilization, well, immobilization entirely, like not the different, no distinction between roam or call-in immobilization. Just,
yes, that is correct.
Can we do that? I mean, I see that it's kind of vague in the option number one, elimination of immobilization. Did you guys mean roam immobilization when you said that? Or was it just, was it a recommendation, or can we actually completely eliminate, say there's no immobilization allowed within the city of Gainesville and only towing is allowed? That's
You can eliminate it.
Okay.
And say that immobilization is not allowed.
The I mean, I'll say talking there's nothing quite like coming outside and having your property just gone when you come outside. It is there is something that feels much more invasive about that, having to figure out how you're going to get down to your car, calling up an Uber, getting down there, figuring out how you're going to pay the overall fee and fine that goes into that, hoping that someone is there at that time, that, you know, for all of the negatives that came from the increase in booting in recent years, which is, I think, actually more people having their cars and not being able to be moved at the end of the night. So more enforcement of that. That has been, I think, better than the alternative, which is just the way that we had talked about it for years, which is that cars were just getting taken. I hear constant complaints about the aggressiveness of the actual towing. What I wouldn't want to do is to say we're banning immobilization, then we go back to a status quo of lots of cars getting towed out of lots, and we're back to where we were about 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, prior to the booting. There is something that is not good about the immobilization, but is something that feels a lot less invasive about immobilization. So I wouldn't want to create a strange incentive structure that goes the other way by saying we're doing this. It's also important, I guess, banning immobilization is one thing. It seems actually like fairly straightforward ordinance to say no mobilization in the city of Gainesville, right? Or the companies can't do that sort of work. On roam towing, I do think that we have to be very thoughtful about how we're deciding who is the agent that gets to determine who is doing the tow. Who is the registered agent? Is it going to, because there's ways that you can find loopholes around that, or ways that it can go in there, or someone who is trying to park in their parking lot when they're coming back home to their apartment at the end of the night, say, hey, there's a car in my spot, what am I supposed to do here? And they don't have any recourse for that because there's no attendant on staff. And so thankfully that's very well trodden territory, I think. I mean, we can copy and paste off of other cities' things, but that is something that I don't know if we could do. Like that's not a 2-week thing. It does sound like immobilization could potentially be a 2-week thing. I don't know what legally that looks like. I don't know under the state laws with everything else that are in place, but it is, I don't know. It's interesting. But like I said, I don't want the incentive structure to go back toward, I don't know, the mass towing that was, I think, that was the standard a couple of years ago.
Thank you, Commissioner Eastman. To be clear, I'm also 100% in favor of a minimum of the Tallahassee structure of rope towing, and I would be willing to consider elimination of rope towing. So, yes, with getting rid of immobilization and letting rope towing continue to exist as it currently does would be not good. But no, I'm kind of done with both. So. Commissioner Chestnut.
Okay, so, Mr. Attorney, so do we have to, if we voted today to eliminate immobilization, does that have to be done by resolution? Ordinance, by ordinance, okay.
It's in your code as ordinance right now.
By ordinance, okay. So the other thing we could do is, of course, eliminate immobilization, but this might be a bad word, but perhaps to put a moratorium on Rome towing for a couple of weeks or a month until we can get an ordinance refined. How long does anyone think that would take?
I think a moratorium may be difficult because there have been some recent state law changes that deal specifically with moratoriums. I think depending on the direction from the commission, and I would urge maybe not setting a date for bringing back the ordinance because there is advertising requirements. We would obviously work with exigency if that's the will of the commission. But I think it may cause more disruption trying to do something, a moratorium. We would need to bring that back anyway, as well, because it's something that has to be done, I think, either by resolution or also by ordinance in order to set a moratorium in place.
Okay, all right. Well, hopefully we can refine the Rome towing more in line with the Tallahassee model. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. So, to be as clear as we possibly can, as I can, I am fine with us considering the ordinance more than once. And I'm perfectly happy with us dealing with Rome towing and with immobilization quickly, and then coming back in a few months when we've had time to go through all the detail of the other recommendations. Beyond that, we could consider that later. It means we go to the same ordinance twice in a year, that's okay. But I don't want to just wait while more people get towed and immobilized when they're away from the car for 5 minutes, which is the current reality. I want that to stop. So, Commissioner Book. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so from your last point, the possibility that we may have to consider an ordinance a few times within a defined period of time, that may happen because it's such a complex ordinance, for one thing, and you've got multiple aspects with both the Rome towing, you got the trespass, immobilization, and all those types of things. And then we probably have not heard the full feedback from some of the impacted parties. It sounds to me like we've done some really good outreach, but I notice in the back, so we have 590 essentially contract vendors that are using tow companies in some way, shape, or form.
So for all trespass towing, whether you call it in or roam, you have to have a contract. So those 593 have, and Monica can speak more to that. You have to, by state statute, have the contract.
I think that's totally appropriate. We want those guidelines
Yes.
and those guardrails. We want them to have a defined contract that tells them what you can and cannot do, the rules of engagement. But so amongst those vendors, we're talking about multifamily housing, we're talking about business plazas. I think you would reference fact. There's other organizations that are impacted in the way that they use the ordinance to the benefit of their own community. What kind of feedback have we gotten from our multifamily units as it relates to anything we're considering here, if any, or like our business plazas and stuff that use these things?
So we did have John Fleming in our meeting from Trimark Properties, who most of his property is in and around the university context area. He indicated, and Commissioner, if it's okay if I just summarize some of his words, I'm not trying not to speak for Mr. Fleming, but we gave them all the same options that we presented to you, and he utilizes he said mobilization more now than he does the towing. and thought, that, but not that towing isn't an option. So when we provided the numbers to them about the 126 vehicles in the month of March for the entire county for all trespass towing, and that's call-in or roam, those numbers are, are definitely staggering, and they're not towing as much. But I would, we would invite Mr. Fleming to come to another meeting, and our intent, as the manager had mentioned, was for us to reach out to more and get more input, and have those conversations with some of those other business owners.
Yeah, that would be essential in this case. You have these big complexes that have impact and plazas that have impact to the folks who actually want to utilize those areas, and they may have some different views, and that could come, I'm certain whatever we draft, they're coming, if we would notify them, and there would be coming between now or potentially at a first reading, anything that we might have, and that's really essential. How many tow operators do we have operating now for the city of Gainesville?
Major Curdy, how many tow operators do we have operating currently in the city?
That's how many tow operators?
We have 4 trespass tow companies, and we have 2 immobilization companies. The 2 immobilization companies are also trespass tow companies.
So four different owners
Yes.
for these 6 different, the four tow and two immobilization.
The 4 towing companies, 2 of those tow companies are also immobilization companies.
Okay. Well, the thing that I heard that I thought was really good from the dais from a colleague was that our fees do need to be consistent as possible with those areas around us. There's no doubt about that. And that every single fee that someone could enact on someone, we can set, right? And we should do that. And I think we should do that quickly. That we can do now, so that somebody doesn't get hit with a fee, whether we have immobilization or not. They don't get hit with fees that are arbitrary or different based on the vendor that does that. So I would recommend, and I'm going to make a motion related to the fees in particular, that we get those set, and we can do that quickly. Is that what I'm understanding, Mr. Manager? And we don't have to necessarily worry about the components of several different readings of 2 different, components of an ordinance over the next 6 to 8 months.
That's via resolution, doesn't it?
Yes, by resolution. Yeah,
Okay. All right. Well, that's what I'll do here momentarily.
Commissioner,
Yes,
before,
ma'am.
not to interrupt you, sir, Ms. Jordan also has some information on the tow companies or on the immobilization versus towing and some of the reasoning of that, and so that's what she was whispering in my ear. So
Rationale.
provides context to it for
Sure,
me.
go ahead.
On the presentation, you could probably see a shift in the number of tows being performed and the aspect of when they started to drop. Shortly after that is when we implemented Citizen Serve, and throughout that process, now that we have 593, and it may be plus or minus, probably a little bit more because we have companies that are signing up to do towing on the properties, there was a big push for me to reach out to each individual companies to help them get logged on, introduce them to the software, making sure that they understand. And it was pretty much a big information push and making sure that they understand the contracts. Because what I was finding is in the paper contracts, a lot of them weren't understanding what the ordinance was. They weren't understanding necessarily the services that we're signing up for. They were relying on the information that they were receiving from the service company. So in finding out what they were actually wanting, sometimes it would not be as clear. And when I would explain those options, a lot of the properties that I spoke with, they prefer towing. But unfortunately, if that's not necessarily the business model for the service that's being provided, then they're kind of stuck with utilizing whatever parking enforcement service is available. And so there was a big shift from towing to immobilization just based off of employment, based off of having operators available, based on having experienced operators available to drive and tow vehicles like the newer models, and then overall just in the cost and it being cost effective to tow a car versus to mobilize a car, because at that point it was only a $20 difference, and the time frame that it would take to tow versus immobilize was not just a cost effective. So in speaking with a lot of those companies, I would probably say over half of them I've talked to one-on-one, or I've actually gone into their office to help them get signed up, help them get their contracts uploaded, and just explain to them what their options are. Help explain to them, this is the ordinance, you need to be aware of the ordinance. You're signing this contract saying that you understand and have read the state statute. You're signing saying that you understand the city ordinance and what all that entails, so that when people are towed and or booted, you understand what the requirements are. So when your residents come back to you and says, well, I had this or I had that, they would understand that and start taking on that ownership and responsibility, which was another part of the big push of going towards Citizen Serve. So that handling of the contract, filling out the contract, signing the contract, shifted back to the property owner, because it is, in essence, it's their property and it's their authorization that they're shifting over.
Well, there is, we need consistency and continuity between what we do and what the county does, and we want the vendors to have that also, because that benefits everyone. There is a piece of, there's accountability by the business owners. There's accountability by the towing operators to operate within the rules of engagement that we provide them. And there's certainly personal accountability to all those folks who violate parking violations. There is a personal accountability piece. If somebody sees a sign and yet they decide to park there, they're in a tow-away or in an area that's going to take up a fire lane, well, we have guidelines in ordinance that deal with those things. And so I think we're considering things holistically. On the sidelight related to immobilization, we do have to be very careful that we don't have collateral impacts. So if today, if we say draft an ordinance, get rid of immobilization right now, and then all of a sudden we may see an increase. Well, now what's our levers? They're less. So now we may have more towing. That doesn't really solve the issue. Although I understand, Mr. Mayor, you talked about, golly, you're trying to get rid of the car, you're trying to make space. That may not do it, but there are things like deterrent effects. So somebody getting mobilized and not necessarily having a tremendous impact that their car is gone, for example, still should have a deterrent effect on future aspects for space. So, I mean, there's advantages and disadvantages there, and I understand that would be something that's weighed in probably by the business owners in the plazas and the multifamily themselves. What is the best option for them to free up space and allow the people who should be using the space use it? So I'd be very reluctant for us to say, get rid of complete immobilization, but that's why we have the ordinance thing. And I do favor also some of the modifications that deal with the hybrid that may be along the lines of what I see in Tallahassee. With that, I'd like to move at least dealing with the fees, because that's something we can deal separately and distinct. By resolution, Mr. Manager, would that be a resolution saying, what I have here is, but I'm not sure this is accurate, is mirror electric as it relates to all towing and immobilization. And if immobilization is gone down the road, it won't matter, it won't affect. So I may need some direction here, but mirror Alachua County fees where specified that relate to towing matters, and ensure all other potential fees are regulated. I'll bring that back. Does that work? I'm struggling a little bit with that.
Mr. Mayor, and I may ask Major Kernick or Ms. Jordan, I think the direction can be to, by resolution, mirror Alachua County's fee structure as was included in the backup. I'm not sure if that fee structure includes a set fee for immobilization. From the county?
The county does not distinguish.
Okay, so we would need to still set a separate immobilization fee as well, in addition, because those are just towing rates.
That's the direction. Would we need those fees? Would you need those fees for those other aspects? We don't want to leave those out. We want those in. Would you need those today, or could they bring that back in 2 weeks and we immediately deal with all fees fairly quickly? That's the question.
So you put that on the resolution, and if we changed one number on the resolution, we could do that at that meeting.
I'm sorry, can you?
You could bring back, the attorney's office could bring back a resolution. We could direct them to bring back a resolution for a fee schedule. And if we wanted to change one of the numbers on the fee schedule at that meeting, we could certainly do that. It's not an ordinance, it's a resolution.
So if understanding under 2025-86, the motion is to direct staff to bring back a resolution that mirrors Alachua County fees where they're specified, and other fees related to towing indoor immobilization. And then we could deal with that in very quick order, right? Is that accurate? Is that what you're saying? That's what I understand. Okay, that's the motion.
Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Thank you. So Commissioner Willis, are any of these lights directly related to that, or can we dispose of this? And
Yes.
No, it's not directly related to this.
okay, all right. Commissioner Eastman.
Can we go to slide 24 on the presentation? I understand that we can set the fees at that time. We also have our old fee of $80.50, and we have the Miami-Dade and Broward County fee of $65. As far as I'm concerned, we can change, like, if we, what I believe we're asking now would basically set it to the $160 fee, which I don't want to come forward with. I was gonna make a motion at $65. That seemed like a reasonable amount of money. That is what's in Miami-Dade and Broward County. If we wanna change it at that time, as you guys said, that's fine, but I'm comfortable with $65. That would, I think, give clear direction to them as to what to bring back. Was my only feedback.
Yeah, so my thought is, it's similar to what you just said. If Broward County with a greater cost of living does it in $65, and it's obvious, the price of $160 is high. So it's true, it does create, well, if anything, it's probably better for the city of Gainesville in that case, because it's less. Latch County, in general, the fees should be consistent, but Latch County doesn't have an immobilization fee. So I would be totally comfortable with setting that as the fee in the resolution.
The $65.
$65.
Okay, so
100%.
He's
Just-
willing to change that. Does the seconder willing to accept the change? Yes. Okay.
And just to be clear, I don't know if this was said clearly, but my understanding is that immobilization across the state is it's growing very, very quickly. And so we are not the only city that's dealing with this. It's possible, I can say almost with 100% certainty, well, the reason that Alachua County does not set an immobilization fee is because they don't really have immobilization in their ordinance. It's not contemplated neither as a fee, and this is true across Florida. We are in territory that many cities and counties are across the state. But I'll let Monica speak to that. Yeah.
So when the county set their rate, they did not set a separate rate for immobilization. So as you read their ordinance, it says towing, but then it says also immobilization is considered under that fee schedule.
So it wasn't that the county wanted a $160 fee, it was just that's their towing fee, and so it just transfers over. Yeah, just to,
Yeah, I understood that, and there are some aspects of fees that Commissioner Engel was related to that are probably in neither, and we just need to make sure that whatever those other pieces are that the former towing manager.
This is all fees. This is all schedule.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. We'll have those when they come back in
Well, but let's
short
make
order.
sure that this says that.
No, so just for clarity, so it's the mirroring Alachua County fees, except for the immobilization to be a maximum of 65.
Right.
Is that correct?
It's consistent with Alachua County fees where specified related, because they have some specified fees that we're going to mirror, so they'll be exactly the same. They don't happen to have anything as it relates to immobilization.
You still good with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Well, so if the question about this motion, let's deal with this. Commissioner Eastman, did you have anything about this? Okay. Commissioner Chestnut, is yours about this?
It's
Okay,
about
go
this.
ahead, okay.
All right, so we want to move the mobilization fee from $80.50 down to $65. Is that what you're recommending?
Well, currently there is not a mobilization fee, so that just happens to be what they're charging, but we don't actually have something that sets that for them, so we're actually setting that.
Okay, so it's been the practice. It's been their practice to charge $80.
120 actually is what they're
Yeah.
charging now.
Well, I got you.
It said, it had been our ordinance until October 1st, and we've been 7 months with nothing on the books.
Okay, all right. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Chestnut, Commissioner Engel.
So when we look at the fees charged for immobilization, can they tack on other things like they do with towing? Can there be an admin fee? Can there be everything else, or is that the word I'm trying to say? Is that the only fee you can charge when we're talking about immobilization?
I would refer to legal on that.
I would just as soon to make it, when we get that fee schedule back, to make it clear that that's the only fee that can be charged in there as well.
That's one of those things where it's not until it comes up and it's like, that's a gray area type of thing. So that's a very good input.
So I guess, Commissioner Book, would you be comfortable saying this direct staff to start with the resolution mirroring the Alachua County fee schedule, except setting immobilization fees to a maximum of $65 inclusive? I mean, just add the word inclusive, and you fixed it.
That's the whole intent.
Okay.
Love inclusivity, we'll take
There
it.
cannot be collateral fee wherever
Yeah, I'm not sure we can do that.
Yes, I think that's.
Oh, they're shaking their head.
No, I'm just saying, you use the word inclusive.
Appropriate.
Okay, good. So if you will add that, Madam Clerk, we'll vote on this and then hopefully get to another thing. Okay. All in favor of the motion there, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passed unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Commissioner Willetts.
Thank you, Commissioner. Real quick question. Is there any such thing as call-in immobilization, or is typically immobilization just all roam?
Immobilization is, it could be both.
It could be
It's just
both.
not defined. It's not defined in the ordinance.
She's absolutely correct, but it's typically wrong.
Okay.
I'm not aware of any.
When I was a
call-in.
very young college student, I got a barnacle on my windshield in a parking garage, 25 years ago or something. So I don't understand why this is that new in some places. And so, Mr. Mayor, you were a little more like, did you just like not, you don't like immobilization at all, or the roam part of it, or all
I want it
immobilization?
gone.
Okay. I just wanted to fully understand, because I have a bit more of a sympathy of like, oh, you call someone out, and when they say, well, I can do booting right now, but not immobilization. I don't have a tow truck. I got some guy who can come put a barnacle on or a boot, but I don't have someone who can come. I had some more sympathy for it. If it's going to be call-in, they can do both, but who knows? I move that we direct staff to bring back ordinance or ordinances that prohibit roam towing and roam immobilization, and other staff recommendations for cleaning up or towing ordinances.
Is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay. So there's a second, there's a motion and a second. Do you want to make clear that they don't have to be the same ordinance? That
Correct.
we could deal with.
That's why I said ordinances, because we have,
Okay.
we need to decide whether we're having multiple ordinances for towing. Well, if we have no immobilization, we have no immobilization. But yes, in different chunks, 'cause I know we're trying to do lots of things all at once.
So, Mr. Manager, Mr. Attorney, do you all hear the intent of that, or do we need to be more specific with the language?
Maybe if you can, go ahead.
Actually, I spoke too soon. I will withdraw that motion. My motion will be to bring back multiple ordinances. One that includes, one or more ordinances that completely eliminate roam towing and roam immobilization, and other staff recommendations for cleaning up the ordinance, and one that eliminates roam immobilization, but keeps some form of roam towing a la Tallahassee, a limited multifamily, so we have some options going into it. And does that make sense?
Makes sense to me, but.
And I know it's multiple ordinances to come back, but so that we have something to work with.
One suggestion would be maybe we have another discussion rather than an ordinance. If we want to bring back two options based on your direction, we can bring back two options, and then you all can choose which one you want of those two, and then we can advertise for ordinance. Because I'm thinking if we advertise, we didn't know what we're advertising from an ordinance perspective.
Okay, so I agree. Maybe I should say just bring us back options, including complete elimination of roam towing and roam immobilization, and an option to have a limited roam towing a la Tallahassee. So it's not an ordinance immediate redundant. And other updates as recommended by staff.
We do that.
Yeah, okay. All right, is there a second for that?
Second.
All right, motion and second. Okay.
And then if I can, partially I want this just so that we have some parameters, because people in the community are going to ask, what are we doing? What can we do? And so that we give them some parameters. So if the community really says, most of it was the mobilization, I'm okay with towing, or it's limited, and it's mostly from multifamily, it's not happening at businesses, so we can hear back a little bit. But I think to some degree we have to set the parameters, because otherwise people are just going to flat out say, like, I never want to pay anything ever. Well, that's not the option on the table. You got to move your car eventually. So that was my idea. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think that the benefit of that is it also gives us an opportunity to reach out to property owners, to have a little bit more engagement before we come back with those options to you.
Okay.
And we understand, we want to do it quickly.
Yes, okay. So, but now, keeping in mind the timing of this inevitably means that while we will do lots of outreach to people who are the property owners, because of the timing of this, fewer affected parties are going to be able to take part in the discussion. But that's
They're gonna discuss real quick with this.
oh yeah. So I'm gonna need you in a second, Commissioner Eastman. But I want to make sure we recognize too that we are not. We sometimes like to pigeonhole and say something only affects students. First of all, students live here, and they are residents and neighbors in our community. But also, this is not just about students. This is about lots of people in our community for whom $65 is real, and $100 is real, and $120 is real. It's not, somebody driving daddy's Mercedes. We're talking about real people who are really affected by this, and for whom $65 it might mean not paying rent. So I want to put that out there. Because I know where we end up with discussions like this when we start talking about and thinking about students. Students matter in this, and students are very affected, but they're not the only people who are affected by this. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. They are certainly not the only ones who are affected. I mean, I've been towed here before not when I was a student. I think we all have been there. I will say that one of the things that is about this that I think we will find out, and as I said from the beginning, is that at the core of this is the business owners, the 596 people that have a contract with, various towing companies that I'm sure will be reaching out as soon as they hear it. And I would be very curious what they have to say from the very few that I had the opportunity to hear from that it's not as clear cut as saying, well, I'd like the car off the lot, or some of them don't necessarily want to tow because, they don't want their customers mad at them when they're putting a boot on their car. Like, a boot is just a nicer way to deal with it. Some of them say, you heard from them that they say, we feel like we're put into a situation where we have to boot because towing is, because of the volume of it, that just tends to be what they get. I will be very curious what people actually have to say about it. And so I hope, the manager said it, but I hear it from me that I hope that we do that sort of outreach to the folks that are on that list of 596 or so businesses that are in there.
So as Ms. Jordan was indicating, when we got Citizen Serve, and it's been a couple of years now, she is an expert in that software. When she did reach out to some of those property owners, the property owners had no idea they had an option of whether they towed or immobilized. And several of the companies that were providing the service weren't offering the opportunity for vehicles to be towed from the property. They were saying, we mobilize, so we had to clarify they could make that choice. And so sometimes that decision isn't made by the property owners. Yeah. It's made by the availability of the people providing the service. And I think that's what she was trying to indicate. So if you're not the tow company and you call the tow company, it's sometimes what can be provided. Yeah. So, and I think she said over half were preferring them to be towed.
Right.
It frees up the spot. right?
No, for sure. That makes a lot of sense. And then, but also, I mean, you mentioned the Tallahassee model. I'll say that it does seem like there's lots of gradations. Like we can, as we're reaching out to business, as we're hearing from people, I've seen some cities that only do it on commercial property that you can tow in. Some, Tallahassee, I think Orange County has it where it's only in multifamily apartments. Orange County has a designation of student apartments specifically for some reason. There's, we might be able to, I mean, we're talking about this as 6 different, categories of things, but in fact, I mean, it feels like when you dig into it, there's lots of gradations for ways you can make sure that people feel like they can enforce their property, but at the same time, make sure that people are not just, that there's not the predatory practices that are going on. And so I'm excited to see us, roll more in that direction of giving more consumer protections. This to me is saying we're starting from the point of protecting citizens and making sure that those predatory practices are not in there. But let's also see if we can, make sure that people feel comfortable. I want to make sure that we're doing this policy making well, where we are reaching out to people at the beginning, that we're hearing from all the various stakeholders before we make any kind of sweeping changes. So I think that is where you're taking your motion, from what I understand it. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Engel.
Yeah, I just don't want us to get in the position where we keep kind of kicking it down, and we'll have a conversation in 2 weeks, and in 2 weeks we'll have a conversation about what we'll have in 2 weeks. I would like some motion on this stuff. I'm fine moving forward with eliminating roam towing, or roam parking enforcement would be easier to say, where we're like, there is no roam any old thing. Like if you need something handled, call them, have your people come handle it. And I think that's something that there's, I don't know if we've got enough consensus to move on that or not, but I would like to move with that fairly quickly. The other thing to me, just like philosophically, like there's 593 business owners with contracts with these guys. Hooray. I don't think they're more important than anybody else in town. So like I get that they need some outreach and they should get it, but like I don't want to pause this so that 593 special people can have, a say on it any more than I think it affects people that work in areas where there's towing, people that are trying to find, this is a big issue for a lot of working class folks. That's the however many $100 it takes to get your car back is a big hit for. And that's been a problem consistently in Gainesville for a long time. And this is the first time I've been part of a conversation that actually seems to be moving forward on changing what some of those rules are. And I just don't want to get the situation to get bogged down. So I'm happy asking for these things to come back and getting it. I just don't want to keep going iteration after iteration.
Thank you, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, I agree with the last sentiments by you, Commissioner Engel. We get it done, and now we've got an updated ordinance that for 15 years has been sitting there, has not met the criteria for best practice and law and rules, so that'll be a good thing. I think supporting the motion here is good because it will allow maximum engagement, whether it's the 593, where it's the tow truck operators, or whether it's the people impacted. We'll get the full picture now to see what those full impacts are, and then what ordinance comes out of that comes out. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Book. Commissioner Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Commissioner Book for bringing it forward the first motion, because to get that part that I think people have some feelings about whether we can get to the second motion, whether that's going to pass and what format. At bare minimum, let's get those fees set as a basic cleanup, and I like that. I think we are going to get a lot of feedback really quickly. Commissioner, I do want to say that some of the people who have a roam towing contract are working class people. My 90-unit apartment complex, it's a condo association. We have a contract with roam towing. I think with Superior. We don't have tags, so we don't do roam towing. We have it so that in that situation where you just really don't want someone there who they don't live there, for whatever reason, they're parking there to go catch the bus, get to campus, and you notice it you call it in. We don't need roam towing. We just we're one of those 593 to go call in and say, hey. And I guess we take the risk of like, oh no, that actually was someone's car who does live there, and then we'll have to argue it out with the owner or the tenant. But in the end, hey,
I think it's a great system.
Yeah, and so we are definitely one of those that, you know, now it may be a little harder to get them to pick up the phone because they're busy taking lots of calls across their 593 to get it done. But I do think this is going to, people are going to, some of the younger folks and students, they're going to hear about this just in the next couple of weeks, and they're going to talk, they're already talking to us, and so I think we're going to get some of that. But to a large degree, this is years worth of comments from the people who get towed or immobilized. That is years worth of, you know, feedback. We're going to hear some more, but I do welcome the feedback from all the 593 or so or 600 or so, and the tow truck companies continue to. We still have some of those little details that we're going to have to work out in the rest of the ordinance, the cleanup, and I think there's still some give and take. Staff has some recommendations, but I think there's still going to be some give and take about do you need to be open on a Saturday or not, or the amount of time to get back to something, you know, to get that service back. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Willetts. I see no for the lights. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk, we're going to go ahead and move these other two items to the end of the evening.
Yes.
Major Koenig and Ms. Jordan, thank you so much for standing here for 2 hours while we talk through this. I appreciate you. And we will move forward to the rest of this this evening.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So we are adjourned until 5:30. All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Gainesville City Commission meeting, our evening session for April 16th, 2026. Madam Clerk.
The Pledge of Allegiance by St. Francis Catholic Academy.
All right, if y'all would join us up here. If you would all stand up with us. We'll take your lead.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Why don't y'all come up here? Let's get photos. Yeah.
St. Francis volleyball, huh?
Very nice. 1, 2, 3. One more. It's being a little temperamental. Got it. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for coming out this evening.
Yes, sir. We are moving on to proclamations and special recognitions. Proclamation 2026-227, Records and Information Management Month.
Three copies of that one.
Executive Coordinator Michael Bryant and Staff Specialist Nikita Scruggs to accept the proclamation.
Very good. Is that one? You can talk about it. City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward proclamation. Whereas Records and Information Management Month is celebrated internationally each April to highlight the vital role that effective records management plays in organizations. And whereas Records and Information Management Month was first observed in 1995 as National Records and Information Management Day, emphasizing the importance of organizing and maintaining records and data for efficient information management. And whereas, through the efforts of members of the Association of Records Managers and Administrators, the records and information management profession continues to enhance operations across businesses, organizations, and government agencies. Whereas proper control of records and information is essential to reduce risk and liability, ensure compliance with state standards, and leverage technology to use information strategically for decision-making and planning. And whereas this month provides an opportunity to recognize the contributions of records and information management professionals whose dedication ensures that documents and records remain organized, secure, and accessible. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2026 as Records and Information Management Month in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in honoring the records and information professionals serving our community and thank them for their essential service, and witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 18th day of March 2026. Y'all want to make some comments?
This month gives us an opportunity to recognize the individuals who are involved in the process of records and information management. It also gives us an opportunity to raise awareness about good practices as it relates to the management of information and records. Information and records professionals provide a vital service when it comes to organizations in supporting their needs and preserving records. I want to thank all my fellow community builders who are also involved in this process to let you know that the work that you do is valued and its impact is far-reaching. Thank you all.
Thank you. Let's get photos over here.
I'd like to get the commissioners in with our staff, if that's okay. Everybody ready? 1, 2, 3. One more. Thank you.
All right, Law Enforcement Torch Run Day.
Okay, all of them, come on.
All right, come on up.
All of you.
I'll let you hold that one, and I'll read off of this one. City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward, proclamation. Whereas, since 1968, the Special Olympics has helped individuals with intellectual disabilities discover new strengths, skills, success, joy, confidence, and fulfillment through the power of sports. And whereas in June 1981, 6 police officers from Wichita, Kansas, inspired a movement when they carried a torch into a high school to raise funding for the Special Olympics. And whereas the Law Enforcement Torch Run is now the largest public awareness vehicle and grassroots fundraiser for the Special Olympics. Today, over 100,000 law enforcement members across the world are joined by other first responders as they raise funds for these athletes, all while they carry the flame of hope across the globe and into opening ceremonies for local, state, provincial, national, and even the World Games. Whereas, since its inception, the Law Enforcement Torch Run has raised almost $700 million for the Special Olympics. And whereas, on May 6, 2026, at 5 p.m., local law enforcement officers, first responders, and others supporting the cause will participate in the 2026 Alachua County Special Olympics Torch Run and carry the flame of hope as it passes through Alachua County and advances on its way to the State Games in Orlando. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim May 6, 2026 as Law Enforcement Torch Run Day in the city of Gainesville and invite all our neighbors to join me in celebrating this special day. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 7th day of April, 2026. Harvey L. Ward Jr., Mayor.
Thank you for letting us join the Special Olympics. Thank you, Mayor Harvey Ward, and all the senators, and thank you, Ed Book. Thank you for all letting us join tonight. Thank you for all my kids, my officers, and my parents, and Mel. Thank you very much for letting us join this. We couldn't do it without all y'all, and the chairperson, Mayor Harvey Ward. We can't do it without the coaches and them going to city, county to county, to the state competitions and to World Games too. And I just want to say thank you.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Hi, how are you? Good to see you. Hi. Good to see you.
Proclamation 2026-277, Gainesville's birthday.
All right, this is fun. Let me invite up the members of the Historic Preservation Board.
Well, we're losing this whole audience.
I'll let y'all hold this. City of Gainesville, Florida, Office of Mayor Harvey Ward, proclamation. Whereas, on April 14th, 1869, the city of Gainesville was officially incorporated by the state of Florida, creating a city and community that now celebrates 157 years of history. And whereas, after it was announced that the Florida Railroad would pass through the area, residents gathered at Bulwer Springs to vote to move the Alachua County seat from Noonanville and establish a new community called Gainesville, named in honor of General Edmund Pendleton Gaines, with a city seal featuring a locomotive surrounded by the city's name, reflecting the railroad's central role in the town's founding. And whereas the original plat of land donated by Major James B. Bailey was a grid laid out around a courthouse square, now the Alachua County Administration Building, creating the road network that still defines the backbone of downtown Gainesville and its surrounding historic neighborhoods. And whereas, From those historic streets, Gainesville grew from a wild frontier settlement in the swamps of inland Florida into a community known for academic excellence, creativity, and civic spirit, with a world-class university, beloved parks and trails, and a vibrant arts and music scene recognized around the world. Whereas, today the city of Gainesville is home to more than 151,000 residents, the University of Florida Santa Fe College, and a community that continues to move forward with the same can-do spirit of its wild frontier beginnings. Now, therefore, I, Harvey L. Ward Jr., by the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Gainesville, do hereby proclaim April 14, 2026 as Gainesville's birthday in the city of Gainesville, and invite all our neighbors to join me in celebrating our city's rich history and help shape the next chapter of Gainesville's story from Hogtown Creek to Paynes Prairie. And witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused to be affixed the official seal of the city of Gainesville, Florida, this 19th day of March, 2026.
Mr. Mayor, I'll tell you, Mr. Mayor, a bit of trivia, 157 is a prime number. It is a balanced prime, meaning it is halfway between the prime below it and above it. It is a EMERP. When you reverse 157, that is also a prime. It is also a super prime because it is the 37th prime, and 37 is also a prime number. So when someone said, why are we doing 157? Because it's a special prime.
One, two, three. One more.
Very good. Thank you. Good to see you. We're gonna bring the cake out, or are we going in the back?
I don't know. Let me ask the clerk.
Include all of the prime number. Yeah, 158, you're right.
Good evening, everyone. We are back in session. Thank you for indulging us in the little birthday celebration there. That was a novel and very different thing that we don't normally do, but I'm glad we did it. So happy birthday, Gainesville. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are at early public comment. We have no comments.
Okay.
We'll move on to resolutions for the evening. We have Resolution 2026-238, approval of the local housing assistance plan for fiscal year 2026 through 2027, fiscal year 2027 through 2028, and fiscal year 2028 through fiscal year 2029. With the recommendation, the City Commission adopt the resolution with one, approves the State Housing Initiative Partnership Program, Local Housing Assistance Plan for state fiscal years 2026 through 2027, 2027 through 2028, and 2028 through 2029. 2, authorizes submission of the local housing assistance plan to the Florida Housing Finance Corporation. And 3, authorizes the mayor to execute and submit all necessary documents related to the LHAP, with the city clerk to attest such documents, subject to review by the city attorney for form and legality.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we heard this earlier
Correct.
and passed it, but we do need a resolution.
That is correct. By statute, you need to pass it as a resolution. So.
Okay.
A roll call resolution, yes.
All right. Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, I'd like to approve Resolution 2026-238.
Second. We have a motion and a second, and let's hear public comment on this if we have any.
Yes, sir. No, sir, we don't. No
Okay.
comments.
All right. All right. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Roll call, Commissioner Engel. Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Willits.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye. So that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are moving on to Resolution 2026-232, public hearing on regional transit system fiscal year 2026 program of projects, federal and state. With the recommendation, the City Commission accept comments at a public hearing on the regional transit system program of projects for federal fiscal year 2026. And 2, adopt a resolution which authorizes the regional transit system to file grant applications on behalf of the city with the Federal Transit Administration, an agency of the United States Department of Transportation, and Florida Department of Transportation as outlined in the regional transit system program for projects for federal fiscal year 2026, and authorizes the city manager or designee to execute and file those grants and all associated agreements, including related documents such as time extensions, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Welcome, Mr. Gomez.
Gomez, with the Transportation Department. This is what we do every year. We put a list of projects and we would like to apply for and ask permission for you to let us apply. So that's is a requirement for get DOT and FDA funding.
Very good. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I'd like to move staff recommendation.
We have motion second. Is there any public comment on this one?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, public comment by Z. D.
Welcome.
Hi there. I'm noticing was this for 232? Or this is
This is 232.
232.
Okay, 232. So I wasn't able to be here for the earlier part, but again, some of you have heard from me in regards to the paratransit. And if you'd listen just to Jesus Gomez and Thomas Adoga, you would think everything is running fine, but it is not. So I would like to ask, as I've been asking since last year, for a town hall on paratransit, truly advertise this, have this meeting monthly to address the concerns and create effective solutions. I also like to see the public comment be kinder and allow public comment before and after each agenda item, and also allow general public comment in the evening as the county does. I think the county is very accommodating. And I also would like to ask for getting rid of the GPD Gestapo in the front, which is not allowing constituents to freely express themselves or enter without feeling like a criminal just to come in. On the part, I wasn't able to make the last MTPO, but we still have some huge paratransit community concerns where our tickets haven't been resolved, one. Two, a lot of people think that MV is picking up the slack of the RTS Plus. RTS Plus only goes to certain city limits. And I want to make it really clear, the Transportation Disadvantage Program through MV is specifically, you have to reapply, and it is only for medical appointments. So there are people being stranded. I also want to state that the 6,400 ridership report, even if I can't attend a meeting, I watch it, and I watch the MTPO, Casey, where Commissioner Willits, where you were like, oh, that's great. But please have some sensitivity for those of us that are still affected and don't feel it's great. Because I know somebody that has $300, I don't feel like this thing is still working, $300 worth of tickets that haven't been reimbursed to her. And basically she is riding just the regular bus with her paratransit, with a rollator, and getting off 2 blocks from her home. So that is completely unacceptable. And I saw this thing from 212 that was earlier about the solar canopy for like $4 million. So there's no money for RTS to honor our tickets, but there's money for a $4 million solar canopy for an employee parking lot. And I just think that we really need to consider the constituents, because I understand all the GRU cuts, but it seems that the programs that were cut to make that up was paratransit and things that I care about, like the Thelma Bolton Center and the Indigenous Arts Program. And I just feel like a solar canopy over an employee parking lot is really not that concerning when people still cannot get to appointments. So that's something really important, and I don't feel like we're being heard by RTS at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Where, roll call? Oh, that's it, I'm sorry. That's it, no, that was in the public comment.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Gomez, I have a question about our program of projects. This is kind of the big potential wish list, kind of within realm of what we think our needs are, kind of what we think potentially could be out there in the form of grants. Because a lot of what we do on the capital end, it's grant funded, federal government, state, and specifically I want to use this as an example. We're looking for grants for capital. And I want to make reference to the solar canopy. That is a grant we got for capital improvement, correct? Yeah, a very, very specific type of capital improvement. Was that in our program of projects from the years past?
Yes.
Okay, so there's a very specific list of kind of things we could apply for. We put it here, but none of this is for doubling the number of routes or whatever. This is for the capital kind of thing. They may support future growth, but it's for capital, and we have to put it here so that we can potentially ask for it in the future. Kind of like our mobility plan, we have to say, this is our plan, and then we can try to find the funds for it later.
Correct.
Okay, just make sure we understand what this is, because this is an example where I mentioned earlier, capital intensive. It's harder for us to have the operating dollars, but we got to put this here to hopefully get some capital from those grants from the federal government. So thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Thank you, Commissioner Willis. I see no further lights. Let's call the roll.
Roll call, Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Commissioner Willits.
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Engel. Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
We are moving to Resolution 2026-237, Resolution for U.S. Code Chapter 53, Section 5311 Grant Application, with the recommendation the City Commission adopt a resolution that authorizes staff to submit applications for Florida Department of Transportation 49 U.S. Code Chapter 53, Section 5311 Grants for Rural Areas, Off-Cycle Capital Assistance, authorizes the city manager or designee to execute the related public transportation grant agreements and other necessary documents with the Florida Department of Transportation, if awarded, subject to approval as to form and legality by the city attorney.
Welcome, Mr. Gomez.
Mayor, Commissioners. Yeah, this is a grant that we use, so we're going to use it for the paratransit service to replace older vehicles. And we did apply, and we're going to receive, for 2 vans.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so I think probably the most relevant information is state pass-through dollars specific to purchase 2 wheelchair-accessible vans. That's really, so that's, what's a better use of monies than that? With that, I move approval of 2026-237 and adopt the recommendations as read by the city clerk.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this?
Sir, Mr. Mayor, by Z.
All right.
Thank you. And thank you, Willits, for clarifying the grant specificness. So this is what I want to ask for. I want to ask for the same fortitude and discipline that RTS has for making sure there's a solar canopy for employee parking, that there be a grant for paratransit for door-to-door service to be extended with the exact same coverage that MV previously covered. Also, something that is not being talked about, I talked about it last year, I talked about it in MTPO, and we need to start looking at this. We are at April 16th of 2026. And what happens in 2 months? June, hurricane season. There were 4 programs that RTS refused that MV previously covered. I will not go over all of those programs, however, I do feel they're all important. The main one I will cover is the evacuation program that MV previously covered. That is for people if a hurricane happens, God forbid, or whatever happens. Right now, nobody has that program. So come June, anything happens, where are the paratransit people going to be how are they going to be evacuated? Okay, because if they had to be evacuated, they have to go with like their belongings and all that. They can't go in an Uber. So these, once again, go back to my same thing, that these are things that we still have never had this town hall. We were told we're going to have it, and again, I think it needs to be monthly. And then with the MTPO meeting, since RTS is now running paratransit community transportation, I feel that if people can't, I know myself, I have health stuff, so sometimes I'm not going to physically be able to be there. There's also people that are deaf or blind or autistic or have different things. Please make that a way like the county, again, which is more accommodating in my observation, that people could call in to the MTPO to comment, because it seems that the MTPO is pretty much the only meeting that we have currently that is not really addressing all of the issues with paratransit and transportation in general for people that are not, but it's something close to. But again, I would like to see more on the level of, like, for example, all of the GRU discussions. I would like to see paratransit and transportation really be considered and cared about, because these are really affected people. So that is what I'd like to say, and please honor this. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. By the way, we had an extensive discussion about paratransit this morning.
Ed Book did share that with me. I did not get to watch the video. I will, and I will write up my concerns, but we're still not addressing some of the things that I've spoke to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else for public comment?
That ends public comment.
Okay, let's go ahead and call the roll.
Commissioner Ingram.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker, absent. Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Commissioner Willits.
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're moving to ordinances second reading with ordinance 2025-997, Quasi-Judicial, 800 Block East University Avenue rezoning. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas of rezoning by rezoning approximately 0.64 acres of property generally located at the 800 block of East University Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from planned development to urban 4, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move ordinance number 2025-997.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
All right, seeing no further lights, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Eastman.
Aye.
Commissioner Ingram.
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut.
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker, absent. Commissioner Book.
Aye.
Commissioner Willits.
Aye.
Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are moving on to Ordinance 2025-873. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, annexing approximately 26.897 acres of privately owned property generally located south of State Road 24, west of Southwest 51st Drive, north of Oaks Preserve Phase 2, and east of County Road 24, Southwest 24C, as more specifically described in this ordinance as petitioned for by the property owners pursuant to Chapter 179 Florida statutes, making certain findings, providing for inclusion of the property in Appendix 1 of the city charter, providing for land use plan, zoning, and subdivision regulations, and enforcement of same, providing for persons engaged in any occupation, business, trade, or profession, providing directions to the city clerk, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there any public comment on this?
No, sir.
All right, very good. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move that the City Commission adopt ordinance number 2025873.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Are there any, I see no further lights on this, so let's call the roll.
Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Commissioner Book?
Aye.
And Mayor Ward.
Aye, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk, you were just propelling us right through this stuff. We got to have you back more often in this chair.
Excellent. We're on to Ordinance 2025-993, Quasi-Judicial UF Health South Campus Rezoning. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 25.55 acres of property generally located west of Southwest 13th Street, south of Southwest Archer Road, east of Southwest 16th Street, and north of Southwest 16th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from urban 9 to medical services, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
All right, is there any public comment on this?
No,
Madam Clerk?
sir.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Eastman.
Yes, I'd like to move 2025-933.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I see no further lights, so let's call the roll.
Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut?
Aye.
Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Mayor Ward?
Aye. That passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are moving to our last ordinance for the evening, 2025-995, an ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, amending the zoning map atlas by rezoning approximately 1.38 acres of property generally at the 1200 block of Northeast 8th Avenue, as more specifically described in this ordinance, from urban 4 to urban 6, providing directions to the city manager, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Very good. Commissioner Chestnut.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must abstain from voting on this ordinance, and I have filed the necessary papers with the clerk's office.
Very good. Thank
I have
you.
a conflict of interest.
Thank you, Commissioner Chestnut. Commissioner Eastman.
Thank you. I'd like to move 2025-955, or 995, 2025-995.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
All right, I see no further lights, so let's call the roll.
Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Commissioner Book?
Aye.
Commissioner Willetts?
Aye.
Commissioner Eastman?
Aye.
Commissioner Engel?
Aye.
Commissioner Chestnut has a conflict. Mayor Ward?
Aye. That passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent and Commissioner Chestnut with a conflict proclaimed. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we're moving to our business discussion items, 2026-249, Guaranteed Maximum Price Agreement Early Release Package for Sitework for Fire Station 13. Recommendation, the City Commission authorizes the city manager or designee to enter into a guaranteed maximum price agreement early release package with Ajax Building Company LLC in the amount of $2,030,207 for site work construction of Fire Station 3, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Very good. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Gary Cawthorn, City of Gainesville Facilities Department. Facilities Division. Here just to ask for approval for the GMP for the early release package, and the early release package essentially is just the site work for the project. Public Works will come back later. I believe this one is scheduled to come back in, I think this one's coming back in August for approval. No, I'm sorry, it's coming back on June 18th for approval for the final GMP. So this is just site work only, and Ajax Construction is the contractor, and you guys got the package. I don't know how much you want me to read all this stuff.
That's all right.
But if you have any questions, I hate telling you stuff you already know. So.
Very good. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Eastman.
Thanks. I thank you for we're going to get this. This is the first one that's coming in here. I'm just always was struck by, I don't know, the cost of all construction, but site work and all of that. And you don't see, not that I have a construction background, I don't see anything clear in here that would, but one thing that struck me is this is part of the Citizens Field overall construction project, right? Is this, this is part of the rest of the Citizens Field construction project, right?
No, this is different than the Citizens Field.
This is a totally separate
construction project.
It's 8th and Waldo, but it's not Citizens Field.
Right. But it's the 8th and Waldo project.
This is just west of Waldo Road on 8th, where the old Safety City is located now. That's where it's going to go.
Oh, okay, you're right. And so this is just to remove where Safety City is currently?
It's going to remove the Safety City facility, and we're going to build fire station number 3 there.
Okay.
So it'll be construction of a new fire station. It's 20,052 square feet, and it's partially 2-story. The housing area will be 2-story, and then the Bay Area will be single-story, of course.
Had we considered pairing this up with the rest of the site work happening as a way to try to, I don't know, put costs across a larger area or anything like that for the rest of the?
I think that's probably coming from a different funding. I think maybe Brian could answer that question better than I can. So.
Okay. I'm just trying to see where we can pinch pennies here, Brian. And I know the answer here. I just thought I have to ask on the record,
Good evening, Brian Singleton, Interim Chief Operating Officer. So the site work is kind of a standalone for this particular project. It's in that southwest corner of the Citizens Field site. It has its own dedicated stormwater systems, dedicated utilities. So there isn't really economy of scale with the rest of the site. And then you run the risk of escalation, waiting a couple years before we're ready to do any work on the rest of the site.
All right, perfect. All right, thank you. That's my only question.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Eastman. Commissioner Book.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is precisely what voter-approved taxes do.
Yes.
Streets and stations, and this is a station, essentially, in strong foundations. So it's kind of putting our money where our mouth is for public safety, fire and police. It's a super use of money. It's the right priorities for core services. And with that, I move approval of 2026-249 guaranteed maximum price agreement, and authorize the city manager to enter into that agreement in the amount listed here.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was also going to be about 8th and Waldo, about is there any, saving money by doing it together more closely, hearing that this is one of the bigger dangers is waiting any longer on building a fire station with the cost increasing.
Yes.
So this is also for demolition of the current, because we have stuff on this site, so it's the demolition and all the site work as well, or is the demolition a different
This
contract?
should be for demolition and site work for the site, and that's as far as it goes, and then a second GMP will be coming in a couple months to do the rest of the construction for the whole building.
Right, to make it vertical.
Yes, sir.
All right. That's why I was trying to fully understand this so that I can compare it to the next one in particular that we're going to do. So, thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Commissioner. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
No, sir.
Okay, so I am super excited about this. I've been driving past Fire Station 3 literally my entire life, and it was there many years before I was born. There is no question that the neighborhoods served by Fire Station 3 deserve a world-class fire station, and that's what they're fixing to get. And that is paid by all of us every time we go to the store and buy something. Every time somebody passes through Gainesville and buys something, the surtax on top of that, which again is helped when somebody comes to Gainesville for a Florida football game, they're helping us build a new fire station. And the item after this also. This is how this stuff is supposed to work. So I am very excited, particularly about this one, and I'll let Commissioner Willis be particularly excited about the next one. And this is how we move forward with the things that we promised the community when they voted for wild spaces, public places, and street stations, strong foundations. So I am super pleased to be able to move this forward. And having said all that, Madam Clerk, let's call the roll. Actually, do we need a roll call on this one? No, this is just a.
All for this one.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, we are moving to item 2026-263, guaranteed maximum price agreement early release package for Sitework construction of Southwest Public Safety Center in Fire Station 9, with the recommendation the City Commission authorize the city manager or designee to enter into a guaranteed maximum price agreement early release package with Ajax Building Company LLC in the amount of $3,989,480 for site construction of the Southwest Public Safety Center in Fire Station 9, subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Welcome back.
Good evening, it's nice to be here. This is for the Southwest Public Safety Center. We're entering into another GMP. It's an early release package as well, similar to the one we just did for Fire Station number 3. This will be the Southwest Public Safety Center and Fire Station number 9. It's located off of Southwest Orchard Road, just southwest of I-75 and Orchard Road. $3,989,480, and it's 29,352 square feet. It is a single-story facility. It's a much larger facility. It does have some meeting space, but this, again, is just for the site work and the early release package. We'll be coming back on August the 6th to do the full GMP for the rest of the project.
Excellent. All right, Mr. Sickerman, you have something to add there?
Add to that a little bit. This one costs a little bit more because there's a roadway extension associated with it. It's a much larger site. Site does this right now. We gotta make it do this. There's 2 very large stormwater ponds in the rear. And just a reminder that this particular building will have a community room added to the fire station. So we'll have some meeting space in the southwest.
Very good. Is it does this, and we're going to make it do this? Is that the technical civil engineering description?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Singleton. Commissioner Willets.
So this is going to be bigger than the other one, and this is also just like virgin land. We have to do quite a bit on it as opposed to Fire Station 3, right? Like.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Sorry, we're going to do, this is like, just like virgin land, we're going to do quite a bit of work on it.
There's woods there now.
What is grout injection? I saw that somewhere in there. Is that part of the road
injection?
bed, or is that part of just stabilizing the entire site?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Soil stabilization.
So it is soil stabilization. That's what I want. Is that for just under roadways, or is that at different locations on the site?
It's different locations on the site for the structural vary.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'll say that into the microphone. Different locations throughout the site to stabilize the soil, whether it's for the building, for roadway bed, etc.
Perfect. That's what I just wanted to understand the price difference between what we just talked about and this, because we kind of think of these fire stations as, oh, they're the same thing, but there is definitely some difference. Different site and some different requirements.
Correct. I mean, we're talking about a 7.5 acre site roughly versus an 1.5 acres. We're running new utilities, down there, extending a road. So,
and that roadway extension, is that this part on the south, or do we have to run it all the way like north south?
That southern piece, it's Southwest 47th Way, I believe it is. It terminates at Southwest 44th Street. We'll connect it to the new east-west roadway that's an HCA.
Okay. The map says off-site improvements, but that's what we mean by that road section, off-site, but it's all wrapped up in this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It makes sense. It's still a roadway, street station, strong foundation, so sounds appropriate. With that, I move staff recommendation to approve 2026-263 guaranteed maximum price agreement for Fire Station 9.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk? No, sir. All right. Again, this is paid for with street stations, strong foundations, wild spaces, public places, surtax. So when when folks exit I-75 and stop there at one of the fine establishments next to Archer Road and buy something, they're helping us pay for this brand-new public safety center and fire station, which again is deeply deserved by the folks it will be served by, who have been served by a fire station in a roundabout in Butler Plaza with temporary buildings for many years now. So I am very pleased that the City of Gainesville is doing right by our firefighters and our public safety professionals and the community that is being served. And I really look forward to breaking ground on this and ultimately to cutting the ribbon, because this is long awaited and we should celebrate this. Seeing no further lights, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are moving to item 2026-212, request for proposal, award recommendation for solar canopy. Recommendation, the City Commission, 1, approve the request for proposal, RTSX-260018-DS, for solar canopy for the Regional Transit System Employee Parking Lot Evaluation Rankings. 2, award the request for proposal to Advance Roofing, Inc., the top-ranked firm. 3, authorize the city manager or designee to negotiate an agreement with the top-ranked firm and move on to the next highest-ranked firm if negotiations are unsuccessful. And 4, authorize the city manager or designee to execute an agreement subject to approval by the city attorney as to form and legality.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Gomez.
Mayor, Commissioner, Jesus Gomez again. Well, this is a part of the grant that we received from FTA for employee parking canopy. The main goal is on this is to reduce operating cost, so we can put some of those dollars back to service. So that was the main idea of having that parking lot. Of course, to give some chase of employees, vehicles too, of course.
So, Mr. Gomez, this was originally a 2024 grant.
Yes.
Okay. And again, the point of it is it's nice to have shade for the employees, but primarily it is to help power the RTS building, the RTS headquarters. And does this help power charge the EV buses that we have, or is that maybe not?
Yeah, I mean, it's separate transformer, but, you know, it's going to offset the utility cost.
Excellent.
And thank you for your support in Washington. I know that some of you were lobbying for these projects, so thanks.
Yes. Commissioner Engel.
Yeah, I was the one that asked to get this pulled off consent. And I just want to say I'm very much in favor of this project, 100%. The one thing I did want to make sure we said on it was, as we're voting to, let the city manager start these negotiation processes, it's a federal project. And one of the things I really like about it is there's a lot of worker protections, wage protections, apprenticeship ordinances, things that are tied into that. And I want to make sure as we're going through these negotiations that they're aware that we plan to enforce these, that we've got enforcement mechanisms in place, and that we see all the benefits for the community that come out of this. And not only this awesome solar project, but also solid wages, apprenticeships, all the things that are also tied into that. I want to make sure are part of those negotiations. That's it. Outside of that, I'm very much in favor of moving this forward, and I'd like to make a motion to pass staff recommendation.
Second. We have a motion, multiple seconds. Is there any public comment on this, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, public comment by Z.
Okay, thank you. I didn't notice that 212 was moved to the evening until just recently. But again, it goes back to the fact that there's $4 million for solar canopy for employee that many of you are applauding, but anything we ask for paratransit, there's no money for. So that to me seems pretty inconsistent and corrupt, and that there's money to take care of employees and city staff, but again, not money to take care of the constituents that this paratransit is affected by, which goes back for me to the root cause of what I feel originally was what I still feel is a hostile takeover by the city of paratransit. I also want to make you aware that MV, most of those people have been laid off. Most of those people have lost their jobs. And originally, as somebody that meets with the ACLC on a regular basis too, this was all about 2-3 years ago, talking about the RTS cuts to the routes with the UF campus connector and all of that. And I remember that the city was very unhappy with how RTS was handling the relationships and the conversations, and really did not enjoy what was going to go on with UF bringing that in-house. And that all went through, as we know. And I feel like now the same relationship that you all did not like that is now happening to us. So this has now been brought in-house, and specifically I spoke at length with Commissioner Engel and Willits about this. And when it was more, the RTS thing was still not resolved with the campus connector. But that's how a lot of us feel. So if there's all this money and work hours to make grants for solar canopies for over $4 million for employees' vehicles during the day, please make some money and some fortitude and servitude to your constituents that are the most vulnerable in this community, to have some grants for us to, once again, extend this door-to-door service, because people are being stranded. I will continue to say what Commissioner Ed Book said before, or continue to reiterate his point, that last year he kept saying that this needs to be up and running on day one, and it's still not, because we're not all able to come and talk to you and share the concerns, and we need to be thought of, and we need to be heard. And as you know, I'm a very outspoken person, but there is a lot of people that feel these ways, and I know Commissioner Chestnut has some people as well that are affected by the paratransit, and they need to be heard. So, you know, please make a grant that door-to-door service can be the same exact that MV used to do. Thank you.
So, but before you walk away, I want to try to explain this a little better, because I keep hearing, perhaps the title is what's confusing. It's called a solar canopy. What this is solar panels to be installed in the RTS parking lot to help power the RTS building, which will lower costs for RTS, which means we might be able to move some of the money originally spent on power to other operational costs for RTS. That's what this is. It has the added benefit of, instead of just putting it off in a field somewhere, you can put it over employees' cars so their cars don't get so hot during the day. But that's not the point. We're not just building shade structures. We're building power generation to lower costs, and we're doing it all with federal money. This seems like a very positive move to me that hopefully will reduce costs for RTS. Additionally, I'll reiterate this because we talked about it extensively this morning, but you weren't able to join us for that, so I want to tell you, we have added 40% more people riding the ADA-supported routes and trips through RTS than happened last year under the previous outside vendor. We're providing more service now, significantly more service than they were providing. I don't expect you to necessarily believe that, but we have the data to back that up, and we went through it extensively this morning. So it's important to say that, so that maybe you won't call it corrupt anymore. But that is important to have that discussion, and I've given you the information that I have to give. So I hope that is useful to you.
Thank you for that, but I still know there are still people stranded, and even though you're covering, I think that number, I'd like to see that from Jesus Gomez specifically. I think that number, and I shared this with Commissioner Book, includes the people that ride the regular bus with their paratransit card. That's what I also think. But again, we are still not discussing the people that are outside that 1/4 mile that are not being.
Okay.
I've
tried to give you information.
I do feel better about the solar canopy, but it's still not But you're saying it's going to generate electricity
It-
back to the building?
It is a
It's not
solar
just the
power
shade structure.
installation. It is a solar power
Okay.
installation. The panels, instead of being off somewhere else, are serving a dual purpose of also providing shade to workers, which I feel is a pretty decent thing to do. But the primary function is to help power the building so that we don't have to pay to power the building as much.
Well, I think
That's
that,
the
I
intent
do
here.
think that is important. I just also said that 214 only had $250,000 for bus shelters and amenities. So I thought, I don't know who these developers are, but these numbers seem very, very high. 4 million, 2 million, all this, very expensive.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well noted. Thank you. Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad we pulled this just so we have a little reminder of it, because it is now 2 years ago when we got this.
Right.
This is part of a $26.4 million grant from the Federal Transportation Administration. Bunch of that to the hybrid buses that we're slowly trickling in, which is part of our youngest fleet in the state, which, you know, sounds good. We're really going to enjoy that 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now when we have this very young fleet that doesn't have nearly as the maintenance as other fleets. So, but this 4.5 or so was just a portion of that huge grant. And since then, we got another grant for the West Side transfer station. So RTS is just a grant machine. But I still admit, it is hard because it's to the capital, it's less to the operating. And specifically our press release about the big grant, it specifically said it was earmarked for modernizing public transportation systems and cannot be reallocated towards operating or administrative costs. So it really is tied down there. But with some electricity savings in that it's a pretty large building, maybe we really do have a little at the end of the year that we're going to be able to put back into RTS that can be for administrative and operating. So we get it for capital, but it's going to save us money that maybe hopefully we'll see how much it actually saves. We're a ways away from that. But the number one thing I hear when people talk about solar, they wish every single parking lot was covered with solar. We did it with free money from this, not free, but from the federal government. We are going to cover a very large parking lot with 1.2 megawatts of solar canopy. We're doing exactly what everyone always told us to do, is cover the parking lots as opposed to other land. It's expensive, but the federal government was down for it, so we're using this. So I'm excited, and I can't wait to see. Hopefully, we get good bids and it all works out. Hopefully, the competition's not too stiff. Mr. Gomez, with this federal grant, is there still that tight? At some point, they were talking about having really tight restrictions on American-made, but I can't remember if that was part of the original grant or the grants that are going out now. Are we tied in that? And I didn't read
All
in the
all
bid.
the FDA grants, yes, are tied to Buy America requirements. Yes.
Okay, so these will probably be solar panels that are probably at least
70%
assembled in the United States. Right. Okay, I thought it was kind of part of that. So, all right. Well, thank you so much for all your work on this. This is an exciting thing. I am glad we pulled it off so we can have in the night with something really exciting. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Willets. And, you know, we it's easy to think of it as free money. Yesterday was tax day. Today's April 16th. Yesterday was April 15th. All that money that our community, through our income, sends to Washington, D.C., sometimes we get some of it back. And we actually used to get a lot of it back during the Biden administration. So it's nice to be able to put our tax dollars to work in our community. So this is something to be proud of. Commissioner Engel.
You guys hit most of the points I was going to make, but
Sorry about that.
This is just a win all the way around. Literally, we've got solar power that we are generating in town to power RTS, which is going to give us more operating money in RTS, is a small benefit for our workers to get to park in the shade, which is a nice thing to be able to do in Florida. And again, this is all money that is coming down from DC to do it. So literally someone else cut us a check to be able to do this stuff. And it's just a win all the way around. I wish we had more grants for more stuff, and hopefully one day we'll get them. But again, to take $4 million in money that we've put into the federal government to get a little bit of that back to make an improvement here, there's not a downside to it. So very happy with this.
Thank you, sir. All right, I see no further lights. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that passes unanimously with Commissioner Duncan Walker absent. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, we are now at commission comments.
Commissioner Willets.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a small comment about housing. The the housing market changes a little from year to year. The most recent data for fair market rent in Gainesville from 2025 to 2026 actually went down in all categories: 0 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom. They all went down. So it tells us something about the market. Not all the 2026 data on area median income and those housing, they're not all published yet, but the chunk that HUD puts out for fair market rent is already out for 2026. And it does tell us something, and this sounds good or bad, what it means when fair market value. But what it does mean is everyone out there who's renting, that's use that as part of your, if you're renewing a lease, it helps people say, I don't know, fair market value has gone down in this community. In essence, there's less competition for the housing. So I think it's partially because we've built some housing, some less competition. People are choosing to live in different ways in different places. There's just less pressure, less investment pressure. But this is the first time I've seen fair market rent go down in the city of Gainesville in, I'd have to check how many years. But I was shocked when I read it. I assumed I must have accidentally looked at 2024 when I was trying to look at 2025, and then suddenly I realized they were updated. So it is a piece of something to think about. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Commissioner Willits. So we don't ever know exactly what to ascribe it to, but supply and demand is a real thing. And the more we're able to support the supply and get a little bit ahead of the curve, that has to help at some point. Maybe that's some, at least, of what this is. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. Mr. Manager.
Thank you. I was very interested to hear that as well. And I think what we may do is reach out to Schimberg and see if there's any, if we can get a little bit of the story behind it. And because I am curious, because I think there have been a number of studies that have shown for communities that have really done a lot in terms of regulatory reform, that have created more housing, that they have seen lower rent pressures. And while it's hard to be able to kind of pinpoint that with one set of data, it would be interested to talk to the housing experts at Schimberg and see if is this something they're seeing across the board, across Florida? Is it, are we a little bit different? So anyway, thank you for bringing it up.
Yeah. Very good. I don't see anything else. Thank you all. We did a lot of very, very good work today. I was afraid this meeting, I told somebody a little while ago, this might go on until 10 or 11 o'clock, but it is a very reasonable time. We're getting a couple fire stations built. We're building solar energy. We've done a lot of good work today. All right.
That's right.
All right. Thank you all very much for your time and attention. We are adjourned.